Great Xianjing. The Grand Preceptor's estate. Li Fan raised his wine cup and slowly scanned the hall. Civil and military officials filled every seat, laughter and praise echoing beneath the lanterns. At 70 years old, he should have been calm. Instead, pride swelled uncontrollably in his chest. Nearly every powerful figure in the court had come to celebrate his birthday. What greater proof of success could there be? No one here knew that Li Fan did not belong to this world. When he first arrived, he had been nothing more than a penniless scholar, struggling to survive. Yet over 50 years, he had climbed step by step, from obscurity to the position of Grand Preceptor, his authority shaking the entire realm. If written down, his life alone could fill an epic. Satisfied, Li Fan stroked his beard and drained the wine in one gulp. To the Grand Preceptor's health. The hall erupted in cheers. Then chaos broke out. Shouts came from outside, panicked and shrill. Look at the sky. Fire from the heavens. An auspicious sign. Why is it falling toward the estate? The music stopped. The laughter died instantly. Frowning, Li Fan stood and strode out, prepared to reprimand the servants. But the moment he looked up, his words froze in his throat. Two streaks of silver light tore across the sky, chasing one another like meteors. Before anyone could react, they stopped directly above Xianjing. A thunderous voice rolled down from the heavens, shaking the air itself. Dao Xuanzi, do not force my hand. Officials collapsed to the ground in terror. Cries of "Immortal Master" echoed everywhere. Li Fan stood rigid. A long-buried word surfaced in his mind. Cultivators. How can this be? He whispered. The voices above ignored the mortals below. Ko Hong, another voice called coldly, did you think fleeing to the immortal Forsaken Land would save you? Hand over the core formation method you stole, or one of us dies here. Ko Hong laughed bitterly. I've been trapped at Foundation Establishment for a century. My lifespan is nearly exhausted. All I lacked was that method. Now that I finally have it, you want me to give it up? Dao Xuanzi sighed. Only one can reach the golden core. Methods are many, yet cultivators are countless. His voice hardened. How could I possibly let you go? Ko Hong's laughter turned wild. Then let it end here. 100 years of brotherhood, reduced to this. Then his tone sharpened. But tell me, Dao Xuanzi, with so many mortals gathered below, can you endure immortal miasma? Dao Xuanzi's expression changed. Ko Hong, what are you doing? Grabbing my last chance to live. A crimson light exploded above Xianjing. Boom, boom, boom. Li Fan's world drowned in red, then vanished into darkness. When he awoke, it was night. Blood filled his mouth as he forced himself upright. What greeted him was a ruin. The Grand Preceptor's estate was gone, reduced to smoking rubble. Burnt corpses lay everywhere. Not a single guest had survived. His wives, his concubines, his 5 sons, all dead. Li Fan stood motionless, his face empty, his eyes hollow. Eventually, he staggered out into the city. Xianjing had become hell. Collapsed buildings, severed limbs, rivers of blood. Perhaps 1 in 100 had lived. All of it caused by 2 so-called immortals. Li Fan leaned against a broken wall and laughed silently. His hearing had been destroyed, but it no longer mattered. He had searched for immortals his entire life. As a powerful official, as the Emperor's tutor, he had scoured the world. North to the frozen seas, south to endless oceans, east to the abyssal chasm, west to boundless peaks. Nothing. And now, in his final years, immortals descended from the heavens and destroyed everything. So they truly existed. Relief surged through his despair. At least now, he knew the truth. Li Fan murmured softly, return to truth. The world blurred. Darkness rippled like water. Words appeared. When truth becomes falsehood, falsehood becomes truth. Charging complete. Virtualize current scenario and return to the initial anchor point. 50 years of memories flashed past in an instant. Return to truth was the name he had given his hidden gift. Its power was simple and terrifying, to turn reality into illusion and return him to the moment he first arrived in this world. This was already his second life. In his first, he had failed, lived plainly, and awakened this ability only on his deathbed. His second life had been brilliant. And wasted. Li Fan did not activate it immediately. He stabilized the ruined capital, commanded relief, restored order, and rebuilt Xianjing from ashes. Only after months did he investigate the immortals. The answer was vague. They came from the abyssal chasm, then vanished. Luck had not favored him. Standing within the rebuilt estate, Li Fan activated Return to Truth once more. Virtualize current scenario and return to the initial anchor point. Yes, the world shattered like a dream. As his consciousness faded, Li Fan whispered the names carved into his memory. Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong. Wealth and power are fleeting. His resolve burned brighter than ever. In my next life, I will hunt immortals. In the darkness, lines of light surfaced one after another, each accompanied by fleeting visions. You returned to Anchor Year 1. Overwhelmed by joy, you behaved erratically. Your aunt nearly forced you to drink an exorcism potion purchased from the village witch. With 6 months remaining before the provincial examination, you shut yourself indoors, studying day and night. Already knowing the exam questions, your confidence soared. Though your aunt often complained about your strange behavior, she continued to support you unconditionally. The village chief's younger brother coveted your family's fertile ancestral land and attempted to seize it by force. Despite your aunt's resistance, she was powerless. You devised a simple scheme to resolve the matter, earning her renewed respect. Half a year later, you sat for the provincial examination. Though ranking only in the lower tier, you passed and became a provincial graduate, bringing honor to your household. Anchor Year 2. You traveled to Xianjing City for the metropolitan examination. Well prepared, you passed with ease. In the palace examination, you ranked in the second tier and were awarded the title of Presented Scholar. Using your connections, you navigated court politics and secured a magistrate post in Wen County, Jiangnan. Anchor Year 3. You brought your aunt to Wen County and officially took office. You began cultivating loyal subordinates in secret. That same year, guided by memories from your previous life, you led men into the mountains and discovered multiple mineral deposits. Anchor Year 4. You successfully produced gunpowder and matchlock firearms. In their first trial, your musket squad annihilated and absorbed a nearby bandit group. Anchor Year 5. A severe drought ravaged Jiangnan. Thanks to your early irrigation projects, Wen County remained stable. Refugees rebelled and attacked the Prince of Langya's estate. You intervened in time, saving the prince and earning his deep gratitude. Anchor Year 6. You were promoted to prefect of Jianghuai Prefecture and married the daughter of the Vice Minister of Personnel. Anchor Year 7. A locust plague struck Jiangnan. Once again, your territory suffered minimal losses. That year, your wife bore you a son. Anchor Year 8. Your subordinates successfully manufactured flintlock firearms. Anchor Year 10. The Prince of Langya's consort gave birth to a son. You personally visited to offer congratulations, presenting a carefully chosen gift. Anchor Year 15. The Emperor fell gravely ill. Before his death, he summoned the Prince of Langya and named him successor. A new era began. Xianjing. Anchor Year 16. Emperor Xianjing summoned you to the capital and promoted you to Vice Minister of War. Rebellions erupted nationwide. You were ordered to suppress them. Anchor Year 18. After years of campaigning, the rebellions were crushed. Upon your return, the emperor stripped you of military command but elevated you to Minister of War and appointed you Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20. The empress was implicated in a witchcraft scandal and banished to the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince secretly sought your help. Through discreet investigation, you exposed noble consort Xi's scheme. Her entire lineage was exterminated. The Empress, however, remained confined. Anchor Year 21. An anonymous accusation of treason surfaced, revealing your illegal mining and private forces. You begged for mercy. The Emperor demoted you, but allowed you to remain as the Crown Prince's tutor. Anchor Year 23. During the spring hunt, the Emperor impulsively decided to revisit the Prince of Langya's estate in Jiangnan. Anchor Year 24. The Emperor toured Jiangnan and inspected the mines you had secretly operated. Anchor Year 25. The Emperor traveled south without you. 3 months later, you learned your secret visits to the Empress had been exposed. That same year, the Emperor was assassinated on his return. The Empress was released, and the Crown Prince ascended the throne. A new era began. Kongning. Anchor Year 26. You were ennobled as Grand Preceptor and appointed Grand Secretary of the Deliberative Council. The young emperor relied heavily on you. You purged dissent and consolidated absolute authority. Anchor year 27. Your aunt passed away. Thoughts of immortality resurfaced. You dispatched men across the realm to search for traces of cultivators. Anchor year 28. The emperor came of age, yet your power only deepened. Anchor year 30. The people knew only the Grand Preceptor, not the emperor. Anchor year 31. The Empress Dowager became pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You sheltered her within your estate. That year, she bore you a son. Anchor year 33. You were ambushed by the emperor's secretly trained guards. Only by activating your esoteric gift did you escape. Though you considered usurping the throne, you relented after pleas from the Empress Dowager and your ministers. The emperor retained his title, but no authority. Anchor year 38. Emperor Kongning died of melancholy. You enthroned his eldest son. A new era began. Longchong. Anchor year 40. The Empress Dowager passed away. Your obsession with immortality intensified. Anchor year 45. Your wife died. Anchor year 46. Your eldest son succumbed to illness. Anchor year 48. After decades of failure, you abandoned the search for immortals. Anchor year 50. Two immortals descended from the abyssal chasm, destroying Xianjing City. You narrowly survived. Simulation complete.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Time seemed to accelerate. Li Fan carried out his plans methodically, step by step. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, everything proceeded with seamless ease. He still participated in the imperial examinations. But this time, armed with decades of political experience, his essays far surpassed those of his previous life. He achieved first place in the provincial, metropolitan, and palace examinations, earning the rare distinction of triple honors and shaking the world with his fame. Afterward, citing the need to gain experience, he requested an assignment to a regional post. His destination, naturally, was Wen County. Though the court was puzzled and found it a pity, they approved his request. Thus, in Anchor Year 3, he returned to Wen County. This time, things went far better than in his past life. His immense reputation, combined with his thorough understanding of every local official's temperament, allowed him to bring the entire county under his control with minimal effort. He began promoting and grooming his trusted aides from his previous life, steadily expanding his influence. At the same time, he drafted blueprints for flintlock firearms, ordering craftsmen to produce them while personally guiding them through the technical challenges. He then dispatched his men to recruit skilled artisans from across the land in secret, striving to develop even more advanced weaponry. The mining operations in the mountains were not idle either. Li Fan disbanded all bandit groups in the nearby mountain ranges, sending the members into forced labor in the mines. Using the resources from these mines, he established numerous workshops deep in the mountains, mass-producing handicrafts and ironware. Secretly, he organized merchant caravans to trade these goods far and wide, amassing wealth. In Anchor Year 4, Li Fan's covert investigations finally led him to the body double of Emperor Xianjing, the very reason his assassination plot had nearly failed in his past life. Fortunately, his meticulous planning and contingencies back then had saved him from disaster. This time, Li Fan himself was the one to train the double, and after 6 months, the latter's impersonation was flawless. 1. In Anchor Year 5, a great drought struck Jiangnan. Li Fan ordered his trusted men to disguise themselves as refugees and storm the Prince of Langya's estate. Under the pretense of leading a rescue, Li Fan orchestrated an inside job, slaughtering the prince and his entire family before deploying the body double. From then on, Li Fan usurped the Prince of Langya's position, secretly taking control of his estate. News of the Prince of Langya's family being massacred, with only the prince himself surviving, shocked the court. The enraged emperor dispatched troops to suppress the rioting refugees. Meanwhile, Li Fan was rewarded for his meritorious service and promoted to prefect of Jianghuai Prefecture. His influence expanded further. Yet, from this point onward, he grew cautious. Instead of outward expansion, he kept a low profile, focusing on technological advancement and productivity. In Anchor Year 7, locusts arrived as expected. Thanks to Li Fan's preparations, Jianghuai Prefecture remained unscathed. He petitioned the court to open granaries and aid the afflicted. The court agreed. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan absorbed a massive influx of refugees into his domain. These displaced people settled under his rule, causing his power to surge exponentially. In Anchor Year 9, the wedding between the Prince of Langia and the granddaughter of the Grand Secretary proceeded as scheduled. That night, Li Fan stormed the bridal chamber, terrifying the princess consort. When she learned he had killed the real prince and replaced him with a double, she raged, denouncing him as a traitor. Unfazed, Li Fan laughed heartily and ordered her to write a detailed account of the horrifying truth in a letter. Posing as the prince's messenger, Li Fan carried this letter to the capital and met the Grand Secretary in secret. Calmly, Li Fan revealed his control over the Prince of Langia's estate and asserted that he had defiled the Grand Secretary's granddaughter that very night. Though startled, the Grand Secretary remained composed and asked what Li Fan's intentions were. Li Fan bluntly stated that the Grand Secretary had been in office for too long and had made too many enemies. Moreover, all his sons were incompetents. Once the Grand Secretary died, his family would surely fall into ruin. If the Grand Secretary aided Li Fan at the right moment, Li Fan would ensure his family's prosperity for generations. After a long silence, the Grand Secretary asked what he wanted. Li Fan merely smiled and said all would be revealed in time, then departed like a passing breeze. In Anchor Year 10, the princess consort of Langia gave birth to a son. It was, of course, Li Fan's. He sent a letter to the Grand Secretary's estate, announcing the joyous news. In Anchor Year 15, the emperor finally fell gravely ill. Upon receiving the Edict of Succession, Li Fan and his trusted followers raced to the capital under the cover of night. Once the false Prince of Langia ascended the throne, Li Fan used imperial edicts to install his loyalists throughout the court. With the Grand Secretary's covert cooperation, he seized control without resistance. In Anchor Year 16, rebellions erupted across the land. Li Fan used the chaos to plant his men in the military, promoting them rapidly under the guise of quelling the uprisings. Within 3 to 4 years, the army was firmly in his grasp. By Anchor Year 20, the realm had stabilized from the upheaval of the imperial transition. Li Fan decisively poisoned the false Emperor Xianjing, eliminating the last potential threat. After installing his own son as emperor, Li Fan proclaimed himself Grand Preceptor, stepping from the shadows into the open, and once again holding supreme power over the empire. From then on, the gears of Great Xian's development not only continued turning, but accelerated under Li Fan's will. Anchor Year 35, the Grand Preceptor's estate. Li Fan frowned slightly as he read the secret report handed to him. So, the fog over the abyssal chasm disperses for half a day every 15 years? Indeed, Grand Preceptor. We have been stationed by the abyssal chasm, observing day and night. Finally, some days ago, we witnessed it. As the kneeling seeker of immortals recounted the scene, his face was still etched with awe. When the fog lifted, faint light shone from the depths. Through telescopes, we caught a glimpse of upside-down landscapes. Each observer saw something different, but there were some things we all saw: endless mountain ranges with majestic structures hidden among them, towering cities with millions of people on plains, floating citadels wrapped in radiant light. Filled with mythical beasts and birds, the seeker paused, then whispered, it was truly inconceivable. So they truly came from the abyssal chasm. Though he had long suspected it, hearing confirmation stirred excitement in Li Fan. Yet having lived for numerous years, he managed to keep his expression neutral. Have you found a way to descend into the abyss? He asked coolly. The seeker's breath hitched, and his face turned pale. He cowed out in apology. Please forgive our incompetence. We have tried every method, but beyond a certain depth, sudden gales shred everything. Even our strongest armor can't last more than a few moments. Li Fan showed no disappointment. Dismissing the seeker, he murmured to himself, "Then it seems I must still wait for you." Anchor Year 50, Great Xianjing. The once bustling capital was eerily silent. Under the Grand Preceptor's decree, most citizens had been forcibly relocated a month prior, ostensibly to avoid calamity. Some scoffed at the absurd excuse, but Li Fan didn't force the unwilling, merely advising them to dig cellars for shelter. These holdouts dismissed it as a joke. Upon receiving the reports, Li Fan simply shrugged and let them be. He'd done his part. Now, hidden in Xuanjing streets and alleys, were elite forces that had spent years preparing to capture the two cultivators. Everything was ready. All that remained was for the targets to arrive. That night, beneath a bright moon, the two cultivators appeared on schedule. "Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far." Ko Hong's furious roar echoed through Xianjing. Rat-at-at-at. Countless tongues of fire erupted. A deluge of bullets instantly engulfed the two immortals like a waterfall. TL's understanding of this. In the last life, the Prince of Lengia aka Emperor Xianjing employed a double to help him escape Li Fan's assassination attempt. In this life, Li Fan found the body double first and recruited him. Caught off guard, the two cultivators in the sky took the full brunt of the attack. Yet there was no explosion of blood or torn flesh, only waves rippling outward as an invisible force intercepted the storm of bullets. What kind of artifact is this? Despite suddenly getting besieged by thousands of mortals, the two cultivators remained unperturbed. Ko Hong made a clutching gesture with his right hand, hauling a soldier into the air. He snatched the firearm from the soldier's grasp, examining it closely before casually tossing the man aside. Interesting. By using intricate mechanical structures in place of arrays and harnessing the explosive force of mundane materials instead of spiritual qi, it can unleash power comparable to the early-stage qi refinement realm with just a glance. Ko Hong grasped the weapon's mechanisms. He shook his head. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, the mortals exiled to this immortal forsaken land could devise something so ingenious? A pity it only works in this place where the great Tao is fragmented. Outside, it's nothing but worthless scrap metal. With that, the gun in his hand vanished, evidently stashed away. Insignificant mortals, you sure have some nerve, raising your weapons against us cultivators. I initially felt a twinge of guilt, but now I see you're simply courting death. Ko Hong looked down at the countless mortal soldiers hidden in the darkness, his eyes filled with disdain. His right hand moved rapidly through the air, tracing mysterious patterns. Countless sparks erupted from the darkness, swelling like wildfire into massive fireballs. He then barked a cold command, Dao technique, Flame Dragon's Roar. Crimson flames erupted outward from the massive fireballs. The fireballs acted like nodes while the flames acted like connecting tendrils. In moments, the fireballs scattered across the sky were woven together like congealed blood and flesh. Soon, a ferocious dragon composed of blazing fire coiled in the sky above Xianjing City. The dragon reared its head and let out a deafening roar before plunging downward. Boom! Explosions erupted without end. The buildings of Xianjing City offered no resistance and were effortlessly reduced to rubble like flimsy toys. The crimson flames seemed to possess a will of their own, devouring everything they touched. In the blink of an eye, Xianjing City transformed into a blazing hellscape. Yet Ko Hong, the architect of this devastation, frowned. His expression shifted between shock and suspicion. Despite the devastation of the city below, he realized that most of the soldiers had survived the attack. One had to understand that the strike he had unleashed in his fury was one at his full power. The might of a final-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was far beyond what mere mortals could withstand. Perhaps the soldiers were highly trained, donning protective gear and hiding behind buildings the moment they saw him casting his technique. Even then, their casualties should have been far greater. What was going on? After Ko Hong's initial shock, he seemed to realize something. With a wave of his hand, he summoned one of the countless small metal projectiles that had rained upon them earlier, now scattered across the ground after being deflected by his spiritual qi. What is this? After examining it for a moment, his face twisted in horror. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, his earlier disdain replaced by wariness. These projectiles have been soaked in mortal blood. It's a mortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi's voice came through, his expression grim. We were ambushed the moment we arrived, and they even used immortal miasma. They were clearly prepared. Could there be a cultivator behind these mortals? The two exchanged glances, countless thoughts flashing through their minds. Regardless, this place is too strange. We shouldn't linger. Though Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong had been ready to kill each other over the core formation method, that was a matter between themselves. Now, even though their opponents were merely thousands of mortals, the two cultivators who had fought side by side for a century tacitly chose to flee. There were simply too many unexpected variables. Perhaps sensing their intent, the gunfire that had been silenced by Flame Dragon's roar resumed. "Let's go." Just as they prepared to escape, a voice rang out from below. "Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong, if you flee today, word that you've obtained a core formation method will spread throughout the entire cultivation world by tomorrow." The voice echoed from all directions, reverberating endlessly through the night. It was aged, yet carried an unshakable certainty and ruthlessness. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi froze midair, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Only the two of us knew about the core formation method. How was the news leaked? For a moment, they were paralyzed by terror. Scenes flashed through their minds, their joint expedition to the ancient cave, Ko Hong snatching the technique and his subsequent flight, Dao Xuanzi's relentless pursuit, Ko Hong entering the immortal Forsaken Lands, gambling on a chance of survival. Who could it be? As their minds reeled, dozens of artillery shells streaked through the darkness from unexpected angles, trailing long tails of flame as they homed in on the two cultivators. "You must be tired of living." Ko Hong snapped out of his daze, his fury erupting anew. Dao technique, ember explosion. A massive ring of fire began to materialize in the air. "Ko Hong, dodge." Dao Xuanzi's urgent warning came too late. What? Ko Hong's eyes widened as his divine sense swept outward. He tried to evade, but it was impossible. The shells detonated around them. There were no deafening explosions, only bursts of dark red liquid, raining down in a macabre shower that drenched the two cultivators. Blood-curdling screams tore through the sky. At the same time, the once awe-inspiring aura of the two cultivators that naturally cowed mortals faded. After resisting for a few moments, they could no longer hold on and plummeted from the sky. 1,000 soldiers surrounded them in a tight circle, guns at the ready. Yet the current appearances of the two immortal masters sent chills down the spines of even these specially trained sacrificial soldiers who had long disregarded their own lives. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong had once appeared as youthful men in their 20s or 30s. But after the rain of blood, their hair had turned snow-white. Deep wrinkles were carved across their faces, as though they had aged horrifically in mere breaths. The two lay hunched and collapsed on the ground. Ko Hong gasped for breath, already on the verge of death. Dao Xuanzi had a slightly higher cultivation level, yet barely clung to life himself. The once lofty immortal masters had been reduced to such a state. Not only the soldiers present, but even Li Fan, who hid in the rear while directing the operation, felt an inexplicable chill upon receiving the report. A soldier shouted from a distance, "Immortal Masters Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong, our Grand Preceptor has made his decree. Surrender, and your lives will be spared." Surrender. The grievously wounded Dao Xuanzi glanced at his lifelong friend, whose eyes burned with unwillingness, but could no longer speak. A cold laugh escaped him. Seeing his expression, Ko Hong understood what he was planning to do. With the last of his strength, he shook his head weakly before sliding his storage ring toward Dao Xuanzi. "Go." His lips barely moved before his head slumped, now lifeless. Above, the heavens responded. A crimson qiulong materialized in the sky, writhing in agony as if struggling against an unseen force. But its efforts were futile. It withered away, flesh and muscle vanishing until only skin remained. Moments later, the entire dragon was consumed, bones and all. Only then could onlookers see it clearly. An unremarkable brown branch had taken root within the qiulong, devouring it whole. Even mortal wood could consume a dragon. The spectacle, resplendent as fireworks, illuminated the sky for thousands of li. Every living being who witnessed it, human or otherwise, received the same message in their minds and instinctively understood it. Foundation establishment cultivator Ko Hong practiced the Dao for 205 years, establishing his Dao foundation with the Curio, Qiulong branch. In the immortal Forsaken Lands, besieged by thousands of mortals, he fell to immortal miasma. His cultivation was lost, his lifespan exhausted. Now his body perishes and his Dao disperses, returning to heaven. A shared sorrow, an inexplicable grief, an overwhelming sympathy, all beings beneath this phenomenon in Xianjing City were drowned in such emotions, unable to pull themselves away. The dazzling vision persisted for nearly an hour before finally fading. Regaining their senses, the soldiers turned their gazes to the remaining aged cultivator. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, our Grand Preceptor has no desire for mutual destruction. Surrender, and he guarantees your safety. The soldiers continued their appeal as instructed. Hidden in the shadows, Li Fan sighed inwardly, knowing this attempt to capture the immortals had failed. He hadn't anticipated that immortal miasma would be this lethal against cultivators. As expected, Dao Xuanzi ignored their calls. He stared at the now empty sky, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Qiulong branch. After a long moment, he finally lowered his gaze, struggling to straighten his hunched form. He scanned his surroundings, trying to find the mastermind behind this ambush. I don't know who you are, he addressed Li Fan directly. Nor do I know your goal. Perhaps it's the core formation method. Perhaps something else. Dao Xuanzi glanced at the storage ring on his hand, speaking calmly. My brother and I fell to your schemes. By all rights, I should have no grounds for complaint. But I refuse to accept this. His voice turned icy. Given that you managed to stalk us undetected and even know our every move, your cultivation must be formidable. Yet despite your stature, you dare not face us directly, resorting to cowardly tricks and hiding behind mortals. You even stooped to using immortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi took a deep breath. My brother Ko Hong, dying at the hands of someone like you, it sickens me to think of it. Slowly, he rose into the air once more, looking down upon the wary soldiers with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. You've witnessed my brother's foundation establishment curio. Now, allow me to show you mine. 2. With a curio of heaven and earth, I established my Dao foundation. Dao Xuanzi said solemnly. My foundation is named Dao Xian. A massive, broken iron sword materialized in the air above Xianjing City. All living beings beneath the great sword's shadow felt their thoughts turn sluggish and slow, like rusted machinery grinding to a halt. This is my sword strike. Behold it well. The world abruptly brightened. Every soul within Xianjing City froze, as if plunged into absolute stasis. Then, like glass fracturing into countless shards, the entire city splintered apart in an instant. Return to truth. As Li Fan silently recited these words, his charging progress plummeted. Then, his consciousness faded. This simulation has ended. Li Fan regained consciousness, his mind still reeling from the sheer force of Dao Xuanzi's final sword strike. So this is the power of a final stage foundation establishment cultivator. Awe surged through him. Given Ko Hong's earlier show of strength, he was capable of leveling Xianjing City with ease, which already left Li Fan astonished. But Dao Xuanzi's last attack had carved a visceral understanding of his own insignificance into him. Like an ant facing a tidal wave, Li Fan could neither comprehend the sword strike nor perceive its full scope. Yet even that fleeting glimpse was enough to reveal the chasm between a mortal and a final stage foundation establishment cultivator. Without a mortal miasma, even 100 lifetimes of schemes wouldn't have posed a threat to them. Li Fan silently rejoiced, yet at the same time, he felt a mix of bewilderment and dread. What exactly is a mortal miasma? Aren't cultivators originally mortals? How can mortal blood suppress them so utterly? The implications lurking behind this truth sent his mind spiraling through endless conjectures. But he quickly reined them in. First, I should assess my gains and losses in this life. Scenes flickered across the screen before him as he pondered. The ambush on Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong went mostly as planned. Bullets soaked in convict blood weakened them, and then the mention of the core formation method disrupted their focus. The blood rain sealed their fate, leaving them too feeble to resist capture. What I didn't anticipate was how devastating the immortal miasma would be. Ko Hong perished outright. Their bond was even more unexpected. I assumed their century of brotherhood was mere talk, but when attacked, Dao Xuanzi warned Ko Hong. And Ko Hong, knowing death was inevitable, willingly gave Dao Xuanzi the core formation method. Dao Xuanzi, enraged by Ko Hong's demise, abandoned survival and unleashed a strike of mutual destruction to avenge him. Their friendship was genuine. Then why would they turn on each other over a core formation method? The contradiction gnawed at him. Suddenly, he recalled their first encounter. Only one can walk this path to the Golden Core realm. Realization dawned. Immortal techniques cannot be shared between cultivators? If even brothers are driven to this, what does that say of the wider cultivation world? A premonition took root in him. The cultivation path of this world might be far darker than he imagined. No matter what dangers lie ahead, I won't waver. With return to truth, no obstacle is insurmountable as long as I tread carefully. After only a moment of hesitation, Li Fan's resolve hardened once more. In this so-called immortal forsaken land, my path to immortality still hinges on Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Last time, I chose to ambush them both. Perhaps this time, I can try swaying one to my side. His mind raced, swiftly formulating several new strategies to deal with them. Though they were lofty foundation establishment cultivators, Li Fan felt no fear. In truth, he didn't even regard them as true opponents. This wasn't arrogance. The power of return to truth, which allowed for endless retries, was simply too heaven-defying. What was mere foundation establishment strength compared to 50 years of foresight and infinite chances for trial and error? After the simulation ended, Li Fan still chose the option to accelerate the charging process. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 2086. Psychological age, 216/1080. Virtualization charging progress, 30%. This time, the limit of my psychological age only increased by a few decades. Looks like I'm nearing a ceiling. Li Fan had long prepared for this, so he wasn't particularly bothered. If I count the life before my transmigration, this is already my 5th lifetime. The path to immortality is truly arduous. Li Fan sighed. I hope these 50 years won't be wasted. Once again, Li Fan began his 50-year wait. Like clockwork, everything proceeded methodically. Taking the imperial exams, passing as a provincial scholar, and becoming the top candidate. Serving as a magistrate, mining minerals, crafting firearms. But after killing the Prince of Langia and replacing him with a double, Li Fan grew impatient. 10 years was too long. Until he controlled the empire, he remained confined to Jiangnan. Given an extra decade to marshal the realm's resources, his plan to capture the 2 cultivators alive would have better odds of success. Thus, Li Fan decided to send a trusted agent to infiltrate the palace and secretly poison the emperor with a slow-acting toxin. Unexpectedly, this very decision led to unforeseen complications. Though his agent's poisoning went undetected, the young and vigorous emperor, who suddenly found his health deteriorating day by day, grew increasingly paranoid. He suspected foul play, and his prime suspect was none other than his closest brother, the Prince of Langia. Thus, in Anchor Year 7, as the emperor lay on his deathbed, he bypassed the Prince of Langia and passed the throne to the notoriously frivolous Prince of Runan. Fortunately, Li Fan's spies in the palace relayed the news swiftly. Upon learning of this development, he acted immediately. On one front, he dispatched assassins to ambush the Prince of Runan en route to the capital. On the other, he rallied the army he had built over the years under the Prince of Langia's banner, declaring that the emperor had been betrayed by corrupt advisors. Under the pretense of saving the nation from calamity, he stormed the capital, seizing the imperial court by force before anyone could react. Such drastic measures naturally came with severe repercussions. First, the court officials refused to submit. The emperor's final edict had named the Prince of Runan as successor. Wasn't the Prince of Langia's actions tantamount to outright rebellion? Though the ministers dared not openly defy Li Fan's military grip, they feigned compliance while sabotaging governance. Some even secretly urged regional lords to restore order by marching on the capital. Li Fan showed no mercy. He executed a bloody purge before barely quelling dissent. Even with the covert aid of his father-in-law, the Grand Secretary, it took months to stabilize the situation. During these months, Great Xian was in complete upheaval. Regional lords across the realm declared independence, turning deaf ears to the imperial court's decrees. Thus, Li Fan had no choice but to dispatch troops to crush them, one stronghold at a time. Though his firearms were formidable, their numbers were limited. Combined with the vast expanse of Great Xian's territory, the campaign proved grueling. Between warfare and governance, Li Fan was utterly overwhelmed. He toiled endlessly, and it wasn't until the anchor year 22 that internal strife and external threats were finally quelled. By this reckoning, compared to the steady, methodical approach he had taken in his previous life, his gaining full control of the realm had been delayed by several years. It's better to practice caution and maintain composure. Li Fan reflected bitterly once peace was restored, resolving to learn from this lesson. A slight misstep leads to 1,000 li of deviation. If the variables multiply, my foresight loses its edge. Fortunately, these were merely ripples, nothing that could shake the greater tide of his plans. Once affairs gradually returned to order, the gears of time spun swiftly forward, and anchor year 35 arrived. That year, Li Fan departed Xianjing City, traveling 1,000 li eastward to the Abyssal Chasm. The endless Abyssal Chasm lay at the easternmost edge of Great Xian. Its depths were unfathomable, perpetually shrouded in thick mist. A single misstep over its edge would mean vanishing forever into the depths below. No one knew what lurked beneath the Abyssal Chasm. It was a place even birds avoided, and mankind had not set foot there for countless years. Yet, through his previous simulation, Li Fan had learned that the mist above the Abyssal Chasm dispersed once every 15 years. Today, he had come to witness it with his own eyes. After all, if his guess was correct, the two cultivators, Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong, had likely arrived in this immortal forsaken land through the Abyssal Chasm. Li Fan stood silently as he waited, gazing at the ominous Abyssal Chasm that stretched before him. Time passed indeterminably before the ancient, suffocating mist finally stirred. A low, mournful howl, like that of some primordial beast, echoed faintly from below. As the sound grew louder, those nearby realized it was the voice of the wind. The thick white mist churned, rippling like disturbed water. Then the wind intensified, blowing great swathes of mist upward from the Abyssal Chasm. The mist cascaded into the sky like an inverted waterfall. The gale raged for nearly half an hour before the heavy mist finally dissipated. Li Fan's expression was grave as he raised a telescope and peered into the depths. At first, only darkness greeted him. Then, faint pinpricks of light flickered into existence. After what felt like an eternity, the Abyssal Chasm below blazed with radiance, revealing an inverted mirage-like scene to Li Fan's eyes. Rumors claimed the visions at the bottom of the chasm differed for every observer. What Li Fan saw shook him to his core. There was a ruined mountain gate, with collapsed structures strewn everywhere. The cracked ground and walls bore the scars of blades and arcane arts. In some places, the earth was stained a sinister crimson, as if soaked in blood. Scattered bones and broken weapons littered the ground, silently recounting the catastrophe that had befallen this place long ago. Overwhelmed, Li Fan adjusted his view. On the sheer face of a cliff, he saw immense words carved into the stone. The path of immortality is no more. The words were written in dark red, as though inscribed in blood. Even across such an unfathomable distance, the sheer terror and despair radiating from those words struck Li Fan like a physical blow. The path of immortality is no more. What calamity befell this place? What happened to the entire cultivation world? Lost in thought, Li Fan stood in silence for a long time. The mist returned after just half a day, and Li Fan made his way back to Xianjing City. Time flowed onward, and anchor year 50 soon arrived. On Li Fan's 70th birthday, thousands of soldiers stood ready in Xianjing City. Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. Ko Hong whirled around with a furious roar, hovering midair above the city. But before Dao Xuanzi could respond, a voice rang out from below. Ko Hong, you whelp. By the orders of immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, you will not survive. The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing through the streets. Along with it came a storm of bullets. Caught off guard, Ko Hong was struck head-on. Impossible. Did Dao Xuanzi already know I would flee here? Since when did he become so cunning? Shock and fury warred within him. Then, to his horror, Ko Hong realized that his spiritual qi was draining rapidly as he defended against the attacks. A sweep with his divine sense revealed the truth. Immortal mortal miasma? Dao Xuanzi, you vile snake. He stared at the approaching Dao Xuanzi with disbelief, as though seeing a stranger instead of a close friend he had known for 100 years. Dao Xuanzi, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered. What are these mortals doing, attacking Ko Hong in my name? And they're using immortal mortal miasma? The sudden turn of events left his mind reeling. But seeing Ko Hong's barely contained rage, Dao Xuanzi shuddered. There's something wrong here. Ko Hong, I didn't send these mortals. He hastily explained. What? You dare not admit it. Ko Hong laughed bitterly in his fury. Or are you afraid that once word of you using immortal mortal miasma spreads, every cultivator under heaven will hunt you down? Or perhaps you fear your precious reputation, built over a century, will be ruined in an instant. Dao Xuanzi knew his friend's temper. Once roused, reason fled. There would be no convincing him now. Dao Xuanzi felt as though he had stepped into a carefully laid trap. The sinister aura of this place filled him with foreboding. Fighting Ko Hong now would be unwise. He tried once more. We've known each other for 100 years. When have I ever lied to you? This truly isn't. Before he could finish, an aged voice suddenly echoed from all directions, cutting him off. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, why deny it now? Did you not promise that if we helped you slay Ko Hong here and seize the core formation method, you would lead my people out of this immortal forsaken land? The voice carried both grievance and resentment. Core formation method? Both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi paled at the words. You still deny it? Besides you and me, who else in this world knows of it? Ko Hong's hair and beard bristled with fury. This person knows about the core formation method. Dao Xuanzi's heart sank like a stone. Meanwhile, the voice below continued relentlessly. We stirred up the people's fury, gathering the immortal mortal miasma you asked for. Their anger cannot be contained. If you don't keep your word and lead us out of this, my clan won't survive. Falsely accused, Dao Xuanzi's patience snapped. Keep your mouth shut, you dog. He lunged toward the source of the voice, only to find that it was emitted by a strange rectangular object. Many more like it were scattered throughout Xianjing City. So cautious. Dao Xuanzi clenched his teeth in frustration. Do you now intend to silence witnesses, immortal master? The voice continued to mock him. With a snarl, Dao Xuanzi crushed the device in his grip. To Ko Hong, it looked like Dao Xuanzi, exposed and humiliated, had flown into a rage and sought to silence the man he'd employed. Throwing his head back, Ko Hong let out a roar. We've known each other for 100 years. Never did I imagine I'd misjudged you so thoroughly. There's no need to resort to such underhanded tricks. I won't run anymore. If you have the skill, come and take the core formation method from me. Dao technique. Flame Dragon's Fury. A raging fire dragon coiled around Ko Hong, its deafening roar shaking the heavens. The beast locked its blazing eyes on Dao Xuanzi and spewed a torrent of crimson flames straight toward him. With a resigned sigh, Dao Xuanzi uttered a soft incantation. A flying sword materialized behind him in a flash of white light, streaking forth to meet the flames. Crimson flames clashed against white sword lights, detonating in violent explosions. Below, Xianjing City was engulfed in a sea of flames, caught in the crossfire. The battle between the two did not last long. Ko Hong's cultivation was inferior to Dao Xuanzi's to begin with, and his earlier exposure to immortal mortal miasma had further drained his vital essence. Soon, he was forced onto the defensive. Dao Xuanzi showed no mercy. His swordplay grew ever more ruthless, each strike sharper than the last. Just then, the aged voice spoke again. Dao Xuanzi is fickle and vengeful. If he wins, none of us will survive. Men, heed my command. Aid immortal master Ko Hong against Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong's face lit up with triumph. He retreated swiftly from Dao Xuanzi, watching as the man was swallowed by a storm of bullets. As the saying goes, he who digs a pit for others falls into it himself. Ko Hong crowed. Who would have thought the ever-righteous Dao Xuanzi would betray his own principles and suffer the consequences? Dao Xuanzi, already seething at the hidden schemer's tactics, nearly vomited blood at Ko Hong's taunts. You fool, he roared, unable to contain his fury. So the truth is finally out. Ko Hong shot back, undaunted. You think you're so smart, yet now even the mortals you painstakingly recruited have abandoned you. Truly, the clever often outwit themselves. Dao Xuanzi could only sigh inwardly, refusing to waste words on this imbecile. Instead, he unleashed waves of sword light, cutting down the mortal soldiers who dared attack him. Yet the mortals swarmed like locusts. No matter how many he slew, more surged forward. Worse still, his fear of the immortal mortal miasma forced him to rely on costly long-range techniques, draining his energy further. Soon, the battle reached a bizarre stalemate. Then, like a vengeful specter, the old voice spoke once more. "Immortal Master Ko Hong, my kin are nearly wiped out. Once Dao Xuanzi is done slaughtering us, do you truly believe you'll be spared? If you don't strike now, there may not be another chance." The voice trembled with urgency, tinged with despair. The words jolted Ko Hong into clarity. He turned to Dao Xuanzi, his expression solemn. "You're right. Dao Xuanzi, we've been comrades for a century. Though we turned on each other over the core formation method, the pursuit of immortality justifies any means. I'll give you one last chance, abandon the manual and leave, and I won't hunt you down. Otherwise, only one of us will be leaving alive." Dao Xuanzi exhaled softly, but said nothing. Instead, he raised his sword and advanced. "Very well. While you were chasing me earlier, I mastered a new Dao technique, perfect for sending you off," Ko Hong declared gravely. Raising his hand, he traced a symbol in the air. "Dao technique, caged dragon." Flame-wrought shackles materialized around Dao Xuanzi, weaving into a vast array that encased him in a blazing cage. "Break!" Dao Xuanzi gritted his teeth against the crushing pressure. Drawing a deep breath, the phantom of a rusted iron sword flickered into existence behind him. The sword light launched from his strike was mysteriously augmented. When it struck the flaming cage, the roaring flames froze instantly, then rapidly dimmed. Ko Hong appeared to have anticipated this and laughed heartily. "Dao Xuanzi, we've fought side by side for 100 years, slaughtering foes together countless times. Outsiders claim my cultivation is far inferior to yours, and indeed, that is true. But cultivation is one thing, and life-or-death combat is another. If we truly fight to the death, who can say for sure which of us will win? Since things have come to this, hold nothing back. Let me see whether your Daoxian sword is mightier, or if my Dao technique prevails." Battle fury erupted in Ko Hong's eyes as he roared, "Dao technique, devoured dragon." The dimming flames suddenly extinguished completely, yet Dao Xuanzi's expression twisted in alarm as the fiery prison vanished. All along, countless tea-colored branches were hiding beneath the flames that had formed the prison. Like venomous serpents lying in ambush, they had been waiting silently for the perfect moment to strike. Now that the flames had vanished, they shot toward Dao Xuanzi with lightning speed. As they surged forward, they twisted and multiplied wildly, forming a grotesque, writhing monstrosity in the blink of an eye, ready to devour Dao Xuanzi whole. Though startled, Dao Xuanzi remained composed in this critical moment. "Dao Xian." Above him, the massive phantom of the rusted sword fully manifested. The Cholong branches froze momentarily, as though encountering their natural enemy. But then, as if provoked into greater savagery, they lashed toward Dao Xuanzi with renewed ferocity. Dao Xuanzi swung his sword, and the phantom behind him mirrored the sword's movements. The space before him solidified like water struck by biting frost, freezing in place layer by layer. The writhing Cholong branches clashed against the colossal Dao Xian sword. After a brief struggle, they shattered and crumbled backward. Then, they exploded into glittering fragments. What had seemed a fearsome attack proved no match for the Dao Xian sword. Ko Hong's carefully prepared Dao technique had been effortlessly crushed. The massive sword phantom now hurtled toward him, yet Ko Hong neither dodged nor flinched, his eyes devoid of fear. "Dao technique, transformed dragon." At Ko Hong's furious shout, a small portion of the scattered Cholong branch fragments suddenly came alive. They converged at blinding speed, forming a single new Cholong branch. Darker than the previous twisted monstrosity, its tip bore two protrusions like the horns of a dragon. Heedless of all else, this Cholong branch shot toward Dao Xuanzi like a razor-sharp blade, its passage accompanied by the faint roar of a dragon. A flicker of admiration flashed in Dao Xuanzi's eyes, yet the colossal Dao Xian sword showed no sign of withdrawing. In a battle of life or death, victory belonged to the more decisive and ruthless fighter. The winner lived, the loser died. That was all. At this moment, The aged voice that had been echoing throughout Xianjing City spoke once more. "Immortal Master Ko Hong, we shall lend you our strength." Before the voice had fully faded, long trails of fire streaked through the air with piercing shrieks, slamming into Dao Xuanzi from all directions. A storm of blood erupted around him. Caught off guard, Dao Xuanzi let out a pained cry as his aura abruptly weakened. The sword phantom dimmed as well. The Qilong branch seized the opportunity, surging against the tide. It shattered the frozen space and embedded itself into Dao Xuanzi's body. Meanwhile, the sword phantom Dao Xuanzi had unleashed, now spent like an arrow at the end of its flight, merely forced Ko Hong to cough up several mouthfuls of blood before dissipating. Cough. Dao Xuanzi let out a bitter laugh, trying to speak but unable to utter another word. In moments, the Qilong branch consumed him, reducing him to a pile of bones. High in the heavens, another anomaly manifested. A massive sword, forged through countless hammer strikes, had been left forgotten in the shadows for 1,000 years. As time passed, its blade lost its luster, its edge dulled, and rust crept over its entire body. Yet, suddenly, a surge of rage and unwillingness erupted from it. The corrosion spread, yet the sword's divine majesty and imposing aura only grew stronger with each passing day. Foundation establishment cultivator Dao Xuanzi practiced the Dao for 201 years, establishing his Dao foundation with the curio, rusted sword Dao Xian. In the immortal Forsaken Lands, he fought fiercely, eventually dying at the hands of Foundation establishment cultivator Ko Hong. Now his body perishes and his Dao disperses, returning to heaven. A dazzling spectacle lit up the sky like fireworks, illuminating everything in thousands of li. Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong looked up at the resplendent sight. He seemed stunned and began muttering to himself in a daze. All the soldiers present also gazed at the sky, lost in thought. "Greetings, immortal master. I am Li Fan." An elderly man appeared, his hair and beard snow-white, shuffling unsteadily toward Ko Hong with a cane for support. Ko Hong ignored him, but Li Fan showed no impatience. He stood to the side and signaled for the soldiers to wait as well. Only after a long while, when the phenomenon in the sky faded, did Ko Hong finally turn his gaze to Li Fan. "Are you the leader of the mortals here?" Ko Hong's tone was stiff, clearly not having the best impression of Li Fan. "That voice echoing everywhere earlier, that was you, wasn't it? Such petty tricks are unworthy of your notice, immortal master." Li Fan clasped his hands, deftly sidestepping the question, then bowed deeply. "I beg your mercy. There are over 1,000 of my people. Please save us." "Mercy," Ko Hong sneered. "Dao Xuanzi and I fought with our own power, leaving our lives to fate. Yet you, a mere mortal, dared interfere in a battle between cultivators." His killing intent was unmistakable as he stared at Li Fan. Though Dao Xuanzi and I fought to the death over the core formation method, he was still my brother for over 100 years. With how you've schemed against him, shouldn't I kill you to avenge him? Unfazed by Ko Hong's aggression, Li Fan only gave a bitter smile. "I only seek a slim chance of survival. As I said before, my people would have surely perished if you had fallen, immortal master." Ko Hong's expression softened slightly. He sighed. "A slim chance of survival. You're right. In these harsh times, who doesn't struggle desperately for that same chance?" Seeing Ko Hong's tone soften, Li Fan pressed his advantage. "Earlier, Dao Xuanzi, the immortal master, promised me that if..." Before he could finish, Ko Hong frowned and cut him off. "If it's about that, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." Dao Xuanzi likely never intended to keep his word from the start. Li Fan froze. "What do you mean?" Ko Hong scoffed. For 100 years, Dao Xuanzi maintained a righteous, unwavering image. Who'd have thought he'd stoop so low, even tricking mortals without a second thought? He paused, studying Li Fan's expression before continuing. "The immortal slaying Grand Array is dangerous beyond measure. The two of us only managed to get here through sheer luck. It will be difficult enough for us to escape by ourselves. How could we possibly bring mortals along?" "What? You mean, you don't know a way out either?" Li Fan's mind reeled, his face turning ugly. The hope he'd clung to for over a century was crushed by the very cultivator he thought would help him, leaving his spirit on the verge of collapse. Yet, having endured multiple lifetimes of hardship, Li Fan had built up an unyielding will. Steadying himself, he said to Ko Hong, "This is no place to talk. Please follow me. Leading Ko Hong through the ruins of Xianjing City, they soon arrived at an underground bunker. During Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi's battle, the city's soldiers had hidden in these bunkers. There were over 100 of them scattered throughout Xianjing City, both large and small. Though buried deep underground, the bunker was brightly lit, illuminated by artificial lights. Ventilation shafts connected to the surface to prevent stuffiness. Ko Hong examined the ceiling lamps with interest. No wonder Dao Xuanzi sought to cooperate with immortals. Harnessing the power of electricity, after thousands of years, you people of the immortal Forsaken Lands have truly progressed. Even your hidden weapons are quite formidable. Then he shook his head. A pity. These artifacts are only useful in this broken land. Beyond this place, they'd be utterly worthless under the suppression of the great Dao's laws. Speaking of which, Ko Hong suddenly asked, when did Dao Xuanzi contact you to ambush me here? The timing doesn't add up. Could he have secretly mastered a clone technique? Li Fan kept his expression neutral. Just as he was about to respond, Ko Hong waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. What's the point now? With his death, it no longer means anything. He slumped into a chair, visibly drained by Dao Xuanzi's demise. Better that he doesn't press the matter. Too many questions might reveal flaws. Li Fan thought to himself. Then, with visible hesitation, he asked Ko Hong, earlier, you said mortals cannot leave the immortal Forsaken Lands. Is that truly the case? Ko Hong snorted. Why would I lie to a mortal? Perhaps a golden core cultivator could escort mortals through the immortal slaying grand array, but a foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible. Of course, he added with a dark chuckle, if you don't mind coming out the other side in separate pieces, I'm willing to give it a shot. Ignoring Ko Hong's morbid joke, Li Fan remained stubborn. Then, is there truly no hope for us mortals to leave this world? Ko Hong pondered, then shook his head. To escape the immortal Forsaken Lands, one must make it through the immortal slaying array. A mortal body stands no chance. Any attempt is suicide. Besides, you're already one step in the grave, why cling to the idea of leaving? Wouldn't being a local ruler suffice? His tone dripped with disdain. My death matters little, but I must leave something for future generations. Li Fan refused to relent. If my descendants could cultivate to the foundation establishment realm like you, wouldn't they have a chance to leave this place? Ko Hong burst into laughter. Not only is this world devoid of spiritual qi, making cultivation impossible, but the divide between immortal and mortal is eternal. The mortals here are tainted by immortal miasma. How could you ever walk the path of immortality? He sneered. Give up. For mortals like you to cultivate, you'd first need to reshape your bodies in the world outside and cleanse yourselves of the miasma. Otherwise, even if the path to immortality lay before you, you'd only be able to see it, but never touch it. After several such definitive answers to his questions, Li Fan seemed to finally lose hope. The eternal divide between immortal and mortal, he murmured, his spirit broken. So, there's truly no way? None, Ko Hong said, inexplicably cheered by Li Fan's despair. Absolutely none, he repeated. Just as you said, the divide is eternal. Li Fan sighed deeply. Exactly. Ko Hong nodded vigorously. As if crushed by this cruel truth, Li Fan staggered away in a daze. The moment he stepped out of the bunker, the heavy door slammed shut behind him. Ko Hong's expression changed, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. But it was too late. Thick white fog, saturated with immortal miasma, gushed from every corner of the room. Ko Hong's scream was swallowed by the encroaching mist. Outside the bunker, Li Fan's gaze was dark and unfathomable. Since immortals and mortals can never coexist, then how could I, a mortal, ever fully trust your words? Li Fan stared at Ko Hong's confession on the table, his heart sinking into despair. Ko Hong hadn't lied to him. He truly didn't know of any method that would allow a mortal to leave the immortal Forsaken Lands. Immortal Forsaken Lands. He had waited 5 lifetimes, over 300 years, yet it was nothing more than an unattainable illusion. His dream of cultivating immortality had crumbled. In a single night, Li Fan seemed to age greatly. Not just physically, but in spirit as well. Immortal Forsaken Lands. He silently repeated the term in his mind, an endless tide of unwillingness surging within him. Why did I have to transmigrate into a place like this? If I had been reborn in the cultivation world outside, I would already be on the path to immortality with the power of return to truth. But no, it had to be this damned immortal forsaken land. The information from Ko Hong's confession flashed through Li Fan's mind once more. The so-called immortal forsaken lands, as the name implied, were places abandoned by immortals. Thousands of years ago, the ancient cultivation world had undergone a cataclysmic change. At first, it was just a plague that swept through the mortal world. None of the cultivators paid it any mind. But then, a single cultivator accidentally contracted this inexplicable disease, and everything spiraled out of control. After infecting a cultivator, the disease seemed to undergo a bizarre mutation, gaining the ability to spread among cultivators. Its transmission vector? The very spiritual qi that cultivators relied upon to cultivate. The disease spread like wildfire, contaminating the entire cultivation world. Those infected suffered consequences ranging from regressed cultivation and fallen realms to losing all their power overnight in the worst cases, becoming no different from mortals. Within days, they would perish, their Tao dispersing back into the heavens. As cultivators died in droves, despair began to fester among their ranks. Some, driven to madness, turned their fury upon the source of their suffering, the mortals. Thus began the great massacres. Facing the overwhelming might of the immortal masters, mortals had no power to resist. They could only submit to the slaughter. But this carnage did not last long before it was abruptly halted, not out of remorse, but because the cultivators made a horrifying discovery. As they slaughtered mortals en masse, the disease did not vanish with the deaths of the infected mortals. Instead, freed from its mortal vessels, it spread unrestrained through the world's spiritual qi. In an instant, the concentration of the disease in the cultivation world skyrocketed, becoming a true plague. And more cultivators fell. Left with no choice, the cultivators abandoned their campaign of exterminating mortals. But cultivators weren't ones to await death passively. On one hand, they devoted themselves to researching methods to resist or cure the plague. On the other hand, they proposed the infamous Great Migration Plan. Though the plan faced fierce opposition from the start, most cultivators, prioritizing their own survival, voted in favor. The logic behind the Great Migration Plan was simple. Mortals couldn't be killed without catastrophic consequences, and a true cure for the plague remained elusive. If mortals were allowed to multiply unchecked, the plague's spread would only make life harder for cultivators. Since the plague relied on spiritual qi to propagate, the solution was obvious. Exile all mortals to small, spiritual qi-barren worlds, broken grotto heavens and the like, then seal them away permanently with arrays, ensuring they could never return. This would solve the mortal problem in one stroke, leaving cultivators free to focus on finding a cure. After all, unclaimed minor worlds were practically infinite in number. There was no fear of running out of space. Under the unified will of the cultivation world, the mass migration of mortals began, lasting centuries. How many mortals perished along the way was of no concern to the cultivators. Against their might, mortals had no means of resistance. Thus, after hundreds of years, the original population of mortals from the cultivation world was divided across countless minor worlds. Another 1,000 years passed before the plague's concentration dwindled to manageable levels. Over those 1,000 years, cultivators finally devised a method to purify the plague after tireless research. Thousands more years were spent eradicating it completely. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered the plague had left one final curse. It lingered within mortal bloodlines. Though the world had been purged of mortals, not every child born of cultivators possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Over time, mortals reappeared in vast numbers, each carrying the dormant plague within them. Since the plague was lethal to cultivators, any mortal descendant wishing to cultivate had to first purge it from their body. Gradually, the plague became synonymous with the divide between immortals and mortals, earning the name immortal mortal miasma. The devastation wrought by immortal mortal miasma left deep scars on the collective psyche of all cultivators. To prevent its resurgence, they established an unspoken rule: as far as possible, avoid the lands where mortals had been exiled to. Over time, these places became known as the immortal forsaken lands. No one knew how many such lands existed, and few cultivators dared to venture into them. That Li Fan had encountered too was already a stroke of great luck. Now, neither of these cultivators knew of a way for mortals to leave. How could Li Fan possibly hope for another, more powerful cultivator to stumble upon this place? Moreover, as a mortal, his lifespan was finite. Even with his ability to simulate lifetimes, he could only relive his years within that limited lifespan. He was already 70 years old. His biological age limit was 86. In the remaining 16 years, his chances of encountering another cultivator were virtually zero. How could he not despair? He had glimpsed the hope of immortal cultivation, only to have it snatched away. Was he truly doomed to repeat the life of a mortal, lifetime after lifetime? Li Fan refused to accept it. The path to longevity was right before him, so close he could almost touch it, yet impossibly distant. How could he resign himself to this? Remembering the struggles of his past lives and the nearly 3 centuries of waiting, Li Fan couldn't bring himself to abandon the pursuit of immortality. Was there truly no way? Then, like lightning splitting the fog, a realization struck him. There were details he had overlooked before. How were mortals transported here thousands of years ago? Though adjacent to the cultivation world, these minor worlds were still separate worlds. Those mortals couldn't have gotten here on foot. They must have been carried by some means of transport. Did those vessels still exist? If he could find them, could he reach the cultivation world? Even the faintest sliver of possibility reignited Li Fan's hope. His pulse quickened with excitement. Without hesitation, he headed straight for Ko Hong's cell. He needed to confirm whether his theory held any weight. How did mortals travel to the immortal Forsaken Lands during the Great Migration? Perhaps because he had never considered this before, Ko Hong froze for a moment when Li Fan posed the question. The Great Plague era ended thousands of years ago. We don't know the exact circumstances of that time. Everything we know about those days is just hearsay. After pondering for a moment, Ko Hong shook his head. What, still refusing to give up? Ko Hong glanced at Li Fan and couldn't help but mock him. Even if you leave, what then? At 70 years old, you still think you can cultivate? He trailed off as Li Fan's icy gaze swept over him. From the corner of his eye, he could sense the torturers shift restlessly, their predatory eyes gleaming eagerly. Ko Hong shuddered and awkwardly shut his mouth. Li Fan had already released Ko Hong from prison. After being trapped in a secret chamber and subjected to the baptism of immortal mortal miasma, his cultivation had regressed drastically, plummeting to the early-stage Qi refinement realm. Now, he could no longer use any of his Dao techniques and was no different from a mortal, albeit slightly stronger. He had cursed and raged when he was initially captured, but after enduring several rounds of brutal torture, Ko Hong finally broke. So even lofty cultivators are no different from us mortals once they're stripped of their power. In fact, don't even have our backbone, one of the torturers sneered sarcastically. Indeed, this one didn't even last 2 hours under our hands, another added mockingly. Ko Hong, however, remained composed. Better a live coward than a dead hero. Besides, in the cultivation world, life and death, success and failure, they're all commonplace. Though you're just a mortal, your methods and will are extraordinary. My brother and I have nothing to say about getting outmaneuvered by you. We were simply outmatched. You don't hate me? Li Fan asked curiously. Hate you? Of course I do. Ko Hong took a fierce swig of the fine wine Li Fan had provided. But what good would that do? Right now, you're the butcher's knife, and I'm the fish on the chopping block. Should I waste my breath on empty threats? That'd just be asking for death. You're surprisingly pragmatic, Li Fan said with a faint smile. Just clinging to life, that's all. Ko Hong snorted coldly. If you could return to the cultivation world, would you be able to cultivate again? After a moment of silence, Li Fan suddenly asked. What? Ko Hong was momentarily stunned. If you help me find a way to the cultivation world, I might take you with me when the time comes, Li Fan promised. You treacherous bastard. Until now, you're still trying to trick me. Ko Hong flared up in anger, but quickly regained his composure, glaring at Li Fan. Li Fan remained expressionless. Truth or lie, it's still a shred of hope. Will you abandon this chance at survival and waste away in this tiny corner of the world? Hearing this, Ko Hong fell silent. His expression twisted violently, clearly torn by inner conflict. After a long while, he finally let out a heavy sigh. Fine. I agree. Rest assured. I, Li Fan, always keep my word. Li Fan's voice was firm. The torturers nearby immediately stiffened, bowing their heads. Every official in the court knew that the Grand Preceptor's word was absolute. If he said he'd slaughter your entire family, it was as good as done. Don't bother feeding me empty promises. I'm only helping you because I'm gambling on that sliver of hope, Ko Hong sneered. Li Fan didn't bother explaining further and instead laid out his theory directly. Ko Hong listened, then responded slowly. If my guess is correct, the cultivators of the past likely used artifacts like flying boats or flying shuttles to transport mortals during the Great Migration. In ancient times, the cultivation world was densely populated. Sects flourished everywhere, and such transportation artifacts were exceedingly common. But after the Great Reformation, cultivators began going solo, concerned only with their own survival, and flying boats and shuttles gradually vanished from sight. The Great Reformation? You mean that strange plague? Li Fan asked. The immortal mortal miasma was indeed bizarre, but it wasn't enough to shake the foundation of the cultivation world. The truth is, the miasma ran rampant because the vast majority of cultivators perished in the earlier Great Reformation. With the cultivation world's strength crippled, there was no way to counter the miasma effectively. Ko Hong shook his head, his expression grave. The Great Reformation? Li Fan suddenly recalled the ruined sect he had glimpsed deep within the abyssal chasm, and his mind stirred. Could it be the exclusivity of immortal techniques? Ko Hong shot Li Fan a surprised glance, baffled as to how he had guessed right. Exactly, the exclusivity of immortal techniques. Ko Hong sighed heavily. In ancient times, no such restriction existed. Countless great sects thrived, openly accepting disciples and passing down their teachings. Cultivators had masters to guide them, fellow disciples practicing the same technique to spar with, and peers to consult when facing difficulties. The cultivation world was brimming with vitality, a magnificent sight to behold. Ko Hong spoke with unconcealed yearning. But then, the Great Reformation struck. One day, cultivators suddenly realized their cultivation efficiency had drastically declined. While cultivating, they could sense how many cultivators across the world were practicing the same technique. And to their horror, they discovered that the more people cultivating the same technique, the slower everyone's progress became. Ko Hong's voice lowered, a flicker of fear in his eyes. At first, restraint prevailed, and everyone attempted to search for solutions. But as decades passed, countless cultivators found their progress frozen, their lifespans running out. Eventually, the killing intent they had been suppressing could no longer be contained. A true catastrophe swept through the cultivation world. Anyone who practiced the same method as another stood in the way of their path, becoming an irreconcilable enemy. In an instant, masters and disciples, martial brothers and sisters, all became mortal foes. Even those who abhorred bloodshed had no choice. How could they trust that the other wouldn't strike first? Who dared believe their friend wouldn't plunge a dagger into their back? Suspicion festered endlessly. The only person a cultivator could trust was themselves. Every sect became a slaughterhouse overnight. Even rogue cultivators hiding in remote mountains or secret realms weren't spared, because those who practiced the same techniques could sense each other's locations. The endless, relentless killing raged on for who knows how long before finally subsiding. By then, the once prosperous cultivation world had withered into desolation. All sects had vanished, leaving behind only solitary cultivators, each walking their path alone. Ko Hong recounted the ancient upheaval of the cultivation world with measured words. Li Fan listened, his emotions surging, but an even greater question arose within him. If the law of the exclusivity of immortal techniques held true, then how did present-day cultivators cultivate? And what exactly did the current cultivation world look like? In today's cultivation world, a mortal seeking to cultivate immortality only has a few choices, Ko Hong explained patiently. First, joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The alliance is a loose coalition formed by numerous cultivators. Within it, one can earn contribution points by completing tasks or trading with others. These points can then be exchanged for cultivation techniques and resources. Second, joining the Five Elders Council. This is an organization with immense influence, founded by 5 top-tier powerhouses. As long as you have the aptitude for cultivation, you can join them and select a technique to practice. The cost? You must sign a soul contract, pledging service to the 5 Elders Council for a set period. Third, joining local factions. Though these factions can't compare to the two behemoths above, they tend to be tight-knit and rarely assign dangerous missions. They're more suited for those with a lazy or indifferent temperament. As for other dubious organizations, well, they're hardly reliable, so let's not waste words on them. Ko Hong laid out the general state of the cultivation world. Li Fan frowned, puzzled. From your description, it seems that cultivation techniques aren't all that scarce. Ko Hong snorted. That's because the techniques obtained through these methods are all incomplete. Incomplete? Li Fan was taken aback before realization dawned. So you must keep laboring to acquire the next level of the technique? Exactly. Ko Hong said bitterly. These techniques are newly compiled by the major factions in recent years. Reaching the final stage Qi refinement realm is the limit. To advance further and lay a Dao foundation, you must switch to a new, higher-level technique. The same applies beyond the foundation establishment realm. Switch techniques? If you have to start over with a new technique whenever you break through to a higher realm, doesn't that render all your previous efforts meaningless? Li Fan was shocked. Not quite. Ko Hong shook his head. All cultivators must practice the Taishang primordial true scripture. Legend says this scripture was the supreme canon of the ancient Taishang sect, their greatest treasure. After the Great Reformation, the sect was annihilated, leaving only a fragment of the scripture behind. It isn't a cultivation technique, but more of an esoteric method. Its function allows a cultivator to disperse their cultivation and realm at will without severe backlash. After dispersing one's power and switching techniques, one can quickly regain their former strength. Such a miraculous method, Li Fan marveled. But how convenient that only this fragment survived, just enough to make constant technique switching palatable for cultivators. He then smirked coldly. In my opinion, this fragment of the Taishang primordial true scripture shouldn't be the only part that was uncovered. More likely, those pulling the strings only released the part about dispersing and restarting cultivation. Ko Hong sighed deeply. Who doesn't know that? But what can we do? True techniques are hard to come by. Though it's frustrating to be bled dry, at least there's a visible path forward. With effort, you can still reach your goal. Few are willing to risk their lives in ancient sects or secret ruins for a chance at freedom. Li Fan nodded, now grasping the state of the cultivation world. It was nothing like the unfettered path of immortality he'd imagined. Instead, it bore an unsettling resemblance to the world he'd left behind when he transmigrated. The thought drew a silent, cold laugh from him. Unaware of Li Fan's dark amusement, Ko Hong sighed again. Dao Xuanzi died without ever knowing why I snatched that technique and fled. It isn't a core formation method, it is a technique that leads to the nascent soul realm. If it had merely been a core formation method, I might have restrained myself. But a nascent soul technique, Ko Hong muttered. Hearing this, Li Fan instinctively brushed a finger against the ring on his hand. He had confiscated all of Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi's belongings, storing them inside this storage ring. Perhaps due to living through multiple lifetimes, his mental power far surpassed an ordinary man. So, despite normally requiring divine sense at the Qi refinement level to use this storage ring, he could use it effortlessly. Still, unless he found a way out of this immortal forsaken land, these treasures were useless to him. He hadn't bothered inspecting them yet. Ko Hong proceeded to explain some common cultivation knowledge, such as how a cultivator's death could trigger phenomena in the sky, before returning to Li Fan's theory about flying vessels being used during the Great Migration era. Perhaps there's some truth to it, Ko Hong mused after a long silence. I've heard rumors that some mortals exiled to the immortal Forsaken Lands have secretly returned to the cultivation world over the past thousands of years. Most were just tavern gossip, though. There's no solid proof. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Sometimes, rumors are the truth. Li Fan's spirits lifted. After all, mortals and cultivators are bound by countless invisible threads, and their lives are deeply intertwined. It's only natural that some cultivators left escape routes for their mortal families. Those who returned must have used those back doors. Ko Hong remained skeptical. Even so, thousands of years have passed. This world is vast. The odds of finding one are slim. So long as there's a sliver of hope, I won't give up, Li Fan declared resolutely. Honestly, for a withered old man on death's doorstep, you're ridiculously stubborn, Ko Hong muttered under his breath. Li Fan pretended not to hear him. Instead, he solemnly vowed, "Help me find a way back to the cultivation world, and I'll not only release you, I'll take you with me. I'll return everything I took from you and Dao Xuanzi, including that nascent soul technique. You swear?" Ko Hong's head snapped up, sudden hope blazing in his eyes. "Naturally." Li Fan nodded. "Fine. Then I'll aid you with everything I have." Ko Hong gritted his teeth, resolve hardening. Though Li Fan had deceived him multiple times, making Ko Hong question the man's promises, he was like Li Fan, unable to abandon even the faintest glimmer of hope. To rot here for decades, then die of old age? Ko Hong refused such a fate. Thus, with Ko Hong's assistance, Li Fan scoured historical texts throughout the world, hunting for fragmented clues about the Great Migration era. At the same time, Li Fan mobilized armies to excavate ancient tombs on a massive scale, hoping to uncover traces. Though this stirred public outrage and daily petitions from officials urging restraint, he forcibly suppressed every objection. Yet, too much time had passed since the Great Migration era, and his remaining years in this lifetime were far too short. 16 years later, in Anchor Year 66, Li Fan's end was near, and still, he had found nothing. After ordering Ko Hong's release, Li Fan went to the underground chamber beneath the Grand Preceptor's estate alone. With a thought, he emptied the contents of his storage ring, laying them out one by one. His gaze immediately locked onto a jade slip that pulsed faintly with golden light. This was the very nascent soul technique that had caused Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi to turn against each other. Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture, Nascent Soul Technique. Current Practitioners, 0. As Li Fan picked up the jade slip, the information flowed naturally into his mind. The nascent soul realm. A wave of longing surged through Li Fan's heart. Yet, at present, he was still merely a mortal, with no divine sense. Though he could use the basic functions of a storage ring, this nascent soul technique remained utterly beyond his grasp. He could only stare at it longingly, unable to glimpse its contents. It was like sitting on a mountain of treasure he couldn't touch. Li Fan could only greedily drink in the sight of the jade slip a few more times before reluctantly setting it down. His gaze then shifted to a rusted iron sword lying nearby. It was Dao Xuanzi's foundation establishment curio, Rusted Sword Daoxian. According to Ko Hong, Qi refinement cultivators seeking a breakthrough needed to rely on various curios of heaven and earth to forge their Dao foundation. Each curio possessed its own wondrous abilities, and only those who were fated could find them. Once a cultivator forged their Dao foundation with a curio, it became inextricably tied to them. Should the cultivator perish, the curio would lose its miraculous properties, reverting to nothing more than an ordinary object. Li Fan ran his fingers over the unremarkable iron blade, but his attention was fixed on the sudden notification from Return to Truth. Discovered item convertible to charge, Rusted Sword Daoxian, damaged. Proceed with charging. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan chose yes. The rusted sword vanished silently from his grasp, and a line of text appeared in his mind. Charging progress of next anchor point, 1%. Anchor points in use, 1. Li Fan's heart stirred. According to the message from Return to Truth, once the charging progress of the next anchor point reached 100%, a second anchor point would be unlocked. From then on, when he activated Return to Truth and everything was virtualized, he could restart from any anchor point he desired. If I can truly unlock a second anchor point, it'll make things far more convenient. Li Fan mused, his anticipation growing. For instance, the main goal of his current and previous few lifetimes was to figure out how he could begin cultivating from Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. The first 50 years of each life were nothing but a repetitive ordeal, not to mention the occasional uncontrollable variables. If he could restart directly from the point where he became Grand Preceptor and controlled the world, his efficiency of trial and error would skyrocket. Thinking further ahead right now, he was just a mortal, and each cycle lasted only 50 years. Though tedious, Li Fan could endure it. But once he stepped onto the path of cultivation, where lifespans stretched for centuries or even millennia, a single failure would force him to start over from scratch. Just the thought of it made his scalp prickle. And if he could unlock even more anchor points, then Li Fan would have ample room for trial and error. Step by step, he could refine his approach, paving the way toward a flawless path to eternal life. As for the initial anchor point, it could serve as his final safeguard. Though curios of heaven and earth are rare, the cultivation world is vast beyond measure, and curios emerge endlessly. As long as I escape this immortal forsaken land and break free from these shackles. The more he contemplated, the fiercer his desire to leave this place. After absorbing rusted sword Dao Xian, Li Fan paid little attention to the remaining items in the storage ring. They were nothing more than some standard spirit stones and low-grade artifacts. Standard spirit stones were jointly manufactured by organizations like the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Council. They were categorized into different grades, serving as the cultivation world's legal currency. Each spirit stone bore a unique anti-counterfeit mark, making it impossible for others to replicate. In truth, the value of standard spirit stones lay in their recognition by the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Council, as they could be exchanged for cultivation techniques within these organizations. Meanwhile, privately minted inferior spirit stones or natural ones mined from spirit veins were utterly worthless. Ultimately, what limited cultivators of the present day wasn't resources like spiritual chi or spirit stones, but techniques, the techniques for each cultivation realm. The Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Council dominated the cultivation world precisely because they controlled the vast majority of techniques. As for those low-grade artifacts, most were expendable tools for combat. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi were far from wealthy, so the artifacts they carried were all common goods and weren't too valuable. After carefully storing all the items back into the storage ring, including the nascent soul technique, Li Fan was left panting heavily. This body had grown decrepit, like a candle guttering in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan closed his eyes, as if engraving this moment of frailty deep into his heart. Then, without hesitation, he activated Return to Truth and ended this lifetime. In the darkness, scenes flashed rapidly before his eyes. Then, familiar words appeared in his vision. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options. 1. Retain an item you possessed in this simulation. 2. Retain your cultivation level in this simulation. 3. Retain the simulated memories of one closely associated individual. These memories can be inherited by that person. 4. Forfeit the above choices to accelerate charging process. This time, Li Fan chose the first option. He had attempted to trick the system by storing all his items in the storage ring at the end of his previous life. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The storage ring, the nascent soul technique, spirit stones, and artifacts all surfaced in Li Fan's mind one by one. Naturally, Li Fan selected that nascent soul technique. To his delight, upon choosing the technique, he found that he could retrieve it from or return it to Return to Truth space at will. Moreover, the technique had formed a kind of bond with him. This technique now fully belonged to him. Even if he didn't choose to retain it for his next lifetime, it would remain permanently within Return to Truth. With this, I can devise many more schemes. Li Fan retrieved the golden jade slip, turning it over in his hands as he contemplated his plans for this life. The Great Migration ended thousands of years ago, and its traces have long been buried. Excavating ancient tombs on a large scale would cause far too much upheaval. Even with the immense control I wielded over the imperial court in my last life, it still provoked significant opposition. It would not be sustainable for a newly established court to attempt such a thing immediately. However, if I begin laying the groundwork now, spending 20 years preparing, perhaps I can still reshape the world's mindset. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 2086. Psychological age, 282/1109. Virtualization charging progress, 0%. Charging progress of next anchor point, 1%. Anchor points in use, 1. Bound items, 1,000 mechanisms, Jade Cosmos Scripture. Time flowed onward, and Li Fan's sixth lifetime began. Everything followed its predetermined course. Yet under Li Fan's subtle machinations, countless minute changes rippled through the world. In Anchor Year 3, whispers of immortals descending began spreading across Great Xian. By Anchor Year 5, the School of Historical Inquiry emerged in spectacular fashion. Bearing several ancient texts, its scholars journeyed to the capital for an audience with the emperor. The unparalleled sophistication of these long-lost works sent shockwaves through the empire. Their names, the Book of Changes, Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, the Analects, the Great Learning, 1. These are all famous classical Chinese texts. Within Zhuangyuan Pavilion of Xianjing City, a group of scholars gathered to examine the ancient texts that had recently taken the world by storm. Ever since the texts surfaced days earlier, the city's printing houses had been working tirelessly to produce more copies. Even so, demand far outpaced supply. These scholars had managed to obtain a few volumes with great difficulty, so they invited their friends to discuss them together. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things yet does not contend. Profound, truly profound. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Just these few words reveal boundless profundities. These scriptures are extraordinary. In my opinion, these 3,000 words alone surpass all the writings I've ever read. I feel the same way. No, to me, the profoundness of the Book of Changes surpasses even the Tao Te Ching. Though the language is cryptic and dense, every word is a jewel, as if containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Exactly. As heaven moves with vigor, the nobleman strives unceasingly to strengthen himself. It speaks to the very heart of our aspirations. The scholars chattered fervently, utterly enraptured. Just then, one of them suddenly sighed deeply. To think that such sublime writings lay buried underground for thousands of years, unknown to the world. Every time I consider it, my heart aches with regret. His words drew murmurs of agreement. Indeed, my late teacher loved books above all else. How delighted he would have been to read these scriptures. All scholars of the past who never had the chance to encounter these texts are truly unfortunate. But are these scriptures truly the works of ancient sages, lost to war and preserved only as fragments in tombs? I've read Zhuangzi and the Analects, yet none of the people or events within appear in any historical records. One skeptical voice stood out. The others fell silent for a moment before responding with conviction. It must be the case. Writings of this caliber could never be forged by modern hands. Our surviving histories only cover the last 3,000 years. Before that, records are sparse. These classics must be relics of that earlier age. I heard that when the School of Historical Inquiry met the emperor, they claimed that 100 schools of thought contended in that ancient period, producing classics as numerous as the stars in the sky. What we're reading now is just a tiny fraction of that lost wisdom. A collective gasp rose from the scholars in the pavilion. Is that truly the case? The thought of so many masterpieces still buried, hidden from the world. It pains me to the core. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Who knows what the other lost classics might be like? Yet these texts were unearthed from ancient tombs. The School of Historical Inquiry advocates large-scale excavations to recover lost scriptures, but such actions violate moral principles. The scholars instinctively wanted to agree, but the thought of countless undiscovered masterpieces lying underground made them waver. The leader of the School of Historical Inquiry has said that they conduct rescue excavations, acting to protect and not destroy. True. I heard that whenever they excavate a tomb, they carefully extract every artifact and preserve them meticulously, unlike grave robbers who ransack for gold and silver. Damaged items are even restored by specialists. Indeed, we cannot simply equate them with grave robbers. Yet among the crowd, many still held opposing views. Such words mean little. What difference does it make? Every one of us here has ancestors. How would you feel if your own ancestors' graves were excavated like this? This precedent must never be set, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. We must do everything we can to prevent it. Exactly so. Some refrained from voicing their opinions, playing the role of peacemakers. His Majesty and the court officials must already be deliberating on this matter. There's no need for us to concern ourselves too much. Let us observe for now. As the ancient texts spread throughout the land, fierce debates erupted across Great Xian. Scenes like the one in Zhuangyuan Pavilion were repeated throughout the land. Li Fan knew that changing the minds of the people overnight was impossible. So for now, this was only the beginning. But Li Fan wasn't the least bit worried that he would fail. In this era, scholars held the reins of discourse. With countless classics as bait, Li Fan had no qualms that these scholars would yield. Moreover, he didn't need their support, only that they didn't openly oppose him. While secretly maneuvering for influence, Li Fan also steadily expanded the school of historical inquiry's reach among the commoners. In Anchor Year 6, the emperor suddenly fell gravely ill and was confined to his bed. None of the imperial physicians could devise a cure. At this critical moment, the School of Historical Inquiry presented a pill to the throne, claiming it had been discovered in an ancient tomb. They said it was likely left behind by an immortal and held the power to revive the dead and regenerate flesh. They suggested that taking it might save him. At first, the emperor ignored them. But as his condition worsened day by day and he teetered on the brink of death, he swallowed the pill in desperation, treating it as a last resort. To everyone's astonishment, the pill proved miraculous. Within days, the emperor recovered fully. The court was shaken, and officials buzzed with speculation. The emperor even summoned the leader of the School of Historical Inquiry for nightly audiences, questioning him at length about immortals and neglecting court affairs for days. From then on, the emperor became a firm believer in the existence of immortals. Secretly, he instructed trusted military officers to cooperate with the School of Historical Inquiry in their search for traces of immortals within ancient tombs. In Anchor Year 9, the School of Historical Inquiry held an exhibition in Xianjing City, inviting court officials and noble elites to attend. Though these men were wealthy and knowledgeable, the sight of the rare treasures on display left them utterly enthralled, and they spent long hours lingering in fascination. Afterward, the School of Historical Inquiry lifted entry restrictions, allowing commoners to purchase tickets and view the exhibits. Xianjing City erupted in excitement. Countless people lined up, eager to catch a glimpse of the treasures. The crowds grew so massive that they clogged the capital's streets. Only the emperor's decree and the armored patrols of the garrison prevented outright chaos. The exhibition lasted for over half a month. Then, rather than ending, it then began touring, moving across Great Xian. In Anchor Year 11, the Jianghuai Prefecture uncovered a major grave-robbing operation, arresting over 100 perpetrators. This gang had plundered tombs deep in the mountains, causing irreparable losses. By law, the entire group should have been sentenced to execution. But with so many perpetrators involved and the case's far-reaching implications, Jianghuai Prefecture's Prefect Li Fan dared not act on his own authority. He drafted a memorial and sent it post-haste, 800 li in urgent dispatch, to Xianjing City, requesting the emperor's judgment. Some officials, incensed upon hearing the news, submitted petitions demanding immediate execution. Yet strangely, the overwhelming majority of court officials remained silent. The emperor, too, withheld all petitions without comment. A full month passed before the emperor's decree finally arrived. No death sentences were issued. Instead, the verdict was enslavement, with all convicts to be sent to the capital. Almost no court officials submitted petitions in opposition. Li Fan glanced at the imperial edict, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew that the tide's momentum was now unstoppable. In Anchor Year 13, ancient texts such as the Book of Documents, Book of Songs, and Book of Rites resurfaced, fueling scholars' growing fascination with that lost stretch of history. By Anchor Year 15, the emperor fell gravely ill. Desperate to prolong his life with similar pills, he dispatched over 100,000 soldiers to excavate ancient tombs across the land, searching for traces of immortal elixirs. Though many court officials murmured dissent, none dared submit large-scale petitions in opposition. Alas, immortal elixirs proved elusive. Despite unearthing hundreds of tombs, not a single trace of one was found. By the year's end, the emperor passed away with regret, naming the Prince of Langia as his successor on his deathbed. With that, Li Fan once again seized covert control of the empire. Under his influence, the fervor for tomb raiding and historical exploration surged across the land. In Anchor Year 17, a mountain hunter won the Grand Preceptor's favor after discovering an ancient tomb and was ennobled as a marquis. From then on, the people's obsession with the ancient era grew even more frenzied. No matter how remote, bands of treasure seekers could be seen scouring through the wilderness. Time flowed onward, and Anchor Year 23 arrived. Li Fan stood within the Grand Preceptor's estate, reviewing the compiled clues gathered over years of official and civilian expeditions. Before this era, only 3,000 years of history had been recorded across 23 dynasties. But as tomb after tomb was unearthed, the gaps in that lost history were slowly filled. Before those 23 dynasties, 16 more had existed, stretching back 6 or 7,000 years. The earliest of these discovered dynasties was called Qi. 6 or 7,000 years. That roughly aligns with the era of the Great Migration. Li Fan mused silently. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to focus on excavating tombs from the Qi dynasty. He further issued a proclamation. Anyone who discovered a tomb from the Qi dynasty would be granted a marquise. The news spread like wildfire, and people across the empire rushed to share it. Countless young men banded together and set out on journeys to dig up the past. No matter how deeply buried, no relic could withstand such fervent excavation by an entire empire. By Anchor Year 25, the tomb of Yixing, the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, was finally found. Upon hearing the news, Li Fan personally led his trusted men to the site and sealed off the surrounding area. Over the past decade, the Great Xian dynasty's tomb raiding techniques had advanced rapidly, and they had developed an extremely efficient excavation method. Even though this tomb, which belonged to the first emperor of this realm, was vast and riddled with traps, the excavation team breached a passage to the main burial chamber in just over a month. Once all obstacles were cleared, Li Fan entered the tomb's interior, surrounded by his retinue. The main passage stretched for hundreds of meters, and its walls were adorned with vivid murals, still strikingly clear despite thousands of years of age. Li Fan paced slowly, studying each mural in turn. They were divided into several major sections. The first depicted Yixing, the founding emperor of the Qi dynasty, seated atop a mountain peak. Above him, amid drifting clouds, were the faint silhouettes of immortals that seemed to be speaking to him. The second showed a darkness representing calamity descending upon the land, while crimson hues symbolizing bloodshed drenched the earth. Under Yixing's leadership, survivors boarded massive ship-like vessels, soaring through endless clouds and enduring countless perils before arriving at a vast plain. There, they settled and made their home. The third section depicted Yixing proclaiming himself emperor and establishing the Qi dynasty with the people's support. The fourth chronicled the various affairs of Yixing's reign. At the end of the series of murals lay the main burial chamber. The chamber soared 40 to 50 meters high, stretching thousands of meters in length and width. Its ceiling mimicked a starry sky, inlaid with countless luminous pearls. The interior was modeled after the layout of a mountain sect, with peaks rising one after another, submerged in a sea of clouds. It was unknown how this sea of clouds was created. Somehow, the clouds remained fixed within the chamber without drifting away. And even after thousands of years, they had not dissipated. Invisible pathways connected the peaks, and as the group made their way through, they marveled in astonishment. This is truly the work of immortals, Li Fan thought to himself. At the summit of the highest peak stood a simple thatched hut, its once fertile fields now overgrown and abandoned. Only as they approached did they realize that the thatch of the hut was woven from countless fine golden threads. Clearly, this humble dwelling was where Yixing's coffin lay. At Li Fan's signal, the group opened the hut's door. To everyone's surprise, there was no trace of Yixing's remains inside. Only a wooden memorial tablet stood quietly within. Inscribed on the tablet were several golden words: Tomb of Yixing, an outer disciple of the Taiyan sect. No other objects remained. It seems that this man had joined a sect called the Taiyan sect, but he remained an outer disciple, not treading far on the path of immortality. In the end, he was exiled here by cultivators. Even in death, he never forgot his sect, refusing to identify as an emperor and instead clinging to his status as an outer disciple of the Taiyan sect. Yet, according to Ko Hong's earlier account, all the sects of the world should have collapsed in the Great Reformation that took place before the Great Migration. Now, it seems there must be more to the story. Li Fan pondered deeply. Yixing must have been entrusted by the cultivators of the Taiyan sect to oversee the migration of mortals to this world. The question is, can I still find the flying vessels used back then? Finding no answers in the main burial chamber, Li Fan ordered members from the School of Historical Inquiry to dig around the area, hoping to uncover clues from the surrounding auxiliary tomb chambers. Several days later, bad news arrived, filling Li Fan with fury and helplessness. It turned out that among the burial records of one auxiliary tomb chamber, there was mention of a flying boat. Unfortunately, that very tomb chamber had been looted long ago. Judging by the damage, the theft had occurred over 1,000 years prior. Again. Every time I glimpse hope, it slips away like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected on water, utterly unattainable. 1. In a rare outburst of rage, Li Fan smashed several nearby objects. Those around him fell deathly silent. It took a long while before he calmed his turbulent emotions. He ordered the School of Historical Inquiry to continue excavating ancient tombs and searching for traces of the immortal boat, but he himself returned to Xianjing City, as if holding little hope. Another 10 years passed. Then, in Anchor 35, things took an unexpected turn. On this day, Li Fan received an urgent report. The tomb of an immortal has been discovered? Li Fan was stunned, then overjoyed, quickly pressing for details. As it turned out, though Li Fan had grown somewhat disheartened over the years, the people's enthusiasm for unearthing antiquities had never waned. Across the lands of Great Xian, countless ancient tombs had been excavated. As those large, prominent tombs were gradually emptied, people began turning their attention to the previously overlooked smaller burial sites. Just days prior, a group of youths had been excavating an unremarkable grave when they were suddenly struck by an inexplicable force, suffering heavy casualties. The survivors immediately reported the incident to the authorities. It must be understood that over decades of Great Xian's tomb explorations, injuries and deaths had always been caused by mechanical traps. Never before had something so bizarre occurred before a tomb was opened. The School of Historical Inquiry treated the matter with great importance, dispatching investigators overnight. Yet, even with the combined efforts of numerous seasoned veterans and fully armed soldiers, they could not so much as make a dent in that small grave. Astonished and exhilarated, the group hurriedly reported the matter to Li Fan. Li Fan arrived and deployed immortal miasma, finally shattering the force surrounding the tomb. Inside the burial chamber, standing out prominently among the array of funerary objects, was a small wooden boat. 1. Jinghua Shui Yue, a Chinese idiom that means something is visible but unattainable, like trying to grasp reflections. This small wooden boat was none other than the flying boat Li Fan had been yearning for. Thanks to a message carved into the walls by the tomb's owner before his death, Li Fan finally learned the full story. It turned out that the tomb's owner was named Qianhong, a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm. Over 3,000 years ago, he had been pursued by enemies. With no other options, he had fled into this immortal forsaken land. He had originally planned to leave after hiding for a while, but who could have known that the immortal forsaken lands were completely devoid of spiritual qi? Worse, he was a poor cultivator with only a handful of spirit stones to his name. Before long, his spirit stones were exhausted. And without them to replenish his spiritual qi, his cultivation steadily deteriorated. After a failed and disastrous attempt to force his way through the immortal slaying Grand Array, Qianhong realized he was truly trapped. Yet, he was a tenacious man and refused to give up. He speculated that 1 or 2 flying vessels should have been left behind when mortals were exiled here thousands of years prior. So he searched tirelessly, spending decades before finally discovering Yixing's tomb. Indeed, there was a flying boat inside, but to his despair, the core array powering it was damaged. And since he had no skill in artifact forging, he couldn't repair it. Even if he had managed to fix the vessel, he had no spirit stones to use as fuel, and his cultivation at the time wasn't enough to power it. At that point, Qianhong finally abandoned all hope of leaving this immortal forsaken land. He lived out the rest of his life in obscurity, posing as immortal. Before his death, he carved his story onto the tomb walls, hoping that if any cultivator ever stumbled upon his resting place, they might return his bones to the cultivation world. The few items he left behind were meant as an advance payment. The first was the source of the power guarding Qianhong's tomb, the same force that had killed the dozens of tomb excavators before. It was also why Qianhong was certain only a cultivator could enter. It was none other than a curio of heaven and earth, the halt steel fragment. A broken stone stele, with the word halt faintly visible. Li Fan touched the steel, but Return to Truth showed no reaction. What a pity. To force his way into the tomb, he had used a large amount of immortal miasma. Tainted by it, the halt steel fragment had become nothing more than an ordinary rock. Still, Li Fan wasn't overly concerned. Now that he knew the tomb's location, he could always return for it in his next life. Qian Hong also left behind 2 jade slips. They contained techniques he had painstakingly redeemed from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Lesser Qi Purification Method, Qi Refinement Technique. Current Practitioners, 1. Yunshui Record, Foundation Establishment Technique. Current Practitioners, 1. When Li Fan picked up the jade slips and sensed the information they contained, his heart lurched. For a moment, he thought Qian Hong might still be alive and that this was a trap. But after a moment, he realized something. 3,000 years had passed. Even a golden core cultivator would have long since turned to dust, let alone a mere foundation establishment cultivator. As for why these techniques were still being practiced today, Li Fan quickly understood. The Myriad Immortals Alliance must have kept original copies of the techniques. If the number of practitioners ever dropped to 0, they would know the cultivators had perished. Naturally, they could then offer the techniques again for redemption. In fact, over the past 3,000 years, these 2 techniques had likely changed hands many times. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Li Fan thought, inwardly speechless. After this moment of reflection, Li Fan turned his attention to the 3rd item, the Taiyan boat. This vessel had been used by none other than the Taiyan sect to transport mortals. Perhaps it was precisely because this flying boat had broken down that it had been left behind. After changing hands over thousands of years, it had now fallen into Li Fan's possession, becoming his hope of escaping this immortal forsaken land. Holding the Taiyan boat in his hands, Li Fan's heart surged with emotion. Centuries of longing had finally been fulfilled. As for the fact that the Taiyan boat was damaged, Li Fan wasn't the least bit worried. Qian Hong couldn't repair it, and neither could Li Fan, but someone else could. 15 years later, in Anchor Year 50, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi once again arrived in Xianjing City. Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. Ko Hong, did you truly think fleeing to the immortal Forsaken Land would save you? Hand over the core formation method you stole, or this ends only with one of us dead. Ridiculous. Ko Hong sneered. For 100 years, I've been trapped at the Foundation Establishment realm. My time is nearly up, and I'll soon be reduced to dry bones. All I lacked was the method to form my golden core. Now that I finally have it, you expect me to just give it up? Exactly. Dao Xuanzi sighed. Only one can walk this path to the golden core realm. There are countless methods, yet more cultivators than ever remain stuck at Foundation Establishment. And so, with this core formation method before me, how could I possibly let you go? How could I not push you too far? Then let us settle this. How pitiful 100 years of brotherhood, only to end up fighting for survival. Just as the two were about to battle to the death, a booming laugh echoed up from Xianjing City below. All this over a mere core formation method? Is it truly worth fighting over with your lives on the line? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both stiffened, then glanced downward. Who is it? Such arrogance. How impudent. Though they spoke harshly, their expressions grew wary. Gentlemen, why not come down and have a chat with me? A silver-haired elder called out loudly from the Grand Preceptor's estate below. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged glances, then cautiously descended, maintaining a safe distance between them as they landed in the estate. Please come this way. The silver-haired elder seemed delighted, leading them into the main hall and showing them to their seats. After ordering servants to prepare wine and dishes, he sighed with emotion. Before my ancestor passed away, he said that one day in the future, 2 would come from the abyssal chasm in the east and set foot in the capital. They would be the key to our clan's escape from this place. For thousands of years, our clan has wavered between belief and doubt. Today, we finally have proof. This calls for a grand toast. The elder laughed heartily, draining his cup in one gulp. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged bewildered looks. May I know your name? Ko Hong spoke first, his tone noticeably more polite. I am Li Fan, Li Fan replied with a smile. From your words, it seems your ancestor predicted our arrival thousands of years ago? And what do you mean by key to your clan's escape? Dao Xuanzi frowned, studying Li Fan. Li Fan's expression darkened slightly. What? You don't believe me? Ko Hong chuckled and shook his head. This matter is far too mystical. We've wandered the cultivation world for 100 years, yet never heard of any divination technique capable of predicting events thousands of years in advance. Dao Xuanzi also shook his head skeptically. Li Fan straightened, lifting his chin with an imperious gaze. Tell me, have either of you heard of the Taiyan sect? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged glances, visibly startled. You mean that ancient sect renowned throughout the world for its divination arts? Li Fan exhaled inwardly in relief, then nodded with deliberate calm. My ancestor was indeed a disciple of the Taiyan sect. Li Fan narrowed his eyes as he gazed into the distance, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Though my ancestor once joined the Taiyan sect, he cared little for cultivation. Instead, he was obsessed with the arts of divination and calculation. At first, it mattered little until the great calamity reshaped the world, forcing all mortals to migrate. With my ancestor's early-stage qi refinement cultivation, no one could have compelled him if he refused. Yet he did not sever his worldly ties. Seeing his family lost in panic and uncertainty, he volunteered to oversee the mortal migration. And so, he remained here with our clan ever since. Li Fan spoke with measured eloquence, his voice thick with emotion. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi listened intently, slowly nodding as his words subtly aligned with ancient rumors they had heard before. Ko Hong couldn't help but ask, astonished, the Taiyan sect still existed during the Great Migration era? I heard that all ancient sects had collapsed in the earlier Great Reformation. Li Fan paused, then shook his head. Merely rumors upon rumors. Though the Great Reformation ended the sharing of immortal techniques, the Taiyan sect had techniques as vast as a sea of stars. Was it so difficult for each disciple to claim one? True, the sect suffered losses, but annihilation was never a possibility. His words carried unshakable conviction. In particular, the words techniques as vast as a sea of stars. Was it so difficult for each disciple to claim one, left Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi dizzy with awe. Then, Li Fan abruptly asked, from your words, it seems the Taiyan sect has long vanished from the world outside? Dao Xuanzi shook his head. Not just the Taiyan sect, the Taishang sect, the Great Dao sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, all the ancient sects have disappeared without a trace. Li Fan murmured to himself, the path of immortality is arduous indeed. Just as my ancestor foretold, the sects chose seclusion to evade calamity. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong exchanged glances, silently communicating through transmission. I've always doubted the tales that the ancient sects had collapsed. Now that I think about it, it is indeed suspicious. Their foundations were unfathomably deep. How could they vanish overnight? It's no wonder they went into hiding. If word spread that these sects still existed, challengers would come knocking every other day, no matter how powerful they are. After a brief exchange, Dao Xuanzi cupped his hands and asked, May I know why you broke up our fight, fellow Daoist? Li Fan sighed. For thousands of years, no cultivator has set foot in these lands. When I saw you two today, I knew you were the ones my ancestor prophesied before his death, the key to my clan's liberation. But when I saw you about to fight to the death over a mere core formation method, I had to intervene. Dao Xuanzi admitted frankly, you must find us laughable. You may not know this, but techniques are now extremely scarce. Battling over a single technique is commonplace. Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. How could it come to this? Dao Xuanzi probed cautiously. From your tone, it seems. Indeed. Before his passing, my ancestor left behind a technique, one that leads directly to the Golden Core realm, Li Fan declared with pride. Dao Xuanzi drew a sharp breath. What would you like in return, fellow Daoist? Ko Hong was overjoyed. Wonderful. If my brother obtains this technique, the two of us need not fight any longer. My ancestor's lifelong wish was to return to the Taiyan sect in the cultivation world. Besides this technique, he also passed down an artifact before his death, the Taiyan boat. Though damaged, he once used the Taiyan sect's divination arts to predict that two cultivators would arrive here, one skilled in sword arts, the other devoted to artifact forging. They would be able to help his descendants repair the Taiyan boat and escape this desolate place. Li Fan took a sip of wine, speaking unhurriedly. Both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi paled. My elder brother Ko Hong is devoted to the art of artifact forging, while my own expertise lies in sword techniques. The Taiyan sect's divination arts, they are truly this unfathomable. Dao Xuanzi was utterly stunned, taking a long moment before he regained his composure. To possess such unfathomable divination abilities at the Qi refinement realm, it's unimaginable. Ko Hong, too, was left dumbfounded. Li Fan chuckled. After a pause, he added, "Words alone are no proof. Please follow me to examine this technique firsthand." Dao Xuanzi's face lit up with joy as he stood and followed. Seeing Ko Hong also rise to join them, he immediately grew wary. "What? Elder brother, you've already obtained a core formation method. Are you still not satisfied?" Ko Hong gave an awkward laugh. "Fine, I won't go then." Dao Xuanzi snorted coldly and quickened his pace to catch up with Li Fan. Seeing that Ko Hong had indeed stayed behind as expected, Li Fan finally relaxed. He knew his plan for this lifetime had already half succeeded. He led Dao Xuanzi to a hidden mechanism, which opened the way to an underground chamber beneath the Grand Preceptor's estate. Just as Dao Xuanzi was about to step inside, a sudden chill ran down his spine, freezing him in place. He swept the surroundings with his divine sense, then gasped in alarm. Immortal miasma. Indeed, the chamber's mechanisms were laced with immortal miasma, so concentrated that it made Dao Xuanzi's heart tremble with fear. Li Fan smiled. One can never be too cautious. We mortals must resort to such measures to protect our family's treasures. Dao Xuanzi forced a strained smile but refused to take another step forward. Instead, he retreated slightly. Li Fan said nothing more. He entered the chamber alone, retrieving a jade slip from a chest. He didn't step back out, merely holding it where Dao Xuanzi could see. This jade slip was none other than the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture, the very technique he had taken from Ko Hong in his previous life. That's right. Li Fan was gambling. Based on Ko Hong's past accounts, he had snatched the technique and fled immediately, meaning Dao Xuanzi had never actually seen what the technique was. This made it the perfect bait to lure both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi into helping him repair the Taiyan boat. If Li Fan's guess was wrong, the Grand Preceptor's estate was already swarming with his loyal men, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Worst case? He'd just try a different approach in his next life. Li Fan didn't feel the slightest unease, for he could see that Dao Xuanzi's attention was wholly ensnared by the golden jade slip in his hand. The Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture, a nascent soul technique, an actual nascent soul technique. Dao Xuanzi's breathing grew heavy, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. But the traces of the immortal miasma in the chamber, coupled with Li Fan's knowing smirk, snapped him back to his senses. "Well, do you trust me now?" Li Fan asked with a smile. "Earlier, in front of your elder brother Ko Hong, I only claimed that our ancestors' legacy was a core formation method to prevent him from harboring designs again. Your foresight is impeccable, fellow Taoist." "I am in awe," Dao Xuanzi said, nodding gravely. Then, with renewed fervor, he added, "Rest assured, my brother Ko Hong is a master of artifact forging. I will persuade him to devote his full efforts to repairing your Taiyan boat." Li Fan laughed heartily. "Then I shall leave it in your hands. Once the task is complete, I will present this technique to you myself." With the prospect of extending his lifespan now within reach, Dao Xuanzi could hardly wait to drag Ko Hong into action. He watched reluctantly as Li Fan stored away the technique and sealed the chamber, then rushed off to find Ko Hong without another moment's delay. So this Li Fan wasn't lying. He truly inherited a core formation method? Within the Grand Preceptor's estate, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi communicated through transmission. "Correct. I saw it with my own eyes," Dao Xuanzi nodded. "Can we just take it by force?" "He's just a mortal." A trace of malice arose in Ko Hong's voice. Dao Xuanzi swiftly dissuaded him. Though Li Fan is only immortal, he is still a descendant of the Taiyan sect. You witnessed that terrifying prophecy technique earlier. You should know how fearsome it is. If we resort to force, who knows what other methods he might unleash. All he asks is for us to repair the Taiyan boat. It's hardly difficult, so why provoke unnecessary trouble? Of course, Dao Xuanzi's main fear was that if they forced the issue, Li Fan might reveal that the so-called core formation method was, in truth, a nascent soul technique. After much persuasion from Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong finally abandoned the idea of seizing it by force. The two then engaged in a silent negotiation over the division of benefits before finally agreeing to assist in repairing the Taiyan boat. The next day, they laid eyes upon the Taiyan boat Li Fan had spoken of. Ko Hong, thrilled at the sight of such a treasure, eagerly took it in hand to examine it closely. This is truly a relic of the Taiyan sect. The techniques used to forge this are ingenious, and the arrays are deeply profound, far surpassing anything I've ever studied. The more Ko Hong inspected it, the more delighted he became. If I can restore this, my artifact forging skills will surely advance. In that case, I shall leave it to you two. Feel free to make any requests you need, and I will ensure they are met, Li Fan said solemnly. Go on now, don't disturb me, Ko Hong waved him off, already engrossed in studying the Taiyan boat. Time lost all meaning in cultivation. What appeared to be a simple wooden boat took Ko Hong and his companion nearly a full year to restore to its original condition. The day the Taiyan boat was finally repaired, Li Fan hurried to meet them. Taking the boat from Ko Hong's hands, he was overcome with joy. Ko Hong spoke with some pride. The Taiyan boat's core propulsion array, transformation and scaling array, dust purification array, and other arrays have been fully restored. The defensive and offensive arrays could only receive basic repairs due to limited materials. Passing through the immortal slaying grand array won't be an issue, but blocking attacks from other cultivators, that may prove difficult. Li Fan didn't seem concerned. No matter. Once we exit the immortal slaying grand array and return to the cultivation world, my ancestor's token will guide us back to the Taiyan sect. Ko Hong's eyes flickered briefly before enthusiastically explaining the Taiyan boat's operations to Li Fan. This Taiyan boat runs on spiritual qi and must be controlled with divine sense. Depending on the controller's needs, it can shift between 3 size configurations. At its smallest, it is just 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide, capable of carrying about 10 people. Its intermediate size stretches 100 meters and can hold several hundred. At maximum expansion, it reaches a full kilometer in length, able to accommodate tens of thousands. Our own spirit stone reserves are limited, but I've provided enough fuel for you to depart in the second configuration. However, piloting the Taiyan boat requires at least qi refinement level divine sense. If you'd like us to handle the controls for you. Before Ko Hong could finish speaking, he watched the Taiyan boat expand slowly under Li Fan's command, transforming from a tiny toy into a proper small boat. Li Fan eagerly stepped aboard. The 10-meter configuration of the Taiyan boat was simple in structure, a single deck with a nearly 2-meter-long foredeck at the front. After that came the control cabin and living quarters in sequence. Li Fan stood within the control cabin, his mind linking with the Taiyan boat. A sensation of effortless control surged through him, as though the vessel were an extension of his own body. Under his command, the Taiyan boat rose steadily, hovering midair. Then, Li Fan piloted the boat in swift maneuvers up, down, left, and right before finally reining in his excitement and descending back to the ground. Fellow Taoist, your skill is truly extraordinary. Though you're still immortal, you can command the Taiyan boat with such mastery. Ko Hong praised. It's just a small trick, hardly worth mentioning. Li Fan smiled faintly. Still, I must thank both of you. We've been trapped here for 1,000 years, but thanks to your efforts, hope of escape is now within reach. His words were sincere. Though Ko Hong was deeply curious about how Li Fan could control the Taiyan boat without divine sense, he had no choice but to let it go after seeing Li Fan avoid the topic. Dao Xuanzi, however, was already growing impatient. Now that the Taiyan boat is repaired, I wonder. Li Fan laughed heartily. It has been prepared long ago. Fellow Taoist, please follow me to retrieve it. Hearing this, Dao Xuanzi perked up and hurried after him. The two had already come to an agreement beforehand, so Ko Hong did not follow, simply waiting where he was. A short while later, Dao Xuanzi returned with a beaming expression. Clearly, the technique was now in his possession. Li Fan, Dao Xuanzi, and Ko Hong were all satisfied with the exchange. To express his gratitude, Li Fan hosted a grand banquet in their honor. For 3 days straight, wine and delicacies flowed without end, accompanied by unceasing song and dance. On the 3rd day, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi bid farewell to Li Fan. Fellow Taoist, our remaining spirit stones are nearly depleted. If we linger in the immortal Forsaken Lands any longer, our cultivation risks decline. So today, we shall take our leave, Dao Xuanzi said to Li Fan. Li Fan sighed regretfully. There are still matters my clan must attend to here. I cannot accompany you on your journey. Ko Hong spoke warmly. No matter. Once you leave this place, you can look for me in Lingtian City, within the Songyun mountain range. As he spoke, Ko Hong handed Li Fan a map. As you requested, this is the map of the area near the exit of the Immortal Slaying Grand Array, drawn from my memory. With no blank jade slips available, I had to use paper and ink. Li Fan accepted the map solemnly, offering repeated thanks. After further pleasantries, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi finally transformed into two streaks of light and departed. Dismissing his attendants, Li Fan retreated alone to an underground chamber. Placing the map beside the Taiyan boat, a flood of emotions surged within him. After 6 lifetimes and over 300 years of meticulous planning, this moment had arrived at last. These 2 items were his key to escaping this immortal Forsaken Land and grasping the path to eternal life. Above the abyssal chasm in the east, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi hovered in midair, gazing back toward Xianjing. When we first entered the immortal Forsaken Lands, I thought we'd emerge grievously wounded, or even end up dead. Who could have imagined that we'd get such an opportunity in a twist of fate? Dao Xuanzi murmured, feeling the weight of the nascent soul technique within his storage ring. Ko Hong nodded in agreement, then sighed regretfully. That Li Fan has a remarkable will. A rare individual indeed. It's a pity his lifespan is nearing its end. Even if he returns to the cultivation world, he has only a few years left. Without eternal life, all is illusory. Didn't we turn against each other precisely for the hope of eternity? Dao Xuanzi said coolly. Speaking of which, what technique did Li Fan give you? Ko Hong suddenly asked, curiosity stirring. Dao Xuanzi did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled. Surely it won't be the same as the one in your hands? Don't worry. Once I return, go into seclusion and break through to the Golden Core realm, I won't forget the 3 favors I promised you. Ko Hong didn't press further, his excitement rising. Once I break through as well, can anyone in the Songyun mountain range stand against us? The fog defense array hasn't dissipated yet. Brother, do you dare to charge through? Dao Xuanzi glanced at the thick fog above the abyssal chasm, then suddenly shot forward, plunging into it ahead of Ko Hong. Clearly, he couldn't wait to return to the cultivation world and study the technique. Why wouldn't I? Ko Hong's laughter echoed as he dived in after him. Li Fan did not care how Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi would react upon returning to the cultivation world and discovering they practiced the same technique. At this moment, he had already settled all his affairs. Steering the Taiyan boat, he arrived above the abyssal chasm. By all logic, he should have waited for the white fog to dissipate before exploring the abyssal chasm. But Li Fan was already 71 years old. The next time the fog lifted was still 14 years away. By then, at 85, his lifespan would be nearing its end, and he would barely be able to walk, let alone pilot the Taiyan boat. So it was better to investigate the Immortal Slaying Grand Array sooner rather than later. After all, there was nothing left in this life worth clinging to. He could begin his next life at any time. Guiding the Taiyan boat, Li Fan slowly descended into the depths of the abyssal chasm. Without divine sense to scout the path, he could only rely on his vision to navigate. Thick fog enveloped everything, painting the world in an endless white, giving Li Fan an eerie sense of unreality. The silence was absolute. Only the sound of his own breathing reached his ears. He continued downward, his focus razor-sharp. Suddenly, the Taiyan boat shuddered violently, as if it had struck something invisible. Li Fan instantly tensed. An unseen, crushing force seemed to press against the vessel. Metallic screeches came from outside, like steel scraping against steel. Fortunately, the defensive arrays activated in time. A faint golden barrier enveloped the Taiyan boat. The vessel gradually stabilized, and the unsettling noise faded away. Only the shimmering, warping barrier bore witness to the terrifying pressure outside. Past the gale layer now. Next comes the mirage light layer. Li Fan recalled Ko Hong's earlier introduction to the Immortal Slaying Grand Array. The Immortal Slaying Grand Array existed primarily to prevent exiled mortals from returning to the cultivation world. The gale layer was filled with violent winds. The wind blades in this layer could effortlessly slice through mortal flesh. Even Foundation establishment cultivators had to shield themselves with spiritual power and proceed with caution. Beneath the Gale layer lay the Mirage light layer. Here, ribbons of iridescent radiance flowed through the abyss like silk. Any mortal who glimpsed them would be plunged into endless illusions. Below the Mirage light layer was the Inversion layer. Entering this layer, one would feel as though the positions of heaven and earth had reversed, becoming unable to distinguish up from down or left from right. Coupled with the all-encompassing white mist and the absence of divine sense to orient oneself, losing one's way was inevitable. Beyond the Inversion layer lay the Meteor Fire layer. Countless blazing meteors hurtled through this space at erratic, breakneck speeds, smashing anything in their path to dust. Furthermore, thick white mist concealed their approach, making them nearly impossible to evade. Beneath the Meteor Fire layer was the Arcane Ice layer. Here, the fog began to thin. The Arcane Ice layer held nothing, but its temperature was bone-chillingly cold. Without proper protection, one would freeze solid the moment one entered this layer. Below the Arcane Ice layer was the Thunderstorm layer. Countless bolts of lightning roared ceaselessly through this abyssal stratum. Finally, there was an empty expanse several times larger than all 6 previous layers combined. According to Kohong, this layer held no overt dangers, only darkness. Yet it instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. Passing through the darkness layer would take one beyond the immortal slaying Grand Array into the cultivation world. Li Fan carefully guided the Taiyan boat, and after half a day, finally traversed the Gale layer. The moment he entered the Mirage light layer, he was bathed in cascading radiance and ensnared by layers upon layers of illusion. In the illusion, he successfully escaped the immortal slaying Grand Array and, upon reaching the cultivation world, fortuitously obtained a rare and peerless technique. Within a century, he forged his golden core. From then on, his cultivation journey was smooth sailing. 1,000 years later, he attained the Tao and ascended to the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, Li Fan started as a lowly immortal official, cultivating step by step until he eventually became an immortal emperor who stood supreme over all. Then, Li Fan shattered the spatial barriers of the immortal realm and ascended to the divine realm. Starting as a mere minor in the divine realm, Li Fan cultivated to the divine king realm after 10,000 years, becoming the most formidable existence in the divine realm. Afterward, Li Fan endured countless hardships to ascend to the primordial divine realm, only to become a lowly gatekeeper there. Once again, he had to toil from the very beginning. This cycle repeated endlessly, until finally, all layers of the illusion collapsed. As Li Fan awoke, the myriad dreams from before receded like a tide in his mind, leaving only faint traces behind. Feeling somewhat speechless about his ordeal in the illusion, Li Fan steadied his mind and pressed onward. A wave of sudden dizziness struck him, and he instantly lost all sense of direction. With that, Li Fan knew he had now entered the inversion layer. Surrounded by endless white mist, the Taiyan boat was like a drop of water in an ocean, unable to discern up from down or where to go. Just as he thought his journey through the array would end here, Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to sense an inexplicable form of guidance from the Taiyan boat, allowing him to know which direction to take intuitively. Following the boat's guidance, Li Fan soon escaped the inversion layer. After this stroke of luck, Li Fan no longer actively steered the boat. Instead, he passively powered it, allowing the Taiyan boat to navigate the immortal slaying Grand Array on its own. The Meteor Fire layer, the Arcane Ice layer, the Thunderstorm layer. Though these places appeared perilous, the Taiyan boat moved unhurriedly, narrowly avoiding one danger after another. The journey was thrilling but ultimately safe, and Li Fan smoothly arrived at the final layer, the Darkness layer. Of course, Li Fan realized in sudden understanding. This Taiyan boat was specifically designed 1,000 years ago to transport mortals. The Great Migration era lasted centuries. This flying boat couldn't have made only a single trip. Judging by its wear and tear, it should have worked nonstop for 100 years. The cultivators overseeing the task must have found it tedious to operate it manually, so they placed a hidden mechanism in the Taiyan boat, allowing it to traverse the immortal slaying Grand Array automatically. Overjoyed, Li Fan finally grasped why his journey had been unexpectedly smooth. The Taiyan boat advanced silently through the darkness. With the cultivation world he had long yearned for finally within reach, even Li Fan's steady composure wavered with excitement. Then, in the all-consuming darkness, an inexplicable cry echoed. It was primeval, ancient, and unfathomably far, as if summoned from the abyss itself. The eerie sound instantly filled the entire darkness layer, reverberating endlessly. Li Fan's heart thumped, and he felt as if he had encountered a natural predator. His blood turned to ice in an instant. The cry grew closer, surrounding the tiny Taiyan boat from all directions in the blink of an eye. Then, the sound vanished and silence reclaimed the world. His surroundings remained pitch black, yet it felt different now. Li Fan's skin prickled with instinctive dread. He knew the Taiyan boat had been swallowed by something. Crack! The protective barrier around the Taiyan boat shattered in an instant, and the vessel itself began to break apart. His charging progress plummeted violently. Taking one last, deep look into the abyss beyond, Li Fan whispered, "Return to truth. This simulation has ended." Li Fan regained consciousness. His eyes remained locked on the scene of the shattered Taiyan boat displayed on the light screen. A thick, lingering dread coiled around his heart like an unshakable specter. What in the heavens was that thing? Li Fan felt a flicker of confusion. When Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi traversed the immortal slaying Grand Array previously, they hadn't encountered such an entity within the darkness layer. Why was his experience different? Could it simply be rotten luck? Li Fan instantly dismissed his guess. The darkness layer within the immortal slaying Grand Array was vast beyond measure. The tiny Taiyan boat was but a speck in an endless ocean. Yet that unknown presence had pinpointed him with terrifying precision. There's a 90% chance that it's a mechanism that specifically targets mortals. It seems the safest course is still to wait until the fog disperses and light emerges from the depths of the abyssal chasm before attempting to explore it. Though the attempt ended in failure, my gains from the last lifetime far exceeded expectations. Li Fan silently calculated his options before choosing to preserve the Taiyan boat. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 2086. Psychological age, 333/1113. Virtualization charging progress, 0%. Charging progress of next anchor point, 1%. Anchor points in use, 1. Bound items, 1000 mechanisms, Jade Cosmos Scripture, Taiyan boat. Watching the ever-slowing increase in his psychological age limit, Li Fan felt a growing pressure settle on him. But the world of immortal cultivation was within reach. Once he escaped this immortal forsaken land, the heavens would be his to roam. With this anticipation burning in his chest, Li Fan's 7th lifetime began. Until Return to Truth finished charging, he refused to take any reckless actions. For the first 20 years of this lifetime, he resolved to follow the script he'd repeated several times. In Anchor Year 3, Li Fan returned to An County in Jiangnan, lying low as before. In Anchor Year 4, he covertly led his trusted subordinates to Qianhong's tomb. This time, he used a spray infused with immortal miasma to erode the tomb's defenses bit by bit, weakening the power of the halt steel fragment until it could no longer pierce through steel armor. Then, clad in steel armor, Li Fan entered the tomb and placed his hand upon the steel. Discovered item convertible to charge. Halt steel fragment, damaged. Proceed with charging. The prompt from Return to Truth appeared at the perfect moment. A shame it's still damaged. Li Fan lamented silently before selecting yes. The halt steel fragment dissolved into nothingness, vanishing before his eyes. After converting it, Return to Truth's anchor charging progress surged by 25%. Just 3 more, and I'll be able to unlock the second anchor point? Elation surged through him, but suspicion tempered his excitement. It can't be that easy. Speculating endlessly won't help. I'll know for sure in my next lifetime. The rest of Qianhong's tomb held nothing of value for him. After ordering his men to reseal the burial site, Li Fan departed. In Anchor Year 5, Li Fan was unable to resist any longer and journeyed to the abyssal chasm in the east. Just one look. I won't descend, he told himself. Gazing across the endless sea of fog, his vision seemed to pierce through space, reaching straight into the chasm's depths. He stood there for a long while. As the howling winds swept through, the thick mist gradually parted, and even the perilous immortal-slaying Grand Array seemed less threatening. If I boarded the tie-in boat right now, I could sail straight through to the cultivation world. The thought erupted in his mind unbidden. For some reason, it could not be suppressed, instead swelling like a tide until it drowned all reason. Yes, I've waited this long. Must I wait another 15 years? So what if Return to Truth hasn't finished charging? If I keep cowering like this, how can I ever attain the Great Tao? I already tested it in my last life. As long as I'm careful to avoid that unknown monster in the darkness lair, I can leave this damned place. A cacophony of voices clamored in Li Fan's ears. His vision blurred, his eyes turning bloodshot, as if bewitched by the whispers. Step by step, he moved forward, drawing ever closer to the endless abyssal chasm. Just as Li Fan was about to be pulled in, destined to plummet and shatter into pieces, a brilliant light erupted from the depths of the abyssal chasm. It pierced through the immortal-slaying Grand Array and struck his eyes. The mindless red haze in his vision momentarily receded. Stark words blazed before him. The path of immortality is no more. Boom. Every reckless, desperate impulse to throw himself into the abyss in pursuit of immortal cultivation vanished in an instant. What just happened? A cold sweat drenched Li Fan as clarity returned. To his horror, the once calm abyssal chasm now resembled a lurking beast. Its maw gaped wide, ready to devour him whole. Without hesitation, Li Fan turned and fled, not daring to look back. After a long while, the thick fog gathered anew. From the depths of the abyssal chasm, a furious roar echoed faintly. 15 years later, in Anchor Year 20, Return to Truth had finally reached full charge. Bolstered by newfound confidence, Li Fan returned to the abyssal chasm. Even now, the memory of that day sent a chill through him. My guess was right. That monster in the darkness lair holds immense malice toward mortals. Perhaps its purpose is to devour any mortal who approaches. Dangerous as it was, Li Fan would never abandon his pursuit of eternal life. Without further hesitation, he boarded the tie-in boat and navigated through the thunderstorm lair, his journey tense but uneventful. He stopped just above the darkness lair, waiting patiently. Huh! A strong wind rose. Disturbed by the unnatural gale, the frenzied thunderstorm gradually quieted, and its fury waned. Pinpricks of light emerged from the darkness, coalescing into a vast, unbroken tapestry of radiance. Li Fan ignored the inverted spectacle. Instead, he took advantage of the fleeting illumination to search for the monster lurking in the abyss. Yet he found nothing. As the light began to fade, Li Fan gritted his teeth and made his move. He sent the tie-in boat hurtling downward at full speed, straight toward the abyssal chasm's depths. The eerie cry sounded again, closing in on him in an instant. At that moment, Li Fan abruptly veered the tie-in boat, altering its trajectory in a sharp, graceful arc. Instead of descending, the vessel now shot upward at several times its previous speed. Engines roaring at full power, the tie-in boat surged back up into the thunderstorm lair, just as a wrathful howl erupted from below. By the last, fading glimmer of light, Li Fan finally saw the true form of that monstrous creature lurking in the darkness below. It was a colossal leviathan of a whale, so immense that words failed to describe it. Even from Li Fan's considerable distance, he couldn't take in its full size. Just its gaping maw alone filled his entire field of vision. The massive whale, seeing its prey return to the thunderstorm lair, seethed with frustration. Yet it could only float in place, unable to advance. After roaring several times to vent its displeasure, it reluctantly clamped its jaws shut and vanished into the darkness. Li Fan piloted the tie-in boat back above the abyssal chasm. What in the world was that thing? Li Fan's expression was somewhat grim. Though he had played a small trick to get a clear look at the monster's true form, he had absolutely no clue how to escape its notice. Until he found a solution, he would never be able to cross the darkness lair. The tie-in boat is just a speck in the darkness lair. Yet every single time I approach, that great whale always finds me, like a cat spotting a mouse. Li Fan felt a headache coming on. I can only try other methods. Fortunately, I still have plenty of opportunities left. Li Fan sighed helplessly. 15 years later, in Anchor Year 35. This time, Li Fan hid himself within the thunderstorm lair well in advance. Over these 15 years, he had attempted to force his way through the darkness lair several times. Yet with every entry into the darkness layer, the great whale seemed to get better at detecting him. Given the Taiyan boat's flight speed, he simply could not pace it. Each time, after a brief period of dodging the whale, he would be forced to retreat in disarray. Only on the days when the white fog recedes does the great whale take a while to notice me, seemingly delayed by something. Perhaps with this extra bit of time, I'll be able to fly to the bottom of the abyssal chasm. This time, Li Fan decided to risk it all, aiming to fly through the darkness layer at maximum speed and make it through before the great whale could react. A strong wind began to rise. The Taiyan boat operated at full power, bursting forth with astonishing speed. The illusory scenery drew closer and closer. Yet, just as he was about to reach it, the great whale's terrifying cry rang out once more, rapidly approaching Li Fan's position. There's still about a quarter of the distance left to go. I don't have enough time. Li Fan made his judgment. Narrowing his eyes, Li Fan felt a fierce, reckless anger stir within him. He gave up on reaching the bottom of the abyssal chasm altogether, instead turning around and charging fiercely toward the source of the cry. Unfortunately, sheer ferocity was useless. There was no collision. Li Fan saw his surroundings turn black and knew he had been swallowed by the great whale once again. Return to truth. Li Fan roared viciously. This simulation has ended. Li Fan let out a frustrated sigh. It took him a long time to calm his emotions. This time, Li Fan chose to accelerate the charging process. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 2086. Psychological age, 368/1116. The limit of his psychological age had reached a ceiling and would increase no further. At least I still have 748 years to squander. Li Fan could only comfort himself like this. In anchor year 4 of his 8th life, Li Fan once again opened Qian Hong's tomb. Discovered item convertible to charge. Halt steel fragment, damaged. Proceed with charging. Seeing the prompt from Return to Truth, Li Fan's mood finally improved a little. At this moment, the charging progress of the next anchor point had reached 51%. At the very least, this life wasn't a complete waste. Li Fan mused with a hint of self-mockery. In anchor year 5, the white mist receded, but with the virtualization charging progress yet to reach 100%, he could only wait patiently. In anchor year 20, Li Fan made an attempt and failed. In anchor year 35, Li Fan made another attempt and still failed. However, these attempts were not entirely wasted. At the very least, he had gotten increasingly proficient at maneuvering the Taiyan boat and could now endure the great whale's relentless pursuits for longer periods. In anchor year 50, Li Fan did not choose to force his way through the darkness layer again. He had grown old, and his reactions and mental acuity had significantly declined. Even if he made an attempt now, he saw no possibility of success. So, he chose to meet 2 old friends, to see if he could glean any clues from them. On the day of Li Fan's 70th birthday, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi arrived right on time. Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. As he listened, Li Fan suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Once again, he used the pretext of a golden core technique to lure the 2 of them to the Grand Preceptor's estate. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Fan produced a scroll painting. The painting looked quite old. It depicted a terrifying, colossal great whale that hid within the darkness. Only its ferocious, gaping maw was revealed, poised to seize and devour anything it encountered. Have either of you ever seen such a monster? Li Fan inquired. While on his deathbed, my ancestor said that if one ever gets the chance to escape this immortal forsaken land in the future, one has little to worry about apart from this creature. Within the protection of my sex Taiyan boat, one should be safe and sound. However, a great whale lurks in the final layer, and one must be exceedingly cautious. Such a fierce beast actually lives in that vast, pitch-black emptiness? Ko Hong glanced at the painting, his brow furrowing slightly with disbelief. Why have I never seen it? Could it be Dao Xuanzi, however, seemed to recall something. Oh? Fellow Daoist, you seem to know of this creature. Li Fan asked, a note of expectation in his voice. Dao Xuanzi shook his head. I've only seen related records in an ancient text. It is said that there was once an ancient sect called the beast-taming sect. The beast-taming sect did not possess profound techniques. Instead, they relied on a single beast-taming art to control exotic beasts and make them fight on the cultivators' behalf. At the peak of the beast-taming sect's power, it was said they could rival top sects like the Taishang sect and Great Dao sect. Unfortunately, during the Great Reformation, a sect that cultivated only a single technique was also the fastest to fall. Among the most famous exotic beasts controlled by the beast-taming sect, there seems to have been this type of great whale. Now that you mention it, I think I remember. Ko Hong clapped his hands and said hurriedly. I think it was called something along the lines of realm-splitting whale? Li Fan's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, do the two of you know how one might avoid this realm-splitting whale? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both offered awkward, sheepish smiles. We've only heard rumors about it. Such an exotic beast vanished from the cultivation world thousands of years ago. How could we possibly know its behavioral traits? Li Fan couldn't help but feel disappointed. In the end, must he still rely on himself? He handed the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture to Dao Xuanzi, sent the two men on their way, and then ended this lifetime. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 2086. Psychological age, 418/1116. This was his 9th life. In this life, Li Fan once again opened Qian Hong's tomb, intending to absorb the halt steel fragment to increase the charging progress of the next anchor point. Unfortunately, Return to Truth showed no reaction whatsoever. Though he found it pity, Li Fan had long been mentally prepared for this. Thus, the charging progress of the next anchor point remained fixed at 51%. In anchor years 20, 35, and 50, Li Fan tried every method he could think of. But under the watchful, predatory gaze of the great whale, he still failed to charge through the darkness layer. In anchor year 65, Li Fan turned 85 years old. He had reached his twilight years, and his life's flame flickered like a lamp about to burn dry. This time, he had not chosen to end his lifetime early, because he did not know how many more tries it would take to make it through the immortal slaying grand array. There was no harm in making one more attempt. Unfortunately, he was simply too old this time. His thoughts had grown sluggish, and his reactions were dulled. Unable to match the great whale in wits and courage any longer, Li Fan did not force the issue. Instead, he completely relinquished control of the Taiyan boat, allowing it to drift slowly downward into the depths of the abyssal chasm from the very start. The gale layer, the mirage light layer, the inversion layer, the meteor fire layer, the arcane ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, the darkness layer. Li Fan drifted into a hazy sleep. When he awoke, he was shocked to discover that the Taiyan boat was already nearing the bottom of the abyssal chasm. What's going on? Why didn't the realm-splitting whale appear this time? Li Fan was utterly perplexed, but that did not stop him from revving up the boat's power and speeding at full velocity toward the scattered points of light. But as Li Fan accelerated, the roar of the great whale suddenly erupted. Why did it suddenly detect me now? Li Fan deeply furrowed his brow. Then, like a lightning bolt illuminating the night sky, Li Fan abruptly understood. So that's it. This realm-splitting whale cannot see, or perhaps it ignores, objects moving at a constant velocity. As long as one maintains the exact same speed, one can pass through this immortal slaying grand array safely and unharmed. Having unraveled this crucial point, Li Fan could not help but laugh aloud. With that, the final shackle binding him to this immortal forsaken land was completely shattered. Amid Li Fan's wild laughter and the great whale's furious roars, the Taiyan boat burst through the rift between the two worlds, about to return to the cultivation world. His surroundings blurred, and he felt himself traverse the distance of multiple worlds in an instant. The immense pressure made Li Fan grunt sharply, and blood streamed from his nose and eyes. But he paid it no mind whatsoever. Drawn endlessly upward, Li Fan turned his gaze back toward the immortal forsaken land. From such vast distance and soaring height, he witnessed a sight that would be seared into his memory for all eternity. Thousands upon thousands of realm-splitting whales, moving nonstop in great pods, carved out swathes of pitch-black space from the void. Meanwhile, the immortal forsaken land that Li Fan had left receded ever farther from the cultivation world. So this is the cultivation world. The Taiyan boat broke through the immortal slaying grand array, emerging within a stretch of mountain ranges. Below lay a bottomless pit which emanated an aura faintly similar to the abyssal chasm. Rolling mountains wreathed in clouds and mist stretched into the distance, making for a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. On the tallest of these peaks, an immense city hung suspended in the air. Li Fan wanted to laugh heartily, but could only manage an uncontrollable cough while spitting up fresh blood. He was far too old. He had already been teetering on the brink of life and death, and the pressure from crossing the immortal slaying Grand Array had utterly drained his remaining vitality. Yet, being able to catch a single glimpse of the cultivation world before dying meant this lifetime had not been lived in vain. Return to truth. This simulation has ended. After the darkness, Li Fan's consciousness gradually returned. He recalled how he had exhausted himself mentally and physically in his last life. Yet, after painstakingly trying every method imaginable, he still failed to breach the immortal slaying Grand Array, only to accidentally stumble upon the solution through sheer luck in the end. Li Fan could not help but sigh at the unpredictability of fate. What left an even more indelible mark on him was that final glance at the pods of realm-splitting whales. Just how much did the cultivators of that era despise mortals? Not only were mortals all exiled and sealed away with the immortal slaying Grand Array, they even deployed so many realm-splitting whales as well. No wonder that darkness layer is so vast, larger than all the previous layers combined. It must have been carved out from the void by these realm-splitting whales over thousands of years. The distance will only continue to grow. Perhaps, after many years, the immortal Forsaken Lands will truly break away from the cultivation world entirely. A torrent of thoughts surged within Li Fan's mind, each one subsequently suppressed by him. Replacing them was an irrepressible joy. After 9 lifetimes, across nearly 500 long years, he had finally brushed against the threshold of cultivation. He could foresee that the path ahead would undoubtedly be even more arduous. But Li Fan would remain steadfast in his pursuit of eternal life. Even if it took 100 lifetimes, he would have no regrets. His mind soon returned to the present. Faced with the choice presented at the conclusion of this simulation, Li Fan found himself uncharacteristically hesitant. According to his initial plan, Li Fan had intended to accelerate the charging process. The sooner Return to Truth finished charging, the sooner he could leave for the cultivation world. Indeed, even though the path to the cultivation world was now smooth and clear of danger, Li Fan still decided to play it safe, waiting until he had the chance to start over before setting out on his journey. After all, the path of immortality was arduous. And by all appearances, this cultivation world did not seem particularly friendly to mortals. Safety first, there was no argument there. Yet, upon seeing the list of available items to choose from, Li Fan hesitated once more. Listed clearly among them was the Halt Steel Fragment. After some consideration, Li Fan ultimately decided to retain the steel fragment. He wanted to take this opportunity to verify a certain hypothesis. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 2086. Psychological age, 483/1116. Virtualization charging progress, 0%. Charging progress of next anchor point, 51%. Anchor points in use, 1. Bound items, 1000 mechanisms, Jade Cosmo Scripture, Tien Boat, Halt Steel Fragment, damaged. Thus, Li Fan's 10th lifetime began. While waiting for the charging process to complete, Li Fan acted with practiced ease, following the established trajectory of history. During this period of 20 years, he only carried out minor actions that wouldn't alter the usual course of events, preparing for his eventual journey to the cultivation world. In Anchor Year 3, Li Fan arrived outside Qianhong's tomb. He pondered for a moment, then chose not to employ immortal mortal miasma to breach the tomb's protective force. Instead, he retrieved the Halt Steel Fragment from Return to Truth. As the Halt Steel Fragment that Li Fan had brought from his previous life appeared in this world, a mystical change occurred. A layer of soft white light coated the steel fragment, giving it an ethereal appearance. Not long after, it began to dissipate slowly, much like ice melting under the scorching sun. Li Fan then ordered his men to launch attacks on Qianhong's tomb. Just as Li Fan had anticipated, the power of the Halt Steel Fragment within Qianhong's tomb had grown much stronger. Just as I thought. A single immortal technique cannot be cultivated by multiple practitioners. The same goes for curios of heaven and earth. Two identical curios should not exist in this world, yet I use the power of return to truth to create a second one out of thin air. The consequence is that the two curios spontaneously merge, ultimately returning to a single entity. As for which one disappears and which one remains, naturally, the strong survive, while the weak perish. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and ordered his subordinates to begin breaching the tomb using the immortal miasma spray. The enhanced halt steel fragment was indeed extraordinary. Even with the use of immortal miasma, it took considerable effort to whittle down its power. Clad in steel armor, Li Fan entered Qianhong's tomb, his gaze falling on the halt steel fragment. There were no major changes in its appearance, it merely looked slightly less dilapidated. Return to truth still cannot absorb it. It seems this is only a quantitative change, not yet a qualitative transformation. Li Fan thought with regret. After ordering his subordinates to move the steel fragment out of the tomb chamber, the protective force surrounding it abruptly vanished. This conveniently suited Li Fan's purposes. He stored this enhanced halt steel fragment in the Tian boat, keeping it as part of his belongings for his future journey to the cultivation world. In Anchor Year 20, when Return to Truth was about to finish charging, Li Fan ruthlessly executed a group of corrupt officials and oppressive landlords, seizing all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations. He would still need to interact with other mortals after arriving in the cultivation world, so gold, silver, and valuables had to be prepared in advance. Additionally, since cultivators occasionally incorporated gold and silver into artifact forging, there was no need to worry about these metals losing their value completely. Apart from wealth, food was also essential. However, grain was the foundation of the state, and moreover, Li Fan was demanding an enormous quantity all at once. One after another, officials submitted petitions opposing his request. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, merchants in the capital seized the opportunity to drive up grain prices in an attempt to make a huge profit. Li Fan didn't bother with lengthy explanations. Instead, during a morning court session, in front of all civil and military officials, he enlarged the Tian boat to its maximum size and suspended it in the air above the imperial palace. The massive Tian boat floated above Xianjing City like a dark cloud. Commoners who saw it dropped to their knees in reverence. Meanwhile, the court officials, witnessing Li Fan's display of immortal power, shifted their attitudes entirely. All previous complaints arising from Li Fan's killings and seizures of wealth vanished in an instant. The crowd even actively and eagerly helped Li Fan gather provisions. With the officials' proactive assistance, and after executing the group of unscrupulous merchants, the Tian boat was finally filled to the brim. With all preparations made, Li Fan had no more attachments to the mortal world. He piloted the Tian boat, arriving once more above the abyssal chasm. He relaxed his mind, allowing the Tian boat to proceed at a constant, self-guided speed. The entire journey took only a few hours, yet to Li Fan, it felt far longer than all the centuries he had experienced before. After the interminable wait, Li Fan finally broke through the immortal-slaying Grand Array and arrived in the cultivation world. As he acclimated to the rending sensation of crossing between two worlds, Li Fan peered out excitedly from the Tian boat. Yet, as he looked at the surrounding scenery, Li Fan was left utterly dumbstruck. Unlike the mountain ranges he had seen in his previous life, Li Fan's current location was above a vast, boundless sea, with no land in sight. What's going on? Why is the exit point different this time? Li Fan was somewhat bewildered. He unfolded a map he had drawn based on his memories, attempting to locate the sea on it. But after repeated comparisons, he found absolutely nothing. Forget it. I can only take one step and see what the next brings. Not knowing what had gone wrong, Li Fan put away the map and sighed. Fortunately, I have the Tian boat. Otherwise, I would probably be trapped here and die eventually. I just don't know if I can find a habitable place before the spirit stones in the Tian boat are all used up. Not one to wallow in self-pity, Li Fan quickly took action. Selecting a direction, he piloted the Tian boat forth, searching for traces of a city. The sea was truly vast and boundless. Li Fan flew for a full 7 days and 7 nights without seeing any sign of human civilization. Luckily, he had ample provisions stored within the Tian boat, so there was no need to worry about survival. 10 more days went by, and the Tien boat kept slowing. Clearly, it was running out of fuel. As Li Fan began to grow desperate, he finally spotted the faint silhouette of what appeared to be a ship. Overjoyed, Li Fan immediately lowered the Tien boat's altitude and slowly approached. As he drew nearer, however, he was struck speechless. It was a ship, all right, but one on the verge of sinking. It seemed to have been through some kind of attack. There was a massive hole in its hull, and 2/3 of it was already submerged underwater. Several dozen people struggled in the waters around the half-sunken ship, clearly all crew members from the vessel. Most of them were not skilled swimmers, barely managing to stay afloat by clinging to broken pieces of wood. Just as Li Fan was hesitating whether to reveal the Tien boat and save these people, he heard one of the surviving men shout with great effort, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I've already sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He will come to save us soon. Just hold on a little longer." Hearing this, Li Fan's mind stirred. He put away the Tien boat, jumped into the sea, and quietly swam toward the group of people. Silently blending into the crowd, Li Fan also pretended to struggle for survival. After a good while, a stream of light flew over from a distance and halted above the group. "Immortal Master, save me! Immortal Master, help!" Seeing that hope had arrived, they quickly cried out one after another. "How noisy!" The voice sounded male, but his clothing and face were unclear, as though obscured by a layer of gauze. The man then snorted coldly and cast some unknown arcane art. Li Fan found himself unable to make a sound, and the entire crowd also fell silent. The Immortal Master then flew to the side of the sinking ship. With one hand, he raised the vessel out of the water. After that, a beam of light shot out, and the large hole in the ship's hull was repaired in a matter of moments. Then, he looked at the group of people floating in the sea. With another cold snort, he made a grasping motion and lifted his hand. Li Fan and the others felt themselves grabbed by an invisible force, lifted up and flung toward the repaired ship. Thud! 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 The rescued mortals were thrown roughly onto the deck like dumplings dumped into a pot. With the air knocked from their lungs, the group could only emit muffled groans. Yet there was only reverence and joy on their faces. No one dared to utter the slightest complaint. After everyone had been saved, the Immortal Master flew above the ship and spoke with a sharp tone. Who sent the signal? The man who had spoken earlier to comfort the group quickly knelt on the ground. The Immortal Master waved his hand, releasing the spell on him. The man kowtowed repeatedly as he said, "I am Su Changyu." The Immortal Master cut him off. "You know the rules, right? Once we reach the destination, I have nothing to do with any of you. I have never seen you, and I don't know who you are." "Understood." Su Changyu kowtowed again. "I understand." "Before we departed, the elders in my family explained." Halfway through his words, his voice vanished again. It turned out the Immortal Master had nodded in satisfaction and then casually silenced Su Changyu once more. Ignoring the mortals, the Immortal Master moved to the ship's prow. He cast some unknown arcane art, and the vessel swiftly began cutting through the waves toward a specific destination. As the mortals witnessed this, awe was the primary emotion in most of their eyes. A few, however, still seemed shell-shocked from the recent disaster. They slumped on the deck, trembling and curling into themselves, appearing to weep in silence. An eerie silence fell over the ship, which continued for the better part of the day. Only after nightfall did a faint, shimmering light finally appear in the distance. At first glance, it was a prosperous island. The distant murmur of a bustling city carried on the wind, even this far out. Hundreds of large ships were moored at its docks, making for a truly magnificent sight. Their ship, however, did not sail toward the main docks. Instead, it circled halfway around the island, heading for a more sparsely populated area on its far side. Quietly, the ship slipped into a natural waterway leading into a cavern. It navigated the narrow, winding passages of the cave for some time before finally coming to a stop. Once the ship was secured, several burly figures clad in black came aboard to receive them. The black-clad men acted as if the Immortal Master were invisible. They simply herded everyone off the ship while brandishing weapons. None uttered a single word throughout the entire process. After leading the group into a spacious hall, one of the black-clad men finally spoke. "You will rest here tonight. Provisions are available in the hall. Help yourselves." Tomorrow, someone will take you to complete your registration process. Also, his threatening gaze swept over them. Do not make any unnecessary noise. With that, the black-clad man turned and left. Silence once again filled the hall. A long time passed before the immortal master's silencing spell finally wore off. Then, people began to talk in small, hushed voices. What rotten luck, that sea monster nearly wiped us out. There were almost 100 of us when we set out, and now barely half are left. Seek the Tao, cultivate immortality? Fa. I don't know what my father was thinking, sending me to this major world to become an immortal. If you ask me, it can't possibly be more enjoyable than listening to a fine opera. Exactly. Back home, I was the son of the Prince of Jinan. What luxuries did I not have access to? What's so great about this damned place? That. His words turned into muffled grunts as a quick-thinking companion clamped a hand over his mouth. It was then that the man named Su Changyu spoke up. What's the point of such talk now? Each of your families paid a steep price to send you here. Rather than complain, focus on cultivating. If you truly become an immortal master, you will have a chance at eternal life. You might even be able to return to your homeland and bring your clansmen out with you. As Li Fan listened to their conversation in the shadows, he began to understand just who these people were. They were likely exiles, mortals cast out into the immortal forsaken lands, just like him. Only, it seemed that in their immortal forsaken land, the existence of the cultivation world wasn't some hidden secret. On top of that, it seemed some kind of established smuggling route had been developed. Li Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. While Li Fan was deep in thought, a somewhat chubby young man sidled up to him. The young man clapped Li Fan on the shoulder with an air of overfamiliarity. Brother, you look unfamiliar. What office did you hold in Greatly? Or are you a wealthy merchant from some province? Li Fan swatted the young man's hand from his shoulder, then fixed him with a cold, silent stare. The chubby youth instantly felt as if a venomous serpent had locked eyes with him, and a chill crept up his spine. Though he felt a bit ashamed to be intimidated by a mere look, the young man had some discernment. Li Fan appeared ordinary, but there was an undeniable aura of authority about him, the kind that came from long years in a position of power. In an instant, the youth reached the conclusion that this was not someone to be trifled with and wisely withdrew. The others, witnessing this, understood that Li Fan was not particularly approachable, and so no one else attempted to speak with him afterward. As the lanterns flickered, the murmurs of the group gradually softened. One by one, they all fell asleep. The night passed without incident. Before dawn broke the next day, they were all roused from their slumber. A middle-aged man walked toward them. He had a long beard and wore blue robes. I will take you to register for residency shortly. Once completed, you will officially become residents of Lioli Island, the man said coolly, his gaze sweeping over the group as he clasped his hands behind his back. Hearing his words, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Remember, do not say anything you are not supposed to. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, the man added, narrowing his eyes. Everyone understood the clandestine nature of their arrangement and nodded in agreement. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Li Fan and the others changed into sets of ragged, worn-out clothing. They were then taught a uniform cover story. You were all residents of Dayu Island in the west. Your island was destroyed in a storm, forcing you to flee here as refugees. If anyone asks about your past, that is what you will say. No one voiced any objection. Then, led by the middle-aged man and under the watchful eyes of 4 or 5 large men in black, the group filed out of the cavern through a hidden passage, emerging above ground. They wound through the residential districts of the city for what felt like an eternity before finally arriving at the front of an official compound. Li Fan noted that although their group numbered several dozen, the island's residents mostly gave them only cursory glances before looking away, clearly accustomed to such happenings. They did not enter through the main gate. After a servant went inside to announce their arrival, he returned and led them through a side entrance on the left into a large hall. The hall was spacious. 2 or 3 other batches of people, over 100 in total, had already gathered before Li Fan's group arrived. Even so, it did not feel crowded. The middle-aged man gave them a look, signaling for them to wait patiently. Soon, it was Li Fan's group's turn. Manager Zhao, the middle-aged man greeted. Are these all refugees here to register? Manager Zhao appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Though somewhat aged, his eyes were unusually sharp. After scanning the crowd, he said with a faint, knowing smile, "Sun Zhang, these refugees all seem rather wealthy or noble, don't they?" Sun Zhang didn't fluster. He simply sighed. Indeed, they were all from wealthy and influential families on Dayu Island. A pity they lacked the protection of an immortal master. When disaster struck, all their wealth and glory turned to dust. They could only travel thousands of li to seek refuge here on Lioli Island. As he spoke, Sun Zhang pulled something from his robes and discreetly passed it to Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao glanced at it, pocketed the item, and then sighed. The storm floods have been fierce these past days. Even our Lioli Island was affected by it. The western islands suffered far greater losses. Rumors say over 200 islands were completely scoured flat. Who can count how many mortal souls have returned to the sea? Fortunately, the immortal master is merciful, ordering us to aid the refugees. It is a good thing your Tianba Pavilion is taking this so seriously. Rest assured, I will report this truthfully to the island master. When the immortal master's rewards are distributed, your share will certainly not be forgotten. Hearing this, Sun Zhang was overjoyed and launched into a stream of flattering remarks. Manager Zhao listened with half an ear as he processed the registration paperwork for the group. Before long, it was Li Fan's turn. When Manager Zhao looked at Li Fan, a strange light flickered in his eyes. "What is your name?" Manager Zhao asked. Li Fan answered truthfully. "Come. Place a drop of your blood here." Manager Zhao's brush moved with swift, flowing strokes, writing the words Li Fan on a rectangular object. It resembled both jade and paper, yet was neither. He then handed it over. Li Fan bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall. The blood, as if possessing a spirit of its own, seeped into the two words. "Keep this spirit talisman safe. From now on, it is your proof of identity. You must present it for all matters on the island, receiving work assignments, collecting rations, undergoing inspections, everything. Do not lose it." Unlike his attitude with the others, Manager Zhao was noticeably more cordial with Li Fan, offering an extra word of advice. This drew sidelong glances from Sun Zhang and the others. Uncertain what Manager Zhao had seen in him, Li Fan didn't offer any extra thanks. He simply nodded, stored the spirit talisman away, and walked off to the side. The distribution of residence permits was smooth and efficient. Soon, everyone in the group held their Lioli Island spirit talismans. Excitement was plain on every face. They left the place but did not return to the previous cave. Instead, Sun Zhang led them to the large courtyard of a residence. "Now that you have registered, it's time to sign the contract," Sun Zhang said, addressing Su Changyu from the group. Su Changyu carefully withdrew a thin sheet of paper from his robes. He then bit his finger and solemnly wrote his name in blood. The moment the signature was complete, the thin paper ignited without any flame, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that drifted away. After it burned, only a final small fragment of the contract remained. The contract is only complete after 3 stages. "Once we are fully settled in the future, I will sign the final part as agreed," Su Changyu said, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. Dealing with your ilk is always troublesome. If not for the immortal master, our Tianbao Pavilion would never engage in such an unprofitable venture," Sun Zhang snorted, clearly dissatisfied. But he didn't say anything more on the matter. Instead, he began instructing everyone on the things they needed to pay attention to while living on the island. All registered residents of Lioli Island may use their spirit talismans to claim a dwelling. It will be in the remote northern outskirts of the island, but at least it's a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Furthermore, for the first year after registration, you may collect a set amount of rations each month free of charge. Of course, if you're accustomed to delicacies and find this complimentary ration not to your taste, you're welcome to spend your own money to dine lavishly elsewhere on the island. After a lengthy speech that left his throat parched, Sun Zhang paused to catch his breath. Suddenly, Su Changyu's voice cut through the silence with a question. "May I know how we should proceed if we wish to pursue cultivation?" This was precisely what Li Fan had been waiting to hear. He pricked up his ears, listening intently. Sun Zhang glanced at Su Changyu, explaining patiently, "For mortals to cultivate, they must first purge the miasma within their bodies. You have just arrived from the immortal Forsaken Lands, so you carry a concentration of miasma far exceeding that of ordinary people. Without cleansing this miasma, cultivation is impossible. Su Changyu frowned. We already knew that much. But how does one remove this miasma? There are several methods, Sunjung said. The first is the body purification spirit pool on the island. Soaking in the spirit pool for a full day and night can enable one to purge all the miasma from one's body. Unfortunately, the materials required to activate the pool are astonishingly costly. Though our Lioli island is prosperous, we can only open it once every 3 years. Let me think. The last opening was a year ago. That means you'd need to wait nearly 2 more years. Furthermore, the number of spots to enter the spirit pool is limited, and competition is fierce. You outsiders have no foundation here. How could you possibly compete with the island's established families? Sunjung shook his head. What about the other methods? Su Changyu pressed. The second method is to practice the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra, Sunjung continued. Coupled with specific medicines and a regulated diet, it gradually alters one's constitution over time, eventually allowing one to purge one's internal miasma completely. While this method is time-consuming, often taking 5 or 6 years, it is stable and requires no special sacrifices. The Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra and the corresponding elixirs can be purchased at the island's apothecaries. 5 or 6 years, Su Changyu murmured softly, then asked stubbornly, what else? The third method is to become an experimental subject. At this, Sun Jiang's expression darkened, and a flicker of barely suppressed fear crossed his features, but he still answered Su Changyu. Experimental subject? Su Changyu looked bewildered. Correct. Some immortal masters are very interested in the miasma within our mortal bodies. Every year, they select volunteers from the island's mortal population to serve as test subjects. The immortal masters use special means to draw out the miasma slowly from the subjects for their research. It takes only a few months to completely drain a subject of their miasma. Sun Jiang's face seemed to pale, as if recalling something. But the process, it is utterly agonizing. One could say it's a state where you crave death but cannot die, and wish to live but find it unbearable. The vast majority break under the torment long before the miasma is fully extracted, driven utterly mad. I do not recommend this method for you. It is truly beyond what an ordinary person can endure. It was unclear if Su Changyu had truly taken in Sun Jiang's warning. He remained silent for a moment before asking again, are there any other methods? Sun Jiang shook his head. It is said that the direct mortal descendants of certain immortal masters are provided with heaven-defying treasures to reforge their bodies. Not only does this free them from worries about miasma, but it also enhances their cultivation aptitude simultaneously. However, such means are beyond the imagination of people like you and me. Even the Lioli Island master did not receive such treatment. That is all I know. If you truly wish to cultivate, you should carefully consider your options in the days to come. Sun Jiang noticed Su Changyu's despondent expression and couldn't help but offer consolation. I know you've endured countless hardships to travel here from the immortal Forsaken Lands, and your hearts yearn for the Tao. Who among us didn't feel this way at first? Unfortunately, the path of immortality is truly arduous. Even if you purge the miasma from your body, few can sense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, let alone draw it into oneself. Why go through all that trouble? There's nothing wrong with being mortal. Sun Jiang comforted Su Changyu, though perhaps he was also comforting himself. Bathed by the intangible nourishment of heaven and earth's spiritual chi, you will live longer here than in the immortal Forsaken Lands, even if you cannot cultivate. The tremendous price your family's paid to send you out won't be in vain. Rather than pursuing the difficult and elusive path of immortality, it's better to embrace life, indulge your passions, and live in the present. With these words, Sun Jiang departed. Among the gathered crowd, some wore expressions of delight, appearing to take Sun Jiang's advice to heart. Others, unable to accept the sheer difficulty of cultivation, broke down in tears on the spot. Meanwhile, some were fraught with worry, unsure of what to do. Only Su Changyu's face held a steely resolve, as if he had quietly made some firm decision. Observing each reaction, Li Fan had a bout of introspection. The world was full of people, each with their own unique disposition. And every individual's choice would lead them down a completely different path. Not one to meddle, Li Fan took advantage of the group's distracted state and slipped away quietly. After asking for directions, he found the island office responsible for assigning free housing. Li Fan presented his spirit talisman and was led by someone to the residential district in the northern part of Lioli Island. Countless dwellings stood packed together here, some empty, others already occupied. Most were single-room structures, but each had a small courtyard enclosed by walls, so it didn't look too shabby. Row 6, Unit 7. This is it. The man handed Li Fan the key impatiently before hurrying off. Li Fan pushed the courtyard gate open, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. The room was sparsely furnished, just a bed and a few tables and chairs. It was a far cry from what he was accustomed to. But he paid little mind to such material comforts. After a quick tidy-up, Li Fan settled down to contemplate his next move. It's a decent start. I managed to get situated without much trouble thanks to those people from the Li world. A pity that aside from Su Changyu, the rest seem utterly mediocre, lacking any real drive for the Tao. They'll never amount to much. The accommodations are a bit crude, but at least security isn't a concern since Lioli Island has an immortal master overseeing it. It's been ages since anyone dared cause trouble here. My immediate goal is to purge the miasma from my body. A spot in the body purification spirit pool may be valuable, but the treasures held in the Taiyan boat should be more than sufficient. Securing a spot won't be difficult if I bring them out. The downside is drawing too much attention. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. As an outsider with no roots here, suddenly revealing such riches would inevitably attract unwanted attention. I'll need to plan this carefully. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted Li Fan's thoughts. Who is it? Li Fan instantly grew wary. Me. The voice was low, yet vaguely familiar. Without changing his expression, Li Fan took out a dagger from the Taiyan boat and concealed it in his sleeve. Li Fan cracked the door open just enough to see his visitor. It was that chubby youth who had tried to accost him earlier. Without hesitation, Li Fan moved to slam the door shut. Wait, the youth blurted, hastily wedging a hand in the gap and lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You're not from Li World, are you? What? Li Fan faltered for an instant. The chubby youth seized the opening to shove his way inside. He looked Li Fan up and down, a sly, predatory glint in his eyes. Just who are you, really? What's your purpose, sneaking onto Lioli Island like this? How did you know I'm not from the Li World? Li Fan countered. The fat man's face twisted into a sneer. When I fell in the water, I caught a glimpse of you skulking about. I thought it was a trick of the light at first. But after seeing you last night, the pieces didn't fit. Something felt off, so I kept my eyes open. I saw you scrambling to find a place to stay in a hurry, so I followed you to test my theory. Sure enough, one little test, and you gave yourself away. The chubby youth puffed out his chest, oozing smug satisfaction. You're rather smart. Quite observant indeed, Li Fan conceded with a nod. Of course. Aside from me, those other fools haven't got a clue that a stranger walked right among them. Truly? No one else has noticed? Li Fan pressed. Absolutely. How could those dullards possibly compare to? The chubby youth's boast died in his throat, choked off mid-sentence. A cold, sharp blade had already pierced through his chest. Li Fan looked down at the chubby youth's body crumpled on the floor, his own face an impassive mask. Li Fan closed the door, dragged the chubby youth's corpse into the Taiyan boat, and then quickly cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. When he was done, it looked as if nothing had happened. What a fool, Li Fan remarked. The chubby youth clearly hadn't grasped the situation. With a bit of cleverness, he discovered that Li Fan was likely an imposter who had sneaked in with the group. Thus, he couldn't wait to come and threaten Li Fan, probably hoping to extort some benefits. But he failed to consider something. Yes, Li Fan had infiltrated Lioli Island, but weren't these people from the Li world also pretending to be refugees to obtain residency? What essential difference was there between them and Li Fan? Did they really think of themselves as natives just because they'd obtained Lioli Island residency? Li Fan saw it clearly. Both the masked immortal master who'd come to receive them and the Tianbao Pavilion, which Sun Zhong was a part of, operated with extreme caution, terrified of being discovered. Obviously, their status as mortals from the immortal Forsaken Lands was something to be hidden. Precisely because of this, Li Fan had killed the foolish chubby youth without a second thought. He didn't believe the Tianbao Pavilion or the group from the Li world would launch a large-scale investigation over this. The sides say that they did discover that the chubby youth had visited Li Fan before disappearing. Without a body, there was nothing they could do to Li Fan as long as he insisted he'd never seen him. After all, if this matter blew up, it would be bad for both sides. If Li Fan had hesitated and let the chubby youth live, that would have likely caused him endless trouble. So Li Fan decisively chose to nip this potential threat in the bud. Just as Li Fan predicted, several days passed without anyone paying attention to the chubby youth's mysterious disappearance, aside from a single inquiry from Su Chongyu. This incident was merely a small interlude in Li Fan's life on the island, and he soon put it out of his mind. Li Fan spent his time gathering information about various matters on the island. At the same time, he considered how he could use the treasures stored in the Taiyan boat in a manner that wouldn't raise eyebrows. Gradually, Li Fan developed a general understanding of Liuli Island. The sea surrounding the island was known as the Songyun Sea. This Songyun Sea was vast and boundless, dotted with tens of thousands of islands, both large and small. Liuli Island was located in the southern part of the central Songyun Sea region and was considered a medium-sized island. It was named after the liuli fish, a species abundant in the surrounding waters and known for its exceptionally tender flesh. Liuli fish were not only popular among mortals on nearby islands, but immortal masters as well. This was because the liuli pearls occasionally found within them were used to refine a certain type of pill. Therefore, an immortal master was stationed on Liuli Island, and every year, a certain quantity of liuli pearls had to be presented to them as tribute. The immortal master generally remained aloof from worldly affairs and was rarely seen by ordinary people. The day-to-day governance of Liuli Island was managed by the Liuli administration established by the Liuli Island Master. 1. Island residents could take on work assigned by the Liuli administration. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Among these jobs, heading out to sea to catch liuli fish was the most popular. Not only was it relatively low risk, but the pay was excellent. More importantly, fishermen only had to surrender 70% of their catch. They could keep the remaining 30% to sell privately. This made fishing a highly coveted job. Unfortunately, going to sea required a large ship, and liuli fish schools were elusive. Finding them required a special spirit lure made on the island. These spirit lures were only issued by the liuli administration when setting out to sea and were reclaimed upon return. Fishing privately was impossible. Anyone caught doing so was executed on the spot. So, catching liuli fish could only be done with the liuli administration's permission. Those granted the privilege to sail out were the envy of the entire island. Recently, a ship that set out not only returned with a bountiful haul of liuli fish, but also chanced upon a shipwreck. The sunken vessel was reportedly carrying a family fleeing a storm flood, and it held over a dozen chests of gold, silver, and jewels. All of it fell into the crew's hands. The island's rule for items salvaged from wrecks was the same as for liuli fish. The crew could keep 30% for themselves. Consequently, when the ship docked, half the island was thrown into an uproar. Even the island's chief steward of assets, Manager Qian, came down personally to inspect the find. Watching the crew members grinning, so wide it threatened to split their faces, many on the island grew green with jealousy. They began scrambling in private, pulling strings and calling in favors, all desperate to secure a spot on the next voyage. In Li Fan's view, he could use this same method to launder the countless treasures aboard the Taiyan boat. It was a process with relatively low risk. The only real difficulty lay in obtaining permission for a solo voyage. After all, the existence of the Taiyan boat absolutely could not be revealed. Far too many people on the island wanted to join the outgoing fleet of ships. After making a few casual inquiries, Li Fan quickly identified the key. The Liuli Island Master had 3 trusted aides. Manager Zhao handled island personnel, Manager Qian managed assets and finances, and Manager Zhou was responsible for security. The vast majority of sailing slots for the outgoing fleet were controlled by Manager Qian. Managers Zhao and Zhou constantly tried to muscle in on this authority, but Manager Qian always maintained an iron grip, doling out only 1 or 2 ship slots to them. Where there are people, there is struggle. Recalling Manager Zhao's reaction to him on the day he registered for residency, Li Fan thought it might be worthwhile to pay this Manager Zhao a visit. But Manager Zhao wasn't someone the current Li Fan could simply meet on a whim. Li Fan decided his best approach was still through Sun Jiang of the Tianbao Pavilion. After finding out its location, Li Fan went to the Tianbao Pavilion's entrance, seeking an audience with Sun Jiang. But he was met with a shut door. Scram, scram. Don't you know our elder son's status? What makes you think someone like you can just walk in and see him? Get lost. Several men in black at the entrance glared at Li Fan with ill intent, looking ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Li Fan had no choice but to leave, frustrated. He found it strange. The Tianbao Pavilion was, after all, a business open for trade. What kind of establishment turned people away without even seeing them? Furthermore, these men in black had made the decision themselves without consulting anyone from above, almost as if they already knew exactly who Li Fan was. They must have received orders to refuse me. Li Fan came to this conclusion, guessing that some change must have occurred with the people from Li World that caused Sun Jiang to cut ties and disavow them. After some investigation, Li Fan learned what had happened. It turned out that Su Chongyu, in his determination to purge the miasma from his body as quickly as possible, had resolutely chosen to become a test subject for an immortal master. Before leaving, Su Chongyu had signed his name on that remaining part of the contract. With that, the third stage was complete, and the contract dissipated entirely. There was no longer any connection between Li World and the Tianbao Pavilion. So that's why he suddenly avoided all contact with us. I just never imagined Su Chongyu would be so decisive. Li Fan remarked with a sigh. We all tried to persuade him not to be so reckless. But when has he ever listened to reason? The speaker was someone Li Fan recognized, Xiao Heng, who had previously identified himself in the Tianbao Pavilion's cavern as the Prince of Jinnan's son. Xiao Heng seemed to share an exceptionally close bond with Su Chongyu, and now radiated utter dejection. If it weren't for saving his terminally ill younger sister, Brother Su would never have pushed himself to such extremes. Hearing this, Li Fan fell silent, lost in thought. 1. Just to clarify, immortal masters are cultivators, while the Liuli Island master is immortal. Though Sun Jiang chose to avoid him, Li Fan was not one to give up so easily. From the moment he offered comforting words to Su Chongyu, it was clear this man was no villain. His previous cold demeanor was likely just a way to avoid entanglements with mortals from the immortal Forsaken Lands. Li Fan preferred dealing with people whose personalities he somewhat understood over complete strangers. So Li Fan turned back and once again stood before the Tianbao Pavilion. You again? Do you have a death wish? The black-clothed guard at the entrance glared at Li Fan with open hostility. Li Fan smiled faintly. I've come to do business with your Tianbao Pavilion. You drive a customer away without even hearing them out? Is this how Tianbao Pavilion treats its guests? He deliberately raised his voice, drawing curious glances from passers-by. The guard's face flushed with anger, and he moved to strike, but was held back by his companion. After someone went inside to consult, the guard returned with clear reluctance and ushered Li Fan in. He was seated in a guest room, and a female attendant served him a cup of tea. Li Fan took a sip. As the tea warmed his stomach, a comforting heat spread throughout his body. Within moments, he felt as if he'd been basking in the winter sun for hours, thoroughly warmed, even slightly feverish. Excellent tea. Li Fan couldn't help but praise. Daiyu Yanlong. It grows near the underwater volcanic vents around Daiyu Island. Only a dozen or so plants exist. With the destruction of Daiyu Island, this tea has temporarily become a lost treasure. A man walked in with a smile, speaking unhurriedly. It was Sun Jiang. Then I am indebted to you for this privilege, Elder Sunday. Li Fan showed no hesitation, downing the remaining tea in one gulp. Only after Li Fan set the cup down did Sun Jiang narrow his eyes and ask slowly, the matter of greatly is concluded. There should be no further ties between us. Why have you sought me out again? His tone was blunt, and his eyes hid a sharp killing intent, as if Li Fan's answer would determine whether he lived or died. Ignoring the accusatory tone, Li Fan smiled in response. You misunderstand me. I truly am here to discuss a business proposition. Business? You. Sun Jiang first looked stunned, then scoffed, scrutinizing Li Fan from head to toe. Li Fan's expression remained unchanged, his smile unwavering. Seeing this, Sun Jiang gradually grew serious. What is it? Might Tianbao Pavilion have any interest in securing spots on the fleet going to sea? Li Fan said slowly. On every voyage, ships in the fleet earn massive profits from lowly fish and other produce of the sea, and that is without counting the occasional treasures they haul up. To say our Tianba Pavilion has no interest would be a lie. But Manager Qian holds the fleet slot allocations in an iron grip. It's not just our Tianba Pavilion, even Manager Zhao finds it extremely difficult to secure an additional spot. You are a newcomer. What possible means do you have to set your sights on this matter? Sun Zheng stared intently at Li Fan, as if trying to read the truth from his face. I have a method to persuade him. I just need you to arrange a meeting between myself and Manager Zhao, Li Fan stated with unwavering confidence. Seeing Li Fan's absolute certainty, Sun Zheng momentarily wavered, unsure how to proceed. Then let him see Manager Zhao. It's no difficult matter. If he fails, we can just chop him up and feed him to the fish. Just then, a somewhat languid voice drifted in from outside the room. Li Fan's eyes sharpened as he saw a woman in pale yellow robes step inside. Her face was veiled, and her voice sounded young, perhaps 17 or 18, but her curvaceous figure radiated a mature allure. Greetings, shopkeeper, Sun Zheng said immediately, rising to his feet and offering a respectful bow upon seeing the woman in yellow. Then I thank you in advance, shopkeeper, Li Fan said, his expression unchanged as he cupped his hands in a salute. You seem rather confident, and you don't strike me as the type to boast idly, the woman in yellow said, tilting her head as she sat down opposite Li Fan. She began studying him with open curiosity. I am a man of my word. When I make a promise, I keep it, Li Fan stated plainly. The woman in yellow let out a soft, tinkling laugh. If you truly succeed, our Tianbao Pavilion will, of course, require a corresponding share of the benefits. According to the island's rules, one may keep 30% of the proceeds from a voyage. I will take none of that 30%. Half will go to Manager Zhao, and the other half will be given to your Tianbao Pavilion. Li Fan nodded, his words startling everyone present. The woman in yellow was momentarily stunned. She looked him over again, more carefully this time. How strange. If that's the case, then what is it you want after going through all this trouble? I only want a spot in the body purification spirit pool that opens once every 3 years, Li Fan stated frankly. Oh. The woman was truly shocked now. She stared at him for a long moment, as if trying to confirm she hadn't misheard. Li Fan met her gaze without the slightest hesitation. Ha ha ha. The woman in yellow burst into uproarious laughter, as if she'd just heard the most hilarious joke in her life. Oh, please, uncle. You're already this old, and you still want to cultivate immortality like the others. She laughed for a good while, barely managing to get the words out before another wave of laughter overtook her. Sun Zheng looked at Li Fan, his face also a mask of utter skepticism. Li Fan simply watched the laughing woman in silence. The woman's laughter gradually subsided. Ha ha. Finally, it died out into an awkward, forced chuckle, and she composed herself, looking somewhat abashed. I seek eternal life. Even if it costs me my life, I will have no regrets, Li Fan said quietly. The woman in yellow fell silent for a long time. Very well. I agree to this, she declared finally. Once a date is settled, I will send someone to notify you. Then it is settled. I live outside the city walls, in row 6, unit 7. You can find me there. Li Fan cupped his hands once more, turned, and left. Only the woman in yellow and Sun Zheng remained in the room. After a long silence, Sun Zheng could no longer hold back. Shopkeeper, that spot in the body purification spirit pool. The competition for body purification spirit pool spots is fierce every year, but our Tianbao Pavilion doesn't lack the strength to contend for one. Furthermore, if he can truly secure a slot in the fleet for us, the profits from that expedition alone would roughly offset the cost of a single spirit pool spot in roughly 5 years. This is a deal with no risk of loss for us. The woman in yellow waved a dismissive hand. It's just, she frowned, a delicate crease forming on her brow as she looked in the direction Li Fan had departed. What is it? Sun Zheng couldn't help but ask. That man's eyes, they were terrifying. The woman in yellow patted her chest lightly, as if still somewhat shaken. Sun Zheng was taken aback. On the way back, Li Fan stopped by an apothecary and purchased the Xian Wang Heart Clarification Sutra, along with the accompanying medicinal herbs. Even if everything went smoothly, the body purification spirit pool wouldn't open for another 2 years. That was far too long to waste doing nothing. He might as well try cultivating the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra first and see what effect it had. Perhaps his talent was so astounding that he wouldn't even need the full 2 years to purge the miasma from his body on his own. For the next several days, Li Fan remained at home, cultivating and waiting for his meeting with Manager Zhao. But before he could even meet Manager Zhao, shocking news reached him. Su Changyu was dead. In the end, Su Changyu simply wasn't able to hold on. He reached his limit and died in just 7 or 8 days. When his body was brought back, Li Fan went to take a look. It was nothing more than a twisted mass of flesh and blood, completely unrecognizable as human. The flesh even twitched inexplicably from time to time, sending shivers down one's spine. It was a truly horrifying sight. Having just arrived here, the people from the Li world couldn't scrape together enough money to buy a burial plot. They had initially planned a sea burial, but Li Fan, unable to stand the thought, provided some funds, allowing Su Changyu to be laid to rest in the ground. Everyone was heartbroken. Among them, Xiao Hong wept the most bitterly. Li Fan, however, didn't have any particularly strong feelings, just a faint sense of melancholy. Having tumbled through the mortal world for nearly 300 years in all, Li Fan had developed his own method of judging character. In his eyes, Su Changyu had carried himself well and possessed considerable mental fortitude. While not a once-in-a-century prodigy, he was certainly no mediocre man. Of the entire group from the Li world, Li Fan had thought him the most likely to make something of himself. Yet such a man died silently and without fanfare, unable to clear the preliminary hurdle of dispelling miasma. The path of immortality was arduous. Li Fan felt this truth more keenly than ever. And as he continued his cultivation of the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra, this feeling grew even more. The facts proved that Li Fan was no unparalleled genius either. For nearly a month, Li Fan lived in seclusion, leaving his home only to collect a work assignment to maintain appearances. He spent all other hours hidden away, practicing this heart clarification sutra. Generally, after half a month of practice, most people would experience noticeable effects like improved mental clarity and faster thought processes. But a full month had passed, and Li Fan felt no change whatsoever. Li Fan suspected it might be because his mental strength had been tempered by his centuries of experiences through return to truth, and already far surpassed that of a normal person. Thus, the sutra's effect on him was diminished. Li Fan wasn't anxious, simply treating it as a daily cultivation ritual to perform. Another half-month passed like this before Li Fan finally received a summons from the Tianbao Pavilion. Following the messenger, Li Fan met Manager Zhao in one of Tianbao Pavilion's private courtyards. "Manager Zhao, it's been a while," Li Fan said, cupping his hands in greeting. Manager Zhao glanced at Li Fan and went straight to the point. "I hear from Tianbao Pavilion that you seek a slot on the fleet." "Ambitious. What are you bringing to the table?" "You should know that I only have 2 slots at my disposal. That's not even enough for my own people. Why should I give one to you? A ship sets sail for profit, nothing more." "Manager Zhao, what is your opinion on the profits from catching liuli fish compared to salvaging treasure directly from sunken ships on the seabed?" Li Fan asked with a slight smile. Instead of dismissing Li Fan's words immediately, Manager Zhao considered them seriously for a moment. "I heard about a ship crew's unexpected haul of a dozen crates of jewels some time ago. After the administration's calculations, the total value was equivalent to the harvests of several standard fishing voyages. But such windfalls can't be expected every time. In the last 10+ years I've been on this island, I can only recall a handful of major scores." He paused, then asked, "From the sound of it, you?" Li Fan nodded. "If I command a ship, I can guarantee that it returns with a certain amount of treasure with each voyage." A strange light flickered in Manager Zhao's eyes as he scrutinized Li Fan closely. "Remarkably, you are not lying." Now it was Li Fan's turn to be surprised. "It's true that I am not boasting, but how exactly did you discern that, Manager Zhao?" Manager Zhao chuckled softly. "I was born with unusual eyes. They can recognize capable men and distinguish truth from falsehood. Just now, as you spoke, I saw only a soft, white light emanating from you. This proves your words were sincere and that you harbor no ill intent. Had I seen tendrils of black, it would have meant you had ulterior motives. Such an unusual ability exists?" Li Fan was genuinely startled. On the day I registered for residency, your attitude toward me seemed slightly different than the others. Did you see something then? I can only perceive general impressions, not complete details, Manager Zhao explained with a wry smile. I only saw that you had extraordinary wealth and status, and that your hands are stained with much blood. Clearly, you are no ordinary man. That is the only reason I treated you with a bit more courtesy. The will of heaven is inscrutable. Who can say what achievements a man like you might attain in the future? It costs me nothing to sow a favorable connection in advance. Li Fan nodded, then listened as Manager Zhao sighed. In recent years, great disasters have been frequent. There are countless people like you, men of great affluence and prestige, who have ended up washed ashore on our Lioli island. Some lie low for a few years before catching the wind and rising once more. Others fade into obscurity among the masses, eventually turning to bleached bones. As he listened, a thought occurred to Li Fan. In that case, on the day we registered, you could already tell that Sun Zheng of the Tianbao Pavilion was being untruthful? True or false, what does it matter? Manager Zhao said dismissively. Sometimes, being too particular about such things is not necessarily a good thing. My duty is merely to ensure that there are no individuals on the island attempting to subvert order. Regardless of where you come from, as long as you remain law-abiding, you will not be troubled. With an immortal master presiding over the island, we have no fear of disorder. Furthermore, the gathering of refugees was the immortal master's directive. Since Sun Zheng could lead so many refugees to our Lioli island, why would I make things difficult for him? Listening to this, Li Fan gained a general understanding of Manager Zhao's principles. Their conversation then returned to the matter of the seafaring fleet. Since you can see that my words are true, will you consider the matter of the fleet slot assignment? Li Fan asked. Manager Zhao tapped his fingers lightly on the table a few times before speaking. You are a newcomer with no foundation here. Handing a ship over to your command rashly would undoubtedly cause widespread discontent. How about this? You will join the next voyage. If you truly can retrieve treasure on every expedition, it won't take many trips for the crew to be convinced of your capability. Then, you can rightfully take command of the ship. In fact, if your harvests are substantial enough, I might even be able to petition the Grand Administrator to requisition another ship from that Qian fellow and assign it to you. Your considerations are thorough indeed, Manager Zhao, Li Fan said, finding the arrangement perfectly acceptable. And so, the matter was settled with unusual smoothness. The Tianbao Pavilion was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, but when they learned that Li Fan had easily persuaded Manager Zhao and secured a spot on the next voyage, they were utterly astonished. So that old man wasn't boasting after all? He actually is confident that he can command an entire ship. In Tianbao Pavilion, the woman in yellow rested her chin on her hand, her eyes glinting. What kind of leverage could he possibly have? Sun Zheng was equally baffled. No matter how he looked at Li Fan, the man appeared to be an utterly ordinary, unremarkable middle-aged man. Take the deed to that vacant compound on East Street in the city and deliver it to him, the woman in yellow suddenly declared. Sun Zheng was momentarily caught off guard. Shopkeeper, this isn't wise, Sun Zhang protested, his voice tight with reluctance. We spent a fortune acquiring that compound, intending it as a bribe for Manager Qian. How can we just hand it over to this guy so cheaply? If we are to give it to him, shouldn't we at least wait until he's actually helped us secure a spot in the fleet? The woman in yellow shot Sun Zhang a glance. Just do as you're told. If we wait until then, I fear a mere compound won't be nearly enough to satisfy him. Sun Zhang muttered a few complaints under his breath, but in the end, he didn't dare disobey the shopkeeper's order. He obediently delivered the deed to Li Fan. Li Fan didn't refuse it. He packed his few possessions and moved into the small East Street compound that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the surroundings here were immeasurably better. Official personnel from the Lioli administration were stationed at the mouth of the alley, responsible for keeping order and providing security. The compound itself was far more spacious than his previous dwelling, with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each flank. While not enormous, it was more than sufficient for Li Fan alone. He declined the maidservants that Tianbao Pavilion later tried to send over. With that, Li Fan settled in, quietly waiting for the fleet's next voyage. Li Fan assumed it wouldn't take long, but an unforeseen event pushed the departure date into the distant, uncertain future, a storm flood. He had heard the people of Lioli Island mention the storm floods many times in their conversations before, but he'd never paid it much mind. He assumed it was, at worst, like the typhoons and hurricanes he'd witnessed before his transmigration, just a larger, more violent storm. But when a storm flood truly arrived, Li Fan realized he had been gravely mistaken. That day, Li Fan was at home practicing the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra as usual when a series of sharp, urgent sounds suddenly erupted from outside. Piercing noises circled overhead, swiftly spreading across the entirety of Lioli Island. Get home quickly. A storm flood is coming. Immortal Master, protect us. Immortal Master, have mercy. Mother, where are you? Come home now. Instantly, the island descended into chaos. Panicked, fearful cries rose from all directions. For a moment, Li Fan was utterly bewildered. Then he saw a blue curtain of light appear in the sky above Lioli Island. The light curtain resembled a massive, upturned bowl spanning the entire landmass, enveloping everything on the island within it. The island protection array has been activated. There is no need to panic. Stay inside your homes. Do not venture out. A clear, crisp woman's voice rang out alongside the appearance of the light curtain. It was instantly audible across the entire island. The Immortal Master is merciful. Listening to the cries of relief rising around him, Li Fan lifted his head, studying the protective array intently. Swirling blue radiance isolated the island from the world outside. Unfamiliar characters, both profound and mysterious, danced across the surface of the luminous barrier from time to time. Not long after, he began to hear howling screams, like the wailing of ghosts, which gradually grew in volume. The wind had arrived. Layers of ripples shimmered across the light screen, blocking the ferocious gale completely. Not a single breath of wind penetrated the barrier. Inside, it was perfectly calm. Then, the sky began to release a torrential downpour. Dense sheets of rain, nearly solid lines of water, hammered against the light screen. Concentric rings of ripples spread across the barrier, holding the deluge utterly at bay. Outside was a maelstrom of violent wind and lashing rain. Inside the dome of light, all was serene and still. So this is the power of immortals? Li Fan marveled inwardly. Though he had already witnessed the city-destroying capabilities of Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, seeing this island protection array now still made his heart itch with a fierce, almost unbearable yearning. The howling wind and heavy rain persisted for the better part of an hour. Gradually, the rain began to slacken, and the sound of the wind slowly died down. Just as Li Fan thought the storm flood was about to pass, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. The sky did not clear. Instead, it grew darker and more oppressive. Countless layers of storm clouds appeared from nowhere, piling upon one another without end and pressing down from above. In moments, the world was plunged into utter darkness. The thick clouds felt so close he could almost touch them. They seemed to be brewing something, and Lioli Island fell into a brief, uneasy silence. The silence was soon shattered. Boom! A thunderous explosion detonated beside Li Fan's ear. Boom! 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 Deafening, thunderous roars erupted simultaneously from all directions in a relentless, endless cacophony. It was like a symphony without end, reverberating between heaven and earth. Caught within this overwhelming noise, Li Fan felt dizzy, his vision spotting with stars. A great weight seemed to press on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. When he touched his nose, his hand came away wet with blood. A spike of fear shot through him. He thought to flee back inside for shelter, but the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. The world spun. He quickly lost his balance and fell. The earth shook as if struck by some colossal force, trembling without end. Li Fan looked up and saw a sight that stole the breath from his lungs. A wall of water, so high it blotted out his entire field of vision, was being driven by the furious gale toward Lioli Island. In moments, it descended with an overwhelming, crushing force. Li Fan couldn't help but raise his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself from the colossal wave that was about to fall, burying every living thing below. Crash! The massive wave slammed against the blue light barrier. The barrier twisted and distorted, seemingly on the verge of shattering. But after a pulse of blue light rippled across its surface, it stabilized once more. It stood firm against the impact, unyielding as a seaside cliff. Enraged at its failure to swallow Lioli Island, the sea hurled wave after massive wave in a relentless assault. The island truly seemed like a sapling swaying in a storm, about to be torn apart at any moment. There were many terrifying instances when the island was completely submerged beneath the seawater, and Li Fan nearly believed his current lifetime was about to end. Fortunately, the island protection array proved far more reliable than he had imagined. It held firm without breaking, even as colossal waves battered it without end. The scene resembled an apocalyptic cataclysm, and Li Fan felt his mind growing numb, his senses overwhelmed. He lost all sense of time in this dazed state. Eventually, the waves gradually began to subside. But subside was a relative term. They merely lessened from world-ending to terrifying. The storm flood had arrived with savage speed, but it departed with agonizing slowness. Within the wind and rain, it was impossible to distinguish night from day. Li Fan felt that a full 2 or 3 days must have passed before the storm flood finally receded. We thank the immortal master. The surviving islanders knelt on the ground, weeping and crying. Amid the islanders' clamorous discussions, Li Fan learned something that made his heart clench with fresh dread. The storm flood that Lioli Island had just experienced was considered a relatively mild one. The storm flood 15 years ago had been several times more powerful. Back then, the protection array could barely be maintained, and the immortal master was forced to shrink its protection range. Thus, after the storm flood passed, the areas that had not received the barrier's protection were completely sheared away by the disaster. Lioli Island itself was reduced to only a third of its former size. It took more than a decade of effort from survivors and new influxes of refugees before its vitality slowly recovered. So, this is a storm flood. Li Fan was shaken to his core. The wrath of the heavens and the earth, to think it could be so terrifying. In the days following the storm flood, every resident of Lioli Island received instructions. Each household was to inspect their section of the island protection array for damage. The method was simple. The Lioli administration distributed spirit talismans. Families simply had to hang one in their home for several days and nights, observing whether it emitted red light. Special teams were dispatched to inspect the array's countless remote and isolated nodes across the island. All 367,800 nodes of the island protection array must be checked for anomalies. Under the immortal master's decree, and for the sake of their own survival, all other affairs on Lioli Island were suspended, with priority given to maintaining the array. Normally, the immortal master would oversee the inspection personally. But this time, the spirit stones powering the array were nearly depleted. Thus, the immortal master had returned to Myriad Immortals Island to procure more. Li Fan also received a spirit talisman and hung it in his house. Focusing his senses, he could faintly detect an intangible wave radiating from it. The wave expanded outward for a distance before seemingly encountering an obstacle and bouncing back. As the wave returned, the talisman glowed with a soft blue light. After a few breaths, the blue light faded. The wave was generated once more, and this cycle repeated. Every 360 flashes of the talisman form a minor cycle of the array's self-inspection system. Li Fan recalled the instructions given with the talisman. 360 minor cycles form a major cycle. If no red light appears during a major cycle, the array is intact. This island protection array is immense, yet incredibly precise. It's difficult to imagine how it was constructed. Myriad Immortals Island is said to be where the vast majority of cultivators in the Songyun Sea gather. It's shrouded in mystery, and even manager Zhao knows little about it. All we know is that if a mortal on Lioli Island manages to cleanse themselves of miasma and successfully draw in qi, an immortal master will descend and take them to Myriad Immortals Island. It seems my goal for this lifetime will be to reach that place. But matters had to be approached step by step. The first step was securing a slot in the outgoing fleet, which would grant him access to the body purification spirit pool. Having waited for centuries already, Li Fan wasn't troubled by a little more patience. Time flowed quietly amidst the islanders' anxious prayers. 5 days later, the result allowed the entire population to exhale in relief. The island protection array was undamaged. When the immortal master returned with a sufficient supply of spirit stones, the residents' worries vanished completely. Life on Lioli Island gradually returned to normal. In the following months, survivors from other islands occasionally arrived on Lioli seeking refuge. Of course, the vast majority of people on their islands had perished in the recent storm flood. Upon learning that an immortal master safeguarded Lioli Island, profound envy washed over the faces of these refugees. The Tsongyun Sea was vast and boundless, containing countless islands, large and small. Only islands that produced unique resources were fortunate enough to have an immortal master stationed permanently. Li Fan hadn't been idle these past months. His perseverance in practicing the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra daily had finally yielded rewards. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 41/88. Psychological age, 504/1119. Both his biological age and psychological age limits had increased once more. The gains were modest, but they filled Li Fan with a surge of motivation. From that day forward, he cultivated even more diligently. Aside from eating, he spent every waking moment practicing the Heart Clarification Sutra. Another month passed in this manner until Li Fan finally received a message from Manager Zhao. The storm flood in the Tsongyun Sea had completely subsided. The fleet's next voyage would soon take place. 3 days later, at Lioli Island's docks. The sea vessels of Lioli Island were larger than the Taiyan boat's second configuration, each stretching a full 200 to 300 meters in length. Over a dozen of these great ships were lined up, moored upon the sea's surface. It made for a truly impressive sight. Due to the storm flood, the fleet had been grounded for a long time. Thus, Lioli Island had fallen behind on a significant portion of the tribute materials it was required to submit. Consequently, the island master had ordered the entire fleet of ships to set sail this time. This was a rare spectacle. In the past, for safety's sake, only 1 or 2 ships would ever sail simultaneously. The docks were packed with people who had come to witness the event. Occasionally, they would spot a familiar face aboard a ship and wave enthusiastically. Li Fan followed Manager Zhao's subordinate and boarded a sea vessel named the Tsengyuan. Among the crew, many were setting out to sea for the first time like Li Fan. Their faces were alight with excitement, their eyes brimming with the hope of striking it rich overnight. The veteran sailors, however, were the complete opposite. Not only were they devoid of any excitement, they wore expressions of deep worry and couldn't stop their complaints. What in the blazes is the island master thinking, pulling a stunt like this? The ship with the smallest hull gets branded unfit and stripped of sailing rights for good? How are we supposed to swallow that? Ugh, don't even mention it. It's all because of that damned storm flood. You know Coral Island in the south? I heard in private that their island protection array shattered. The entire island was wiped flat. And the tribute they owed? It's been dumped on us, Lioli Island. What kind of mess is this? How are we supposed to live after this? They say it's only temporary. Just gotta make up the backlog, that's all. A chorus of gloomy sighs followed. Look at you lot, sniveling like cowards. Why not think of the upside? Isn't there a reward for first place? The crew's share of the harvest jumps from 30% to 50%. Think about what that means. One good haul, and you'd never have to set foot on a ship again for the rest of your lives. At that moment, a man with sun-bronzed skin strode over and began berating the crew. Boss, stop dreaming. First place? You know our fishing skills. We barely meet the quota every time, just managing to scrape by. Yeah, if you ask me, this is our last voyage. Blast it, why go back at all? Let's just turn pirate and live free. Clearly, the crew had a close relationship with the bronzed man. Instead of being cowed by his scolding, they just ribbed him good-naturedly. Hearing their foolish talk, the man didn't get angry. Instead, he planted his hands on his hips, a picture of confident assurance. What? Boss, you got a plan. Knowing their leader well, the crew pressed him immediately. The man said with pride, relax. We have an expert on board this time. I guarantee we'll return with holds full to bursting. With that, he pointed a thumb at Li Fan, who stood behind him. Him. He looks so pale and soft. Has he even been to sea before? The crew squinted at Li Fan, their faces instantly falling into expressions of disappointment. They shook their heads in disbelief. You blind fools are too ignorant to recognize a man of worth. This is the exceptional talent manager Zhao personally invited. He'll soon be taking command of our ship, so show some respect, the man bellowed, his anger seemingly genuine. At these words, Chaos erupted aboard the Tsang Yuan. The sun-bronzed man glanced back at Li Fan, a conspiratorial smile briefly touching his lips. Boss, you've been captain of the Tsang Yuan for almost 10 years. How can you just step aside like this? You saved my life, boss. If they're trying to drive you out, Lu San won't stand for it. Damn right. Why don't we just toss him overboard to the fishes once we set sail? People die at sea all the time, no one would bat an eye. The crowd on the ship was whipped into a fury. In an instant, Li Fan had unmistakably become public enemy number one. The stout man raised his hands, trying to calm them. Easy, everyone, easy. I know you all think highly of me, Zhang Haobo, but the Tsang Yuan is Manager Zhao's property. We're all just men working for his coin. If Manager Zhao says it's time for a change, what choice do I have? His words only poured oil on the flames of their fury. The crewmen fixed their glares on Li Fan, their eyes burning with a murderous light. Li Fan sneered coldly in his heart. Zhang Haobo's petty tricks hadn't escaped his notice. The flattery toward Li Fan was nothing more than a ploy to breed suspicion among the crew. His so-called defense was meant only to fan their resentment. And that act of helplessness and playing the victim was a clear bid to rally them against him. A classic case of feigning compliance while plotting rebellion, waving the red flag to oppose the red flag itself. 1. Child's play. These were games Li Fan had long mastered. Showing no fear, Li Fan stepped forward to face the seething crew, holding his chin high. His voice rang out clear and strong over the din. If you doubt me, doesn't that also mean you doubt Manager Zhao's judgment? Our voyage is about to begin. Watch what I can do. I will not disappoint you. His firm and resonant voice cut through the angry muttering, silencing it. The crew, taken aback by his imposing presence, found themselves momentarily cowed. No one stepped forward to challenge him. Seizing the moment, Li Fan offered a curt, "I take my leave," and turned, striding alone into the ship's cabins without a backward glance. The crew exchanged bewildered looks while Zhang Haobo's face was dark with suppressed rage. Muttered discussions broke out among the men. You think the guy might actually have some skill? Maybe, it could be true. Manager Zhao has sharp eyes. He rarely misjudges a man. He didn't seem like some ordinary fellow to me. Meanwhile, Zhang Haobo seethed inwardly. He'll find treasure on every voyage? I don't believe it for a second. He's just using connections to steal my position as captain. Does he think I'm a fool? Well, he's made his boasts. Let's see how he plans to back them up. Watching his men swayed so easily by a few words from Li Fan, his anger burned hotter. Set sail, he roared. We depart. The Tsang Yuan began to move, gliding out of the harbor without the need for wind or oar. Instead, the ship was propelled by a miniature array powered by spirit stones. Over 100 other ships also departed from Lioli Island, each heading for their designated fishing grounds. Each ship was equipped with a spirit lure, a device that would emit a signal if Lioli fish were detected in the nearby waters. But the sea was vast and the range of spirit lures was limited. Finding the general area where the fish schooled required a crew of experienced hands. In most normal years, the movements of the Lioli fish were predictable, making them relatively easy to catch. But in the event of a storm flood, the schools migrated and all past experience became useless. It was like searching for a needle in an ocean, relying on nothing but pure luck. And the Tsang Yuan's luck seemed exceptionally poor. More than half a month had passed. Aside from catching some ordinary fish and finding some common sea mineral deposits, they did not harvest anything significant. Not only were the crew members all frowning with worry, but even Zhang Haobo grew anxious. After all, there was a punishment for coming in last place this time. Compared to other jobs on the island, working as a crew member on the ship involved lower risks and greater rewards. No one wanted to lose such a job. Based on the island's rules, we must return within a month. With what little we've caught this time, it's entirely possible that we'll end up with the smallest harvest. We can only hope for a turnaround in the next few days. Immortal Master, grant us your protection. Zhang Haobo gazed at the calm, deep sea, feeling helpless. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, Zhang Haobo saw Li Fan walking toward him. Well, finally showing your face? I was starting to think you died in there. The only reason I knew you hadn't was the food disappearing. Since setting sail, Li Fan had stayed in his room, never interacting with anyone. Zhang Haobua, already in a bad mood, had even less patience for him. Li Fan paid no attention to his rudeness. Instead, he stared intently at the distant sea, his expression grave. He stood there silently, saying nothing. Zhang Haobua, unnerved by Li Fan's strange behavior, followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual. The sea appeared perfectly normal. Yet Li Fan's expression grew even more solemn. Still, he remained silent. A long time passed before Zhang Haobua finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, "What are you looking at?" Li Fan started. Then he turned back, glaring at him with annoyance. "What are you trying to pull, acting all mysterious?" Zhang Haobua felt a bit guilty but pressed on. "I need a small boat." Li Fan ignored his question as he turned away and said in a deep voice, "I see treasure." "What?" Zhang Haobua was momentarily confused. But then it quickly dawned on him, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "You're not joking, are you? Hurry, prepare a small boat for me. I see jewels deep beneath the sea. They're gleaming with light, waiting for me to retrieve them," Li Fan said solemnly. Zhang Haobua was still hesitating when he heard Li Fan add another sentence. "The opportunity is fleeting. The glow of the treasure is fading. I'm about to lose its location." Zhang Haobua immediately snapped to attention. "Quick! Prepare a boat." The Tsang Yuan was equipped with several small boats, typically used for exploring narrow channels or probing dangerous, uncharted waters. After the small boat was lowered and Li Fan rowed away alone, Zhang Haobua suddenly came to his senses. He had no idea why he had been impulsive enough to believe Li Fan's words. Seeing treasure buried deep beneath the sea? How was that possible? Just as he was about to say something, he heard Li Fan's distant shout. "Don't follow me. Wait for my signal." "Why?" Zhang Haobua couldn't help but shout back. "You're too noisy. You'll break my concentration," Li Fan replied. Zhang Haobua's eye twitched. But thinking back to Li Fan's earlier glare, he couldn't shake the feeling he wasn't bluffing. Time passed. Eventually, for full hours had gone by since Li Fan sailed off alone in the small boat. Could he have run off by himself? One of the crewmen asked, staring anxiously in the direction Li Fan had disappeared. "Don't spout nonsense," Zhang Haobua snapped at his subordinate. "How big is the sea? Where could he possibly go alone without any provisions?" Just as he was about to say more, a red signal flare lit up the distant sky. "Quick! Steer the ship over there," Zhang Haobua immediately commanded. The Tsang Yuan sped forward at full speed and soon reached the location of the signal. There stood Li Fan on the small boat, exhaustion written across his face. "The treasure is right here," he announced to the group. Zhang Haobua and the others exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to believe him. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Haobua gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "Lower the nets." Amid the crew's half-doubtful gazes, they began to pull up one chest, then another. In the end, a full 16 chests of gold, silver, and jewels were slowly hauled up from the depths. 1. Kongzhi Hongqi Fan Hongqi is a political idiom from Maoist-era China describing a particular form of deception and betrayal. It refers to someone who outwardly pretends to be a loyal believer in a cause, ideology, or party. Yet, he secretly works to undermine, sabotage, or attack that very same cause from within. It is the ultimate act of ideological treachery. The crew of the Tsang Yuan stood under the cold moonlight. Their eyes were bloodshot, their breathing ragged. Even now, they felt like they were dreaming. 16 large chests, filled to the brim with gold, silver, and treasures, sat quietly on the deck. Some of the men, still unable to believe it, pinched themselves. Only after feeling the sharp pain did they return their gazes to the fortune spread before them. That Mr. Li hadn't been boasting after all. He had truly delivered on his promise to make them all rich. But this was beyond anything they could have imagined. The chests overflowed with jade artifacts, gold, silver, and jewels of every description. It made for a dazzling, mind-boggling spectacle. These men had spent half their lives fishing in the open seas. But even in their wildest dreams, they never envisioned a scene so fantastical. Zhang Haobua's mind went completely blank. It's real. He actually found treasure sunken at the bottom of the sea. A skill like that. Having lived on Liuli Island for over 20 years, Zhang Haobua knew well that besides the immortal masters, there were also mortals who possessed strange and incredible abilities. Some could communicate with birds in the sky, some could foresee disasters, some could hold their breath for impossibly long times and roam the ocean depths, and others, like Manager Zhao, could see through a person's lies. But such individuals were exceedingly rare. They were either entrusted with important positions on various islands or taken as servants by the immortal masters and brought to myriad immortals' island. To encounter one was a truly uncommon occurrence. He never would have guessed that Li Fan was also one of these extraordinary people. Zhang Haobo suddenly recalled that Li Fan had moved to Liuli Island just recently. Could it be that his original home was destroyed by a storm flood, forcing him to relocate here? No wonder Manager Zhao had shown him such particular favor, despite him being a new resident. It all made sense now. A wave of bitter regret washed over Zhang Haobo. Zhang Haobo, you fool. You had a rare opportunity to meet a truly esteemed person, and not only did you fail to grasp it, you arrogantly assumed he was here to steal your pathetic little fishing boat. The more he thought about it, the deeper his regret festered. He felt an intense urge to slap himself across the face. No, I must go and apologize immediately. Right this moment. A person like this is a guest of honor wherever he goes. If he gains influence and holds a grudge for how I treated him those first few days. A cold shiver ran down Zhang Haobo's spine. He hurried toward Li Fan's cabin to beg for forgiveness. Hey, is it just me, or do these chests not look like they've been submerged for very long? A crew member suddenly wondered aloud. That's strange. We didn't see any wreckage when we were salvaging them, either, another crew member replied. Maybe they were carried here by underwater currents? Or perhaps they were swept into the sky by the storm flood and then fell into this part of the sea. Who cares about the details? The treasure is real. That's all that matters. Amid the hushed whispers of his crew, Zhang Haobo hurried away. Inside his cabin, Li Fan politely dismissed Zhang Haobo, then stretched his weary body. Naturally, he had been the one to throw those 16 chests into the sea. He had sailed alone to a deserted stretch of water, expanded the Taiyan boat, moved a small portion of the treasure he had plundered from Great Xian out of it, dumped it into the sea, and finally sent a signal for the Tsang Yuan's crew to come and salvage it. The chests were incredibly heavy. If not for his diligent training in the Xian Wang Heart Clarification Sutra these past few months, coupled with the subtle tempering of his body by the ambient spiritual qi, which had significantly increased his strength, he would never have managed the task alone. Even so, by the time he was finished, his entire body felt like it had been pulled apart. Since this is the first haul, it needs to be a grand spectacle, something that can make a powerful impression. I won't need to throw so much next time. As for Zhang Haobo, Li Fan hadn't spared him much thought. For Zhang Haobo, the position of ship captain was the very foundation of his livelihood, the anchor of his entire life. If someone suddenly tried to snatch it away, it would be strange if he didn't react. Furthermore, the tricks he employed seemed childish and laughable to Li Fan. If Li Fan were in his place, he would have spent the first 10 days or so chatting amiably with the man, biding his time without showing his hand. Then, once they were in deep waters and the target's guard had gradually lowered, he would have quietly slipped into his cabin under the cover of night and ended his life with a single, precise strike. Afterwards, the body would be tossed into the vast, unforgiving sea. No corpse, no evidence. Even if he truly had a supernatural ability to locate treasure, Li Fan was, after all, new to Liuli Island with no foundation here. Without solid proof, who would truly side with an outsider, and a dead one at that, against a captain with dozens of loyal crewmen? Taking it a step further, even if Manager Zhao was dead set on assigning blame, the worst outcome would be losing the captaincy. One had to remember, on Liuli Island, there was no concept of a life for a life. What the immortal masters required was simply that Liuli Island steadily supply its required materials. So, in Li Fan's view, there was simply no reason not to act. Pity that Zhang Haobo was not Li Fan and lacked that kind of ruthless resolve. When it came down to it, he was just a simple, honest fisherman. The ship he prized so highly was, to Li Fan, nothing more than a minor stepping stone in a much larger plan. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Li Fan shook his head, dismissing the man from his thoughts. Then, he settled his mind to focus on cultivating the Heart Clarification Sutra. Having secured the treasure, the Tsang Yuan abandoned all pretense of fishing. It immediately turned around and headed back to Lioli Island. After all, this haul was immense. Until they were safely back on the island, not a single soul aboard would feel at ease. Sailing at full speed, it took only 2 days before Lioli Island came into view. After we arrive, don't dock immediately. Lusan, slip into the water quietly and go to Manager Zhao's residence. Inform him of our arrival and have him send his people to take inventory. Zhang Haobo instructed his crew with grave seriousness. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their ship should have had the greatest harvest from this voyage. And by the rules, they were entitled to half of it. If outsiders did the counting, who could guarantee there wouldn't be any skimming or accidental undercounting? They would ache with loss over the slightest missing amount. Thus, they couldn't trust anyone who wasn't one of their own. The crew members all nodded in agreement, their eyes growing wary as they watched the routine inspection vessel approach from the island. Zhang Haobo, what's the meaning of this? Why aren't you letting us board? A thread of anger laced the man's words. He seemed to have some history with Zhang Haobo. Zhang Haobo didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Seeing his lack of response, the man grew increasingly scornful. Judging by your ship's draft, you probably came back empty-handed this time. Looks like your days as captain are numbered. If you really can't make it out there anymore, come work on my ship. I promise you won't starve. Hearing their captain insulted, the crew of the Tsang Yuan flared with anger, ready to retort. But Zhang Haobo held them back. No matter what the other side said after that, Zhang Haobo pretended not to hear, waiting quietly for Manager Zhao's subordinates to arrive. It seems there's a reason Zhang Haobo has held the position of captain for so long. Li Fan observed from the shadows, nodding slightly. He's not as worthless as I first thought. His background and experience have limited him, that's all. The commotion at the dock soon drew a crowd of onlookers. Many began pointing at the Tsang Yuan and murmuring. Fortunately, the standoff did not last long. Soon, Manager Zhao arrived in person with his subordinates. The crew of the Tsang Yuan stood under the cold moonlight. Their eyes were bloodshot, their breathing ragged. Even now, they felt like they were dreaming. 16 large chests, filled to the brim with gold, silver, and treasures, sat quietly on the deck. Some of the men, still unable to believe it, pinched themselves. Only after feeling the sharp pain did they return their gazes to the fortune spread before them. That Mr. Li hadn't been boasting after all. He had truly delivered on his promise to make them all rich. But this was beyond anything they could have imagined. The chests overflowed with jade artifacts, gold, silver, and jewels of every description. It made for a dazzling, mind-boggling spectacle. These men had spent half their lives fishing in the open seas. But even in their wildest dreams, they never envisioned a scene so fantastical. Zhang Haobo's mind went completely blank. It's real. He actually found treasure sunken at the bottom of the sea. A skill like that. Having lived on Lioli Island for over 20 years, Zhang Haobo knew well that besides the immortal masters, there were also mortals who possessed strange and incredible abilities. Some could communicate with birds in the sky, some could foresee disasters, some could hold their breath for impossibly long times and roam the ocean depths, and others, like Manager Zhao, could see through a person's lies. But such individuals were exceedingly rare. They were either entrusted with important positions on various islands or taken as servants by the immortal masters and brought to Myriad Immortals Island. To encounter one was a truly uncommon occurrence. He never would have guessed that Li Fan was also one of these extraordinary people. Zhang Haobo suddenly recalled that Li Fan had moved to Lioli Island just recently. Could it be that his original home was destroyed by a storm flood, forcing him to relocate here? No wonder Manager Zhao had shown him such particular favor, despite him being a new resident. It all made sense now. A wave of bitter regret washed over Zhang Haobo. Zhang Haobo, you fool. You had a rare opportunity to meet a truly esteemed person, and not only did you fail to grasp it, you arrogantly assumed he was here to steal your pathetic little fishing boat. The more he thought about it, the deeper his regret festered. He felt an intense urge to slap himself across the face. No. I must go and apologize immediately. Right this moment. A person like this is a guest of honor wherever he goes. If he gains influence and holds a grudge for how I treated him those first few days. A cold shiver ran down Zhang Haobo's spine. He hurried toward Li Fan's cabin to beg for forgiveness. Hey, is it just me, or do these chests not look like they've been submerged for very long? A crew member suddenly wondered aloud. That's strange. We didn't see any wreckage when we were salvaging them, either, another crew member replied. Maybe they were carried here by underwater currents? Or perhaps they were swept into the sky by the storm flood and then fell into this part of the sea. Who cares about the details? The treasure is real. That's all that matters. Amid the hushed whispers of his crew, Zhang Haobua hurried away. Inside his cabin, Li Fan politely dismissed Zhang Haobua, then stretched his weary body. Naturally, he had been the one to throw those 16 chests into the sea. He had sailed alone to a deserted stretch of water, expanded the Taiyan boat, moved a small portion of the treasure he had plundered from Great Xian out of it, dumped it into the sea, and finally sent a signal for the Tsang Yuan's crew to come and salvage it. The chests were incredibly heavy. If not for his diligent training in the Xian Wang Heart Clarification Sutra these past few months, coupled with the subtle tempering of his body by the ambient spiritual qi, which had significantly increased his strength, he would never have managed the task alone. Even so, by the time he was finished, his entire body felt like it had been pulled apart. Since this is the first haul, it needs to be a grand spectacle, something that can make a powerful impression. I won't need to throw so much next time. As for Zhang Haobua, Li Fan hadn't spared him much thought. For Zhang Haobua, the position of ship captain was the very foundation of his livelihood, the anchor of his entire life. If someone suddenly tried to snatch it away, it would be strange if he didn't react. Furthermore, the tricks he employed seemed childish and laughable to Li Fan. If Li Fan were in his place, he would have spent the first 10 days or so chatting amiably with the man, biding his time without showing his hand. Then, once they were in deep waters and the target's guard had gradually lowered, he would have quietly slipped into his cabin under the cover of night and ended his life with a single, precise strike. Afterwards, the body would be tossed into the vast, unforgiving sea. No corpse, no evidence. Even if he truly had a supernatural ability to locate treasure, Li Fan was, after all, new to Liuli Island with no foundation here. Without solid proof, who would truly side with an outsider, and a dead one at that, against a captain with dozens of loyal crewmen? Taking it a step further, even if Manager Zhao was dead set on assigning blame, the worst outcome would be losing the captaincy. One had to remember, on Liuli Island, there was no concept of a life for a life. What the immortal masters required was simply that Liuli Island steadily supply its required materials. So, in Li Fan's view, there was simply no reason not to act. Pity that Zhang Haobua was not Li Fan and lacked that kind of ruthless resolve. When it came down to it, he was just a simple, honest fisherman. The ship he prized so highly was, to Li Fan, nothing more than a minor stepping stone in a much larger plan. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Li Fan shook his head, dismissing the man from his thoughts. Then, he settled his mind to focus on cultivating the Heart Clarification Sutra. Having secured the treasure, the Tsang Yuan abandoned all pretense of fishing. It immediately turned around and headed back to Liuli Island. After all, this haul was immense. Until they were safely back on the island, not a single soul aboard would feel at ease. Sailing at full speed, it took only 2 days before Liuli Island came into view. After we arrive, don't dock immediately. Lu San, slip into the water quietly and go to Manager Zhao's residence. Inform him of our arrival and have him send his people to take inventory. Zhang Haobua instructed his crew with grave seriousness. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their ship should have had the greatest harvest from this voyage. And by the rules, they were entitled to half of it. If outsiders did the counting, who could guarantee there wouldn't be any skimming or accidental undercounting? They would ache with loss over the slightest missing amount. Thus, they couldn't trust anyone who wasn't one of their own. The crew members all nodded in agreement, their eyes growing wary as they watched the routine inspection vessel approach from the island. Zhang Haobua, what's the meaning of this? Why aren't you letting us board? A thread of anger laced the man's words. He seemed to have some history with Zhang Haobua. Zhang Haobua didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Seeing his lack of response, the man grew increasingly scornful. Judging by your ship's draft, you probably came back empty-handed this time. Looks like your days as captain are numbered. If you really can't make it out there anymore, come work on my ship. I promise you won't starve. Hearing their captain insulted, the crew of the Tsang Yuan flared with anger, ready to retort. But Zhang Haobua held them back. No matter what the other side said after that, Zhang Haobua pretended not to hear, waiting quietly for Manager Zhao's subordinates to arrive. It seems there's a reason Zhang Haobua has held the position of captain for so long. Li Fan observed from the shadows, nodding slightly. He's not as worthless as I first thought. His background and experience have limited him, that's all. The commotion at the dock soon drew a crowd of onlookers. Many began pointing at the Tsang Yuan and murmuring. Fortunately, the standoff did not last long. Soon, Manager Zhao arrived in person with his subordinates. One random interesting fact, so the ship's draft is called Shi Shui, which literally means eat water. The draft refers to the vertical distance between the waterline and the lowest point of the hull, keel. So the more the weight cargo on the ship, the more water it eats, and the deeper its draft becomes. As 16 crates of jewels and precious goods were unloaded from the ship in full view of the crowd, the entire dock erupted with excitement. One had to remember that the last time a ship had such a bountiful hull was. No wait, that was just a few months ago. Since when did retrieving sunken treasure from the sea become such a regular occurrence? Or did the waters around Lioli Island become so rich that treasures now littered the seabed like common stones? The islanders were plunged into deep skepticism, which soon transformed into fervor. Who wouldn't want to strike it rich overnight? Countless exhilarated individuals rushed home to share the news with their families. They too would set sail. They too would seek fortune beneath the waves. And so, word of the Tsang Yuan's immense harvest spread like wildfire, quickly sweeping across the entire island. In the Tianbao Pavilion, the woman in yellow was intently examining a newly acquired collection of artifacts when she heard the echoing of hurried footsteps outside. Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper! Without waiting for an invitation, Sun Zheng burst into the room. What's going on? The woman asked, somewhat taken aback. Treasure, over a dozen crates, the Tsang Yuan, Sun Zheng gasped, struggling to catch his breath between words. The shopkeeper waved a dismissive hand. A dozen crates of treasure? Is that really cause for such alarm? If they want to liquidate any of it on the island, they'll still have to go through our channels at Tianbao Pavel. She cut herself off mid-sentence, her expression shifting abruptly. Wait, did you say the Tsang Yuan? That ship the man named Li Fan is on. Sun Zheng nodded vigorously. The woman stood frozen for a long moment before finally collecting herself. No wonder he was so confident he could persuade Manager Zhao. He was absolutely certain he could find treasure just by going out to sea. Exactly. It's the same skill head shopkeeper possesses. Sun Zheng exclaimed, his voice a mix of awe and envy. It's a good thing you had the foresight to give him that compound earlier, shopkeeper. That helped us establish a connection. Now that he's returned with this haul, his fame will skyrocket. Trying to win him over would cost a fortune if we only started now. The woman in yellow quickly issued instructions. Go arrange a meeting with him immediately. Find out when he's available for a meal. Also, send someone to tidy up the Quietude Manor and deliver the deed to him. Sun Zheng started in surprise, but this time offered no argument, hurrying out to carry out his orders. Left alone in the room, the shopkeeper's whisper was barely audible. A treasure-attuned body. Legends spoke of a physique attuned to treasure, one that could sense the presence of rare and precious goods within a certain radius. The head shopkeeper of Tianbao Pavilion, Yin Yuding, who was also the woman in yellow's elder sister, was someone who possessed this rare constitution. It was this heaven-defying ability that allowed Yin Yuding to build Tianbao Pavilion from nothing into a major trading consortium spanning the Songyun Sea over the past decade. Li Fan was currently at Manager Zhao's residence, unaware that the Tianbao Pavilion mistakenly thought he possessed the legendary treasure-attuned body. Your talent is truly remarkable, Manager Zhao said, beaming with satisfaction. 16 crates of treasure on your first voyage. You've given me quite the surprise. Li Fan simply smiled, offering no explanation. Knowing Manager Zhao had a knack for discerning the truth, he deftly changed the subject. This haul was substantial, but it'll be difficult to replicate results like this in the future. Manager Zhao waved it off. That's only to be expected. We can't rely on such luck every time. He took a sip of tea before continuing. However, this single success is more than enough for me to secure you your own independent ship. Li Fan gave a slow nod. In that case, you have my thanks, Manager Zhao. I've heard, Manager Zhao said abruptly, setting his cup down, that your tireless efforts are all for the sake of securing a spot in the body purification spirit pool? That is correct, Li Fan admitted with a sigh, looking as though a wave of profound weariness was washing over him. I've had a change in perspective. I've come to see that wealth and glory are as fleeting as smoke. Even endless treasure turns to dust in 100 years. Only by walking the path of cultivation and grasping eternal life can one truly say their time in this world wasn't wasted. Manager Zhao studied Li Fan for a long, silent moment before finally sighing. To harbor such aspirations for immortality at your age, I find myself lacking in comparison. A complex, almost pained expression flickered across his face, as if recalling a distant memory. Over a decade ago, when I was about your age, I had the opportunity to save an immortal master. He asked if I wished to follow him in cultivation. Manager Zhao's voice grew heavy. But I knew I was already past the prime age for it. Even if I tried, success was far from guaranteed. Worse, the older you get, the more deeply entrenched the miasma within your body becomes. The process of purifying it becomes exponentially more agonizing. So, I only asked him for a job. Now, as the years pile on, I feel somewhat regretful. What a pity. The mistake is made, and there's no pill to cure it. He shook his head, lost in his own lamentations. Then he turned his gaze back to Li Fan, his eyes filled with admiration. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Lioli Island, few are like you. You flatter me, Li Fan said, steering the conversation back. Might Manager Zhao have any insight regarding the matter of the body purification spirit pool spots? That is something I cannot help you with, Manager Zhao explained, shaking his head. The body purification spirit pool can only be activated by an immortal master. They alone decide the slots. A year before the spirit pool is opened, the immortal master will publish a list of required materials. Each family gathers and submits the materials on the list, and the slots are allocated based on how much they contribute. But you needn't worry too much, he added. The Tianba Pavilion has branches on every island in the Songyun Sea. When it comes to the ability to gather resources, few on Lioli Island can surpass them. The image of the woman in yellow flashed in Li Fan's mind. He nodded. After spending a little more time with Manager Zhao, Li Fan took his leave. The moment he returned to his compound, Sun Zhang showed up at his door. He had clearly been waiting for some time. Your shopkeeper is inviting me to dinner? Coincidentally, Li Fan had been wanting to see her again anyway, so he readily agreed. As for the deed to the quietude manor that Sun Zhang had brought, Li Fan did not accept it. He wanted to meet with the woman in yellow first. Night fell and lanterns lit up the dusk. Li Fan arrived at the Tianbao Pavilion. There was only one person in the room. She had changed into a violet gossamer dress, and the veil was gone from her face. I believe I haven't introduced myself properly. Yin Yuzhen, shopkeeper of the Lioli Island Tianbao Pavilion. Li Fan. Yin Yuzhen laughed lightly. Uncle, you are a man of few words indeed. I am just a mortal. There is truly nothing worth saying, Li Fan stated frankly. Is a treasure-attuned body also nothing worth mentioning in your eyes? Yin Yuzhen asked. A teasing, almost challenging smile played on her lips. Oh? I don't know anything about this treasure-attuned body you speak of, Li Fan said. Outwardly, his expression remained unchanged, though inwardly, his mind raced. Then how did you manage to locate treasures in the vast expanse of the open sea? Yin Yuzhen pressed, unconvinced. I simply felt it in my heart. And you still deny that you possess a treasure-attuned body? Yin Yuzhen frowned. But seeing that Li Fan genuinely seemed unaware, she reluctantly explained the nature of the treasure-attuned body to him. So, your elder sister also has a treasure-attuned body? Li Fan narrowed his eyes. How old is she? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? And where is she now? Li Fan asked several baffling questions in a row, leaving Yin Yuzhen thoroughly confused about his intentions. Abruptly, a possibility seemed to dawn on her. She stared at Li Fan, her face paling. Don't tell me, you're our long-lost father? But she quickly dismissed the idea herself. No, that can't be right. You don't look anything like us. I was just curious, Li Fan said dismissively, ignoring the girl's flighty train of thought. Right, curiosity about one of your own kind. Perfectly natural. Yin Yuzhen nodded repeatedly, wearing an expression of deep understanding. Li Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. Yuzhen sighed and began speaking slowly. We're originally from Yelon Island in the north. Our parents died in a disaster when we were kids. My sister and I only had each other after that. We begged for food daily, never knowing when the next meal would come. But then, at some point in time, my sister started finding valuable items in all sorts of places. So our lives gradually improved, and eventually my sister single-handedly established the Tianbao Pavilion, Yuzhen recalled. The sad part is, I haven't seen my sister for several years now. Her eyes filled with nostalgia. Oh? Where did she go? Li Fan frowned. 3 years ago, an immortal master passing by took a liking to her and brought her away. At first, she'd have people pass along messages to let us know she was safe. But later, we never heard from her again. Yuzhen rested her chin in her hands, looking utterly pitiful. Taken by an immortal master? Could she have been taken to cultivate immortality? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Yuzhen sighed. If only that were true. In her earlier letters, she used a code only the two of us understood to tell me she was in a very precarious position. She said if she stopped contacting us, it meant something terrible might have happened to her. She told me not to look for her. Hearing this, Li Fan asked, could her special treasure-attuned body have brought this disaster upon her? That's exactly what I can't figure out. While the treasure-attuned body is indeed remarkable, allowing one to sense treasures within a certain range, its abilities are limited. My sister is just an ordinary mortal. The things she can sense are only valuable to regular people. To those immortal masters, such treasures might be little better than scrap metal. It's not like immortal masters hadn't noticed her talent before, but none of them ever made a big deal out of it. I don't know why that particular immortal master ultimately took her away. Yuzhen sighed again, a deep sorrow flickering in her eyes. Even though my sister's chances seem slim, the foundation she built remains. I can't let the Tianbao Pavilion, which she worked so hard her whole life to establish, be ruined in my hands. As she spoke, Yuzhen fixed her large eyes on Li Fan. That's actually why I asked to meet you today. Li Fan raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Yuzhen continued explaining. I don't have my sister's miraculous ability. After she disappeared, the Tianbao Pavilion's business has been declining day by day. And on top of that, I later misjudged several treasures, failing to recognize they were counterfeits, which cost us a significant sum. The elders gradually grew dissatisfied with me, even conspiring with outsiders to oust me and carve up the Tianbao Pavilion's assets. Fortunately, they still fear my sister as she has connections to an immortal master, so they haven't made their move yet. That's why I came to Lioli Island from Yelon Island under the pretext of expanding our market. Essentially, I'm lying low for a while. Originally, I planned to develop Tianbao Pavilion here for a few years, build up some strength, and then return to settle scores with them. But I never expected to encounter another person with a treasure-attuned body here on Lioli Island. Yuzhen grew visibly excited. With your help, I'm certain I can regain control of the Tianbao Pavilion. Why should I help you? Li Fan remained unmoved. I have no interest in the Tianbao Pavilion's affairs. My only desire is to cultivate immortality. You promised that if I helped you secure a slot in the fleet, you would assist me in obtaining a spot in the body purification spirit pool. You haven't gone back on your word, have you? Yuzhen seemed prepared for Li Fan's response. She nodded. At Tianbao Pavilion, we prioritize integrity above all else in our business. We will certainly deliver what we promised you. But... She paused, a cunning glint in her eyes. But what? Li Fan's expression darkened. Yuzhen chuckled softly. Even if you enter the body purification spirit pool, uncle, purging the miasma from your body is no easy task. Every year, only about half of those who enter the spirit pool succeed. And the older you are, the higher the chance of failure. You're not exactly young anymore, uncle. Are you absolutely certain you'll succeed? Each person only gets one chance to enter the spirit pool in their lifetime. If you fail, I'm afraid you'll have to bid farewell to immortality forever. I'm aware the body purification spirit pool doesn't guarantee success, Li Fan said, his eyes narrowing as he watched her. But even a 50% chance is worth trying. Still, from the sound of it, you're suggesting. Exactly. Yuzhen's face lit up with the triumphant look of someone who knew she had hooked her prey. Along with my sister's last letter, she sent a pill called the mundane leaving pill. According to her letter, taking this pill significantly increases the chances of successfully purging miasma from the body. Combined with the body purification spirit pool, even someone your age would have a very high likelihood of success. If the pill is so miraculous, why haven't you taken it yourself? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Uncle, not everyone is as determined to cultivate immortality as you are. My wish is to excel in business and protect the Tianbao Pavilion my sister left behind, Yin Yuzhen replied. To each their own, Li Fan nodded slowly. So, uncle, does that mean you agree? Yin Yuzhen looked at him with hopeful eyes. Allow me to consider it. I'll give you my answer in 3 days. Li Fan pondered for a moment, not immediately committing. Very well then. I'll await your news, uncle. Though slightly disappointed, Yin Yuzhen nodded in acceptance. Farewell. I hope I haven't misjudged him this time. Yin Yuzhen watched Li Fan's retreating figure, her expression turning serious as she mused to herself. Throughout her interactions with Li Fan, Yin Yuzhen had deliberately played the role of a junior or young girl. Her instincts told her that Li Fan didn't dislike this approach. Moreover, dealing with him from the position of a junior made things more likely to succeed. Yin Yuzhen wasn't like her elder sister, who possessed an innate divine ability to sense hidden treasures. But she had her own unique gift. Apart from her sister Yin Yuding, no one knew that Yin Yuzhen had, since childhood, possessed the ability to vaguely sense whether an action would bring fortune or misfortune. It was precisely through the elder sister's treasure-attuned body and the younger sister's knack for averting misfortune and pursuing good fortune that the two sisters had managed to grow up safely and smoothly. Li Fan made some discreet inquiries and confirmed that Yin Yuzhen had not lied about the mundane leaving pill. 3 days later, he met with her once more and agreed to her request. They settled on an arrangement. Before the body purification spirit pool opened, Li Fan would periodically help the Tianbao Pavilion acquire a certain quantity of treasures. When the spirit pool opened, Yin Yuzhen would then hand the mundane leaving pill to Li Fan. As a further gesture of good faith, Yin Yuzhen once again produced the deed to the Quietude Manor. With their agreement settled, Li Fan saw no reason to refuse and pocketed the deed. And so, Li Fan moved houses again. The Quietude Manor was located in the bustling heart of Lioli Island. Yet, through unique architectural design and strategic landscaping, the noisy surroundings were completely shut out. Though situated in a lively market district, it felt as if one resided deep within secluded mountains. This concept of finding tranquility within movement was the reason for its name, the Quietude Manor. The Quietude Manor was several times larger than Li Fan's previous compound. Its artificial hills, lake, flowers, and trees all required maintenance. Once again, he declined the maidservants offered by the Tianbao Pavilion. Instead, Li Fan hired several laborers from the island himself, arranging for them to clean the place every 3 days. Yin Yuzhen could only sigh at Li Fan's caution. Fortunately, Li Fan was serious about fulfilling their agreement. During the year he lived at the Quietude Manor, Li Fan first completed 3 official voyages with the Lioli Islands fleet. Each time, he returned with several chests of treasure, shocking the entire island and successfully securing a ship slot for the Tianbao Pavilion. After that, Li Fan accompanied the Tianbao Pavilion's ship on every voyage. By the year's end, the Tianbao Pavilion's profits were overflowing, nearly equal to the sum of their earnings from the previous 5 years combined. He had also built considerable prestige among the Tianbao Pavilion's members. Everyone who saw him regarded him with a mixture of respect and fear. In the eyes of the Tianbao Pavilion's crew, Elder Li was not only immensely capable, able to lead them to treasure on every voyage, but also meticulous, decisive, and ruthless. On one voyage, several crew members, tempted by the valuables they had salvaged, conceived a plan to murder the others and seize the treasure. Unexpectedly, Elder Li detected their unusual behavior long before they could act. He struck first, beheading every one of them. Their bodies were thrown into the sea, and their heads were strung together as a warning to the others. There were whispers among the crew that those men might have just been making drunken boasts, lacking the actual guts to commit murder and robbery. But even the slightest possibility was enough for Elder Li to execute them without mercy. Furthermore, the Lioli Islands authorities and the shopkeeper not only did not reprimand him, but even praised elderly's actions, declaring them a reasonable and effective measure to protect Lioli Island's assets. Even the island's ordinary citizens, upon hearing the news, cursed the would-be robbers, saying they deserved their deaths and that elderly had done well. From then on, no one on the Tianbao Pavilion's ship dared to entertain disloyal thoughts. Everyone was exceedingly careful around Li Fan, terrified he might find some excuse to behead them. Li Fan paid no mind to the opinions of others. To quickly gain complete control of the fleet, some exemplary punishment was necessary. He simply didn't have the energy to waste on such mundane matters. Throughout the year, whenever he had a spare moment, he diligently practiced the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra. This was not solely because it could dispel miasma, but because Li Fan had discovered something that delighted him beyond measure. The charging process of Return to Truth had accelerated. Before this, Return to Truth's charge could only increase naturally with the passage of time. Every 20 years, it would reach 100%, slowly climbing to 200% before no longer increasing. Throughout his previous 9 lives, Li Fan had tried every method imaginable to speed up the charging process, but none had succeeded. More than a year had passed since Li Fan left Great Xian and arrived in the world. According to past experience, the charging progress should have been between 6% and 7%. However, Li Fan was shocked to discover that the progress had actually reached 15%. The charging speed had nearly doubled. Aside from the Heart Clarification Sutra, Li Fan had not come into contact with anything that could have caused this. Thus, the only explanation was that cultivating the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra somehow accelerated Return to Truth's charging process. Although he still didn't understand the principles behind it, that didn't stop Li Fan from practicing it with even greater diligence. And with Return to Truth's panel display, he could see every minuscule bit of progress clearly, preventing Li Fan from losing motivation during the long, tedious, and repetitive cultivation. Beyond the charging progress, Li Fan's age limit had also increased significantly. Name: Li Fan. Realm: mortal. Biological age: 42/95. Psychological age: 505/1210. Virtualization charging progress: 115. Charging progress of next anchor point: 51. Anchor points in use: 1. Bound items: 1000 mechanisms, Jade Cosmos Scripture, Tien boat, Halt steel fragment, damaged. Time flowed quietly by as Li Fan lost himself in cultivation. Soon, only a single year remained until the opening of the body purification spirit pool. Lioli Island had also published the list of materials required for all applicants. Li Fan was currently studying this list with the others from the Tianbao Pavilion. Everything else on this list is manageable, but what is Starseed Drift Sand? Li Fan asked, frowning after reading it through. Having worked at the Tianbao Pavilion for a year, Li Fan's knowledge had expanded quite a bit. At the very least, he had a general understanding of the common ores and rare materials circulating within the Tsongyun Sea. Not only did Sun Zhong give him a blank look, but even the Tianbao Pavilion's shopkeeper, Yin Yuzhen, fell silent. The rest of the materials are standard. It's only the Starseed Drifts and I don't recognize. Getting our hands on that is probably the key to securing a spot, Sun Zhong said. In over a decade of business, I've never heard of this thing either, Yin Yuzhen said, lightly tapping the table with her finger. It seems we'll have to ask the people from the Wanhua Trade Association. Those people are like hungry ghosts reborn. Their greed is unstoppable. I'm afraid it will cost us dearly, Sun Zhong sighed. I am determined to secure a spot in the spirit pool, Li Fan said firmly. The Wanhua Trade Association was not a local business of the Tsongyun Sea, but one hailing from a continent countless li away. Rumored to have the backing of an immortal master, the association could easily cross the endless seas to do business in the remote Tsongyun Sea. Ever since Yin Yuzhen established a connection with the Wanhua Trade Association over a decade ago, the two parties had maintained trade relations over the years. It was precisely by relying on the Wanhua Trade Association that the Tianbao Pavilion had been able to quickly digest the vast quantities of treasure Li Fan had salvaged, converting them into profit. We have 1 year to prepare. The Wanhua Trade Association's agent should pass through the Tsongyun Sea in 3 months. I can contact him then, Yin Yuzhen said. But we cannot rely solely on the Wanhua Trade Association, Li Fan decided, his tone firm. Over the past year, Lioli Island has taken in many refugees from other islands. These displaced people come from all corners of the Tsongyin Sea. Some likely recognize Star Sea Drift San. We should inquire among them. Additionally, other factions on the island are also searching for Star Sea Drift San. We must monitor them closely. If they make any discoveries, we need to be ready to move immediately. When the list of required materials for body purification spirit pool slot applications was announced, Lioli Island seemed calm on the surface. But beneath that calm, undercurrents were already stirring. Even ordinary folk who normally paid little attention to such matters began hearing that the island's major powers were all searching for something called Star Sea Drift San. Li Fan had asked around discreetly but found nothing. Then, on this day, he received an unexpected visitor. It was Xiao Heng, someone from the Li world whom Li Fan had met when he first arrived in the cultivation world. "Please sit," Li Fan said, pouring him a cup of tea. Xiao Heng looked around Li Fan's current residence, his eyes full of both envy and nostalgia. "What brings you here, little brother?" Li Fan asked amiably. His impression of Xiao Heng was quite favorable. Xiao Heng first glanced around warily, then leaned in closer and said in a hushed tone, "I heard Brother Li has also been searching for Star Sea Drift Sin lately." Li Fan's gaze sharpened. "Correct. I am getting old. To cultivate, I must rely on the body purification spirit pool." "Why? Do you know of it?" Xiao Heng swallowed and nodded. "Yes. When the immortal master arrived in Great Li, he promised to take a group of people to the major cultivation world if we could gather the materials he required. Star Sea Drift San was among those materials." Li Fan was taken aback, then said with some confusion, "Was it? I have no memory of that." He had already asked the people from Great Li about this material, but they all claimed to have no knowledge of it. Hearing this, Xiao Heng looked somewhat embarrassed. When the list was announced to the public, several items had already been removed from it. They were reserved as pre-allocated quotas, divided amongst the elite families of Great Li. The item assigned to my family for collection was this Star Sea Drift San. Li Fan nodded slowly. "What are your conditions?" Li Fan asked, getting straight to the point. Seeing how direct Li Fan was, Xiao Heng seemed a little ashamed. His face flushed red as he explained, "You paid for Changyu's burial back then, which was already a gesture of kindness to me. I really shouldn't be doing this. It's just that life here on Lioli Island is too difficult. I don't have your capabilities, brotherly. I still live in the slums on the outskirts, doing hard labor every day just to survive." As Xiao Heng rambled on, Li Fan interrupted him with a light laugh. "There's no need to say more. I understand your difficulties. I am determined to acquire this item. If you can provide a lead, state your request. I will do my best to fulfill it." Xiao Heng was immensely grateful. "Then I thank you in advance, big brother." He paused, then said with some emotion, "Actually, the item itself isn't rare. It's just that the immortal master's name for it is different from what we mortals use. Of course, if the list hadn't come with descriptions of each material, I wouldn't have known either. The so-called Star Sea Drift Sand is actually just meteorite iron." Li Fan listened, pondered carefully, then suddenly understood. "Star Sea Drift Sand. I see. But will any meteorite iron do? Are there any other specific requirements?" "There are," Xiao Heng said, nodding repeatedly before slowly listing the specific requirements one by one. "First, the meteorite iron must have a good appearance. One with a pitted, cratered surface won't do. Second, a single piece must weigh at least 50 catties. Also," Li Fan listened intently, committing each detail firmly to memory. When Xiao Heng finished, Li Fan did not forget his promise. "Tell me then. What do you want?" Xiao Heng said quietly, "I just want a decent courtyard and a slightly less strenuous job. Of course, if I could have a few maidservants as well, that would be even better." Li Fan had braced himself for Xiao Heng to make an exorbitant demand, so seeing the other man so easily satisfied made him chuckle and shake his head in amusement. "I never expected the son of the Prince of Jinnan to have such modest demands. Feel free to ask for more. My words carry some weight at the Tianba Pavilion." Xiao Heng politely declined. "I know my own limitations. To have good food, a nice place to live, and not having to struggle so hard, that is enough for me. Gaining a sudden windfall would only bring about disaster." Li Fan nodded, deciding not to press the matter further. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiao Heng took his leave. "Any plans to pursue cultivation?" Li Fan asked suddenly as they parted. After all the hardship of coming to this major cultivation world, it would be a shame to have made the trip for nothing, wouldn't it? Perhaps another time, Xiao Heng replied with clear disinterest, not even turning his head. I have no real interest in immortal cultivation. That Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra just puts me to sleep, and who knows how long it would take to fully purge the miasma anyway. With that, he left. After seeing Xiao Heng off, Li Fan hurried to the Tianbao Pavilion. He found Yin Yuzhen and repeated Xiao Heng's explanation of Star Sea Drift Sand. Star Sea Drift Sand is just meteorite iron? It's that simple. Yin Yuzhen was surprised. Can this Xiao Heng be trusted? He likely wasn't lying, but we still need to verify it, Li Fan stated. Didn't you say an agent from the Wanhua Trade Association would be coming to Liuli Island soon? We should try to confirm the truth from him then. That's a good idea, Yin Yuzhen agreed. It would be best if we could save the expense. Regardless, we must first discreetly purchase meteorite iron that meets the requirements. Few know about this material now, but that might not last long. Li Fan thought for a moment, then patiently added more instructions. Furthermore, the purchases must be mixed in with other goods to conceal our intent and create confusion. At the same time, we can have people spread false information about Star Sea Drift Sand in the market to muddy the waters further. To ensure his spot in the body purification spirit pool was secure, Li Fan needed to plan for every contingency. Uncle, you're truly something else. I only knew you had a treasure-attuned body before. I didn't realize you had these skills too. After listening to Li Fan's methodical arrangements, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Yin Yuzhen's eyes. Uncle, what did you do in the past? She couldn't help but ask. I just taught people how to read, that's all, Li Fan said dismissively. Yin Yuzhen's expression showed she didn't believe him. All right, I'll leave these matters to you. I need to go cultivate. Don't disturb me unless it's something urgent. Oh, and help me handle what I promised Xiao Heng as well. Li Fan gave his final instructions and then left the Tianbao Pavilion. Great auspiciousness? How can it be great auspiciousness again? Yin Yuzhen stared blankly in the direction Li Fan had departed, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Ever since meeting Li Fan, each time he assigned her a task, her intuition had indicated it was an omen of great auspiciousness. This almost made Yin Yuzhen suspect that her ability to sense fortune and avert misfortune had somehow failed her. Before meeting Li Fan, she had never once encountered an event marked by great auspiciousness. In fact, when she had once considered swallowing that mundane leaving pill to embark on the path of cultivation, her intuition had warned of extreme peril ahead. It would be a path fraught with certain death, an unmistakable omen of great calamity. Yin Yuzhen's intuition told her that aiding Li Fan would bring immeasurable benefits in the future. Though uncertain what this mysterious man might achieve, she trusted her instincts and resolved to assist him with all her resources. Under her direction, the Tianbao Pavilion sprang into action. While gathering the needed meteorite iron, they simultaneously purchased vast quantities of completely unrelated materials to obscure their true intentions. Other factions on Liuli Island noticed the Tianbao Pavilion's unusual activities and sent spies to investigate. However, Yin Yuzhen had prepared for this, and the spies found nothing of substance. Following Li Fan's suggestion, the Tianbao Pavilion flooded the market with fake news about Star Sea Drift Sand. Other organizations suspected a trap and adopted a wait-and-see approach. But one faction, operating on the principle of buy first, worry later, even fakes can be resold, began aggressively purchasing any and all goods related to the rumors. This forced others to join the buying frenzy lest they be left behind. Thus, prices across Liuli Island skyrocketed and chaos spread through the markets. Meanwhile, Li Fan, the architect of this turmoil, remained within the quietude manor, quietly cultivating. 3 months passed before Yin Yuzhen finally made contact with the commercial agent from the Wanhua Trade Association. At dawn, she and Li Fan boarded the Tianbao Pavilion's private vessel and left Liuli Island, their ship laden with goods for the transaction. After sailing north for dozens of li, they reached the designated meeting point. When the Wanhua Trade Association's agent finally arrived, the sun had already climbed to its zenith. A black dot rapidly expanded across the sky, resolving into a flying boat as it drew nearer. A banner bearing the word Wan fluttered from its mast. The vessel measured roughly 50 meters long, about half the size of the Taiyan boat's intermediate configuration. It descended swiftly, coming to a graceful halt upon the water's surface. "Managerine, it's been too long." A boisterous laugh echoed from the flying boat once it stabilized. Yin Yuzhen glanced at Li Fan, expecting to see astonishment on his face. To her surprise, he showed no reaction whatsoever, as though flying boats were an utterly mundane sight. Disappointed yet increasingly curious about the man, she turned toward the source of the voice. "Agent Wu, our last meeting was 3 years ago, wasn't it?" Yin Yuzhen replied with a smile. "Time flies indeed," Agent Wu remarked nostalgically while stepping onto the Tianbao Pavilion's deck. Noticing Li Fan, he asked genially, "And this is?" "A guest elder of the Tianbao Pavilion," Yin Yuzhen answered succinctly. Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, Agent Wu tactfully changed the subject. "Let's proceed with the inspection. I fear this may be the last time we meet." Yin Yuzhen froze. "What do you mean? Has something happened?" Agent Wu shook his head. "The specifics are unclear to me. But just days ago, headquarters issued an urgent directive. All commercial agents in the Zhongnun Sea are to cease operations immediately and return. Had I not already scheduled this transaction with you, I would already be on my way back. That's why we must complete this trade swiftly. There's no time to delay." Yin Yuzhen felt a wave of panic. The reason the Tianbao Pavilion could thrive on Liuli Island was precisely because of the Wanhua Trade Association's backing. Now that the Wanhua Trade Association was suddenly withdrawing from the Zhongnun Sea, what would become of the Tianbao Pavilion's business? Could she even keep the Tianbao Pavilion afloat? And why had her premonitions failed to warn her this time? Her mind was a chaotic whirl. For some time, she simply stood there, frozen. "Shopkeeper-ine?" Agent Wu, seeing the stunned Yin Yuzhen, called out to her. Yin Yuzhen forced a smile and snapped back to attention. She entered the ship's cabin and began inventorying the goods for the transaction. 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 coral pieces, 46 luminous pearls. Li Fan led Agent Wu to the various goods. Agent Wu occasionally picked up an item, examining its quality closely before nodding in approval and carefully setting it down. 3 pieces of star sea drift sand, Li Fan reported calmly as they reached the center. A look of delight flashed across Agent Wu's face. He hurried over to the pieces of meteorite iron, gently stroking them with his hand before flipping them over to examine them from all angles. Watching this, Li Fan knew Agent Wu was no ordinary man. The lightest of these meteoritic iron pieces weighed at least 50 catties, yet they seemed like toys in the other man's hands. 1. After a moment, Agent Wu reluctantly set the iron down. "Shopkeeper-ine, I see you had quite the stroke of luck this time. You've actually managed to acquire star sea drift sand." Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen exchanged a glance, a wave of relief washing over them. They could now confirm that Xiao Heng's information was correct. By acquiring a significant amount of star sea drift sand ahead of the others, the Tianbao Pavilion had gained a massive advantage. Their spot in the body purification spirit pool should be secured without issue. The remaining items weren't particularly valuable. Agent Wu was very satisfied with the goods the Tianbao Pavilion had provided. Perhaps because the two parties wouldn't be able to meet again for a long time, he invited Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen onto the Wanhua Trade Association's flying boat as special guests. After food and drink, Agent Wu led the two to the flying boat's storage warehouse. "These are all items I've collected from various islands across the Zhongnun Sea," he said, gesturing proudly at the dazzling array of treasures. "Some are priceless, others. I'm not even sure of their use. I just bought them because they seemed unusual. If you're interested, feel free to pick a few items each." Yin Yuzhen was visibly excited upon hearing this. With her innate divine ability to sense fortune and avert disaster, wasn't this like a mouse falling into a rice jar, too? Li Fan had no interest initially, but seeing Yin Yuzhen's eager expression, he didn't refuse. He accompanied her, idly browsing through the warehouse. "You only have 1 incense stick's worth of time." 3, Agent Wu announced loudly to the pair. He seemed to be enjoying this little game. Yin Yuzhen, too excited to even hear him, darted through the warehouse with intense zeal. There were no fewer than 1,000 treasures here. Even with her ability to vaguely discern their value, she was quickly overwhelmed. By comparison, Li Fan looked bored and walked about aimlessly. He would casually pick up items, glance at them, and quickly set them down. Li Fan, had lived through 9 lives, drifting through simulation cycles for 300 years. What mortal treasure had he not seen? Unless it was related to cultivation, he couldn't be bothered with it. This Agent Wu, while clearly possessing physical strength far beyond an ordinary man, was obviously not a cultivator, and his business was firmly rooted in the mundane world of mortals. How could there possibly be anything here worth Li Fan's attention? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Li Fan's fingers brushed against one particular object, and his entire body went rigid. A prompt from Return to Truth had abruptly flashed before him. Discovered item convertible to charge. Proceed with charging. 1. 1 caddy equals 0.5 kilograms. 2. La Shu Diao Jinla Migengli. Its figurative meaning is a situation of extreme, often overwhelming, good fortune, like hitting the jackpot. 3. Approximately 15 minutes. Li Fan examined the object in his hand without any change in expression. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary blue glass sphere. But upon closer inspection, one could see light swirling within its depths, as if a piece of the boundless blue sea itself was being nurtured inside. Curio of heaven and earth, deep-sea pearl, nascent. As one sea perishes, another is born. Li Fan was utterly astonished to encounter a curio of heaven and earth here, and one that was still nascent, not yet fully formed. Suppressing his excitement, Li Fan placed the deep-sea pearl back in its original spot. He then feigned indifference and began examining the other items nearby. He did not cast another glance at the pearl, even when Agent Wu announced that time was up. Yuzhen emerged, carrying a few items, her expression a mix of regret and excitement. Aren't you going to pick anything? It's rare for Agent Wu to be so generous. Opportunities like this don't come often, she remarked, noticing Li Fan's empty hands. Agent Wu chimed in, shopkeeper Ian is right. What kind of guest enters a treasure trove and leaves empty-handed? Wouldn't that be a slight against me? Good thing you two spoke up, otherwise, I would have had to bring it up myself. Li Fan thought. In that case, it would be rude to refuse, he said. He walked over to the deep-sea pearl, selected a jade statue nearby, and then casually picked up the pearl as well. I'll take these two, Li Fan said offhandedly. The statue was carved in the likeness of an ancient tree. Agent Wu glanced at it and praised, Elder, you have a keen eye. I found this jade statue of an ancient tree on a remote island in the far north of the Songyun Sea. A primitive tribe on that island had enshrined it for thousands of years. It possesses certain mystical properties. For ordinary folk, keeping it in their home can calm the mind, focus the spirit, and strengthen the body. Agent Wu lavished praise on the jade tree statue, but only gave the deep-sea pearl a brief glance, saying nothing more about it. Then I'll have to thank you for this good fortune, Agent Wu, Li Fan said. He cupped his hands, his tone equally pleased. And this one? Li Fan asked, toying with the deep-sea pearl. Oh, that? I acquired that from a fisherman on Loon Island, Agent Wu said after a moment's recollection. There's nothing particularly special about it. It just looked unusual, so I picked it up on a whim. Loon Island. Li Fan committed the name firmly to memory. He then quickly changed the subject. Shopkeeper Ian, what did you select? Agent Wu's attention shifted to Yuzhen. She had chosen a painting, a pair of jade bracelets, and a gemstone. With great enthusiasm, she began describing each item to the two men. Li Fan listened with half an ear, his thoughts entirely consumed by the curio of heaven and earth, the deep-sea pearl. Lost in his thoughts, Li Fan barely registered when the transaction ended. The Wanhua Trade Association acquired a large batch of treasures, while Yuzhen amassed a significant amount of gold and silver. Shopkeeper Ian, until we meet again, Agent Wu said with a note of sentimentality before piloting the Wanhua flying boat out of sight. Though Yuzhen had reaped a substantial harvest this time, a worried frown still creased her brow on the journey back. Are you concerned about the future of the Tianbao Pavilion's business? Li Fan asked. Yes. Without the Wanhua Trade Association, we've lost a major sales channel. I'm afraid the pavilion's profits will suffer a massive drop. Yuzhen sighed. I don't understand why the Wanhua Trade Association would suddenly withdraw from the Songyun Sea. The cart will find its way around the mountain when it gets there. 1. There's no need to worry excessively. Li Fan could think of no real solution at the moment, offering only empty words of comfort. Yuzhen nodded, though it was clear his words hadn't truly registered. Returning to Lioli Island, Li Fan bid farewell to Inyusion and hurried back to the Quietude Manor. He shut the main door tightly behind him. Then, he finally took out the deep-sea pearl. My original purpose for this trip was simply to verify if Starseed Drift Sand was meteorite iron. I never expected to gain such a treasure. What a stroke of luck. Li Fan gazed at the pearl in his hand, unable to contain his joy. But I wonder what makes this deep-sea pearl so special? In Li Fan's understanding, every curio of heaven and earth represented a certain characteristic or law of the world itself. The Qiulong branch embodied the concept of the small overcoming the large, of devouring and consumption. Rusted sword Dao Xian represented an unyielding will, with the ability to slow and corrode. The halt steel fragment was bound by written laws, acting only upon received commands. So why was this small, glazed pearl named Deep Sea? Could it truly contain an entire sea within? Li Fan held the pearl aloft. The more he examined it, the more entranced he got, losing himself in that profound, deep shade of blue. Unfortunately, after studying it for a long time, Li Fan failed to uncover any of the pearl's special properties. Perhaps only a cultivator could glimpse its secrets. Li Fan let out a long sigh and reluctantly tore his eyes from the deep-sea pearl before carefully storing it away. Should he convert it now? He hesitated for a moment. According to the message from Return to Truth, this deep-sea pearl was still in its nascent state. Converting it now would likely only increase the charging progress by 1% to 2%. It was better than nothing, but he might as well wait until it was fully formed before converting it. The treasure was already in his possession anyway. It wasn't going anywhere. It took quite some time for Li Fan to calm himself from the excitement of obtaining a curio of heaven and earth. Once his heart settled, he immersed himself once more in cultivating the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra. Several days later, Li Fan was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on his door. The sky was still dark. Who could be disturbing him at this hour? The ever-cautious Li Fan took a dagger, concealed it in his sleeve, and went to answer the door. Who is it? Brother Li, it's me. Xiao Heng's voice came from outside. What does this kid want from me at this hour? Did the Tianbao Pavilion not follow through on the residence I promised him? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Fan's mind, but he opened the door nonetheless and ushered Xiao Heng inside. Xiao Heng's face was a mask of anxiety and panic. Sit. Tell me what's wrong. As the two moved inside, Xiao Heng spoke urgently, brotherly, something terrible has happened. The fact that we smuggled ourselves here from the Li world has been leaked. Who leaked it? Li Fan asked, somewhat surprised. We don't know. But everyone on the island now knows we aren't native inhabitants of the major cultivation world, and that we came here illegally through the Tianbao Pavilion. They say the immortal master is furious and going to have us all arrested and executed. Some were so terrified they took boats and fled in the night. The rest of us, we just don't know what to do. They all said you'd definitely have a solution, brotherly. They told me to look for you immediately. Xiao Heng explained in a rush. Li Fan listened, pondered for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Xiao Heng was taken aback. Brotherly, what makes you say that? Li Fan chuckled coldly. Since when do government officials notify criminals before a raid? If they truly intended to kill you all, your heads would have already been separated from your bodies. Would they have allowed you to learn of this news, flee openly under the cover of night, and even gather to discuss countermeasures? Brotherly, are you saying this news was intentionally leaked to frighten us? Xiao Heng's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. But why would they do that? His face quickly clouded with confusion again. In my opinion, Li Fan said, abruptly rising to his feet, this likely isn't about us at all. Their true target is the Tianbao Pavilion. 1. Chidaoshan Qianbio Lu, equivalent to we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Without explaining too much to Xiao Heng and simply telling him not to worry, Li Fan immediately made his way to the Tianbao Pavilion. Inyusion was somewhat surprised by Li Fan's sudden arrival. After hearing the reason for his visit, she explained the whole situation with visible anger. It turned out that after months of inquiries, the various factions on Lioli Island had finally figured out that Starseed Drift Sand was actually meteorite iron. But by the time they tried to gather the meteorite iron, they discovered that all the Starseed Drift Sand around Lioli Island's waters had already been scooped up by the Tianbao Pavilion. They also found out that the earlier chaos in Lioli Island's market had been secretly orchestrated by the Tianbao Pavilion. The Tianbao Pavilion made fools of everyone. Humiliated and enraged, they took their grievances to the Lioli Island master, demanding an explanation. Yuzhen, of course, righteously defended herself, arguing that her actions were all within the bounds of legitimate business competition. The island master judged that while Yuzhen's methods were somewhat extreme, the competition for spots in the body purification spirit pool had always been a free-for-all. As long as the resources required by the immortal master were eventually collected, slightly unconventional means were acceptable. So instead of punishing the Tianbao Pavilion, the island master reprimanded the troublemakers. How could they possibly accept this? A few days later, rumors that the Tianbao Pavilion was secretly involved in smuggling mortals began circulating on the island. The rumors grew wilder and more exaggerated, suggesting that the Tianbao Pavilion would soon be condemned by the immortal master and wiped out entirely. So how serious is this matter? Will the immortal master truly punish us? Li Fan asked after understanding the situation. That's precisely what makes this so troublesome, Yuzhen frowned. As the saying goes, if the law is unknown, its terror cannot be gauged. There's no explicit rule against helping mortals sneak through, but it's still a taboo subject, something done in the shadows. Moreover, over a decade ago, an immortal master happened to witness a smuggling operation and slaughtered every mortal present in a fit of rage. Since then, everyone came to an unspoken understanding to conduct this business in secret. Li Fan's brow furrowed as well. So this matter could be trivial or catastrophic, depending entirely on the immortal master's mood? Exactly. If the immortal master doesn't make an issue of it, then it's nothing. But if the immortal master is in a foul mood, then Yuzhen trailed off, her face paling slightly. Li Fan fell silent. He recalled his first encounter with Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. In the eyes of these cultivators, mortals were truly like ants, easily crushed without a second thought. To risk execution for the sake of this smuggling business, the profits must be enormous, Li Fan sighed. Naturally. The cost of a single smuggling operation often requires nearly a decade of plundering from a minor world to cover. You can imagine the profits involved, Yuzhen nodded. It's precisely because of this that some immortal masters can't resist joining in secretly to take a cut. These immortal masters would never admit their involvement. When dealing with us, they use immortal techniques to conceal their appearances, making it impossible to see their faces. And in the end, they take the majority of the profits, Yuzhen added with a tone of resignation. So this matter still falls to the Tianbao Pavilion. Li Fan recalled the immortal master who had received the group from the Li world when he first entered the cultivation world, and nodded. What about the immortal master stationed on Lioli Island? What is their temperament, and what stance have they taken on this matter? Immortal master he of Lioli Island keeps to himself. I've only seen him a handful of times. It's hard to gauge his stance. But judging by how he's handled mortal affairs in the past, he's not a merciful man, Yuzhen said gravely. Li Fan turned the situation over in his mind, then finally sighed. He knew that no amount of cunning could overcome an absolute disparity in power. Against an unstable element like this, a veritable time bomb, he was also at a loss. Li Fan suddenly thought of the vast stores of immortal miasma preserved within one of the Taiyan boat's holds. If we were back in Great Xian, with thousands of sacrificial soldiers at our command, perhaps we could fight back. What a pity. He quickly suppressed the dangerous notion. Arrange a meeting. It's best not to let this escalate, Li Fan said. Agreed, Yuzhen replied. All they want is a share of the Star Sea Drift Sand. We got in first and gathered plenty. We'll toss out a portion and let them fight over it like dogs. They'll turn on each other soon enough. Li Fan snorted coldly. There's no such thing as an unbreakable alliance in this world. 3 days later, the Tianbao Pavilion met with the various powers on Lioli Island and presented the following terms. First, the Tianbao Pavilion would agree to hand over a portion of the Star Sea Drift Sand, but in exchange for goods of equivalent value. Second, how the Star Sea Drift Sand was to be divided would be left for the other parties to decide amongst themselves. Finally, the Tianbao Pavilion must be guaranteed one spot in the body purification spirit pool. The conditions were not particularly harsh, and after some discussion, the two sides quickly reached an agreement. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. This was simply a struggle over spots in the body purification spirit pool. Thus, at the cost of several dozen pieces of meteorite iron, the Tianbao Pavilion successfully extricated itself from the chaotic struggle. Almost immediately, the rumors about smuggling vanished from the island. The other factions, now preoccupied with fighting over the meteorite iron, had no more attention to spare for the Tianbao Pavilion. Time flowed on, and the day of the body purification spirit pool's opening swiftly approached. After tallying the contributions from each faction, the final list of those granted entry was settled. 13 spots were allotted for this opening, and the Tianbao Pavilion secured one of them. With this major matter finally settled, Li Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Once the spirit pool opened, he would be able to purge the miasma from his body and officially embark on the path of cultivation. He had waited far too long for this day. Even someone as composed as Li Fan couldn't help but feel a stirring of excitement. Name: Li Fan. Realm: mortal. Biological age: 42/99. Psychological age: 505/1299. Virtualization charging progress: 121%. Charging progress of next anchor point: 51. Anchor points in use: 1. Bound items: 1,000 mechanisms, jade cosmo scripture, Tien boat, halt steel fragment, damaged. Li Fan looked at Return to Truth's panel. After 2 years, the upper limit of his biological age had reached a ceiling of 99 years and showed no further signs of increasing. Meanwhile, his psychological age's upper limit continued to rise slowly, thanks to his cultivation of the Xian Wang Heart Clarification Sutra day and night. What changes would occur after the spirit pool's baptism? Li Fan felt a stir of anticipation. The day of the spirit pool's opening finally arrived. Li Fan swallowed the mundane leaving pill given to him by Yin Yuzhen. Under the directions of a designated guide, he entered the array at the center of Lioli Island. Among the 13 who entered the central array, only Li Fan wasn't a teenager. They had been instructed not to speak carelessly, so they simply looked around with excited, curious eyes. The moment they had stepped into the array, their surroundings had shifted completely. It was as if they had instantly traveled from a bustling city to a deep mountain forest. Lush trees, vibrant greenery, and the constant chirping of birds and insects filled the air. In the distance, mist-shrouded peaks rose and fell. A faint breeze blew past, and a rustling sound echoed incessantly like waves. Li Fan and the others stood at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the summit was completely hidden from view, vanishing into thick clouds. They began climbing up the ancient stone steps. These youths were all in remarkable physical condition, and even after 4 whole hours without rest, not one of them was out of breath. Li Fan, however, was drenched in sweat. Older and long out of practice, he could barely keep up without falling behind. After another 2 hours, they finally reached the mountaintop. The summit was nothing more than a small clearing, making it somewhat crowded once the group spread out. This peak was the tallest in the mountain range. When they looked around, all they saw was a vast, white sea of clouds. The wind howled, churning the clouds and occasionally revealing island-like mountain tops. These youths had all been born and raised above the sea, but none had ever witnessed such a magnificent sight. They stood there, utterly captivated. To Li Fan, however, the view was nothing out of the ordinary. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and studied the sun in the sky. They had been inside the array for most of the day, yet the sun's position hadn't changed at all. It seemed to be some kind of illusion. "What do you make of the scenery?" came a voice from right beside them. The youths jumped in surprise, then quickly collected themselves. "Greetings, immortal master," they chorused, bowing respectfully. Li Fan followed suit. The speaker was none other than Immortal Master He, guardian of Lioli Island. He appeared to be around 30 years old and was dressed in simple blue robes. With kind eyes and a warm, smiling face, he radiated approachability and was the very image of a gentle soul. Seeing that this immortal master wasn't as intimidating as the legends made him out to be, one of the youths gathered his courage and replied, "The scenery is breathtaking, truly worthy of an immortal sacred land. I've never seen anything so wondrous and soul-stirring." Immortal Master He nodded with a smile, but his next words abruptly silenced the group. "When I first arrived at Lioli Island, This mountain was the shortest among the range, standing far below the sea of clouds. The youths were stunned by his words. After a long pause, someone finally spoke up in admiration. To make a mountain grow taller, your power is truly incredible, Immortal Master. Immortal Master, he chuckled. I'm a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. How could I possess such an ability? The young man who had offered the flattery flushed bright red and lowered his head in embarrassment. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what Immortal Master he meant by these words. Only Li Fan gazed thoughtfully at the countless peaks emerging from the sea of clouds. Did you know, Immortal Master, he continued, no longer drawing out the mystery, that the mountains and rivers of this world can gradually grow in size, just like people? The youth stared in stunned silence, their faces full of disbelief. How unbelievable. Are these great mountains and rivers also living things? Though the idea of mountains growing was shocking, the words came from an exalted Immortal Master, so the youths naturally chose to believe it. Still, their faces paled as they struggled to accept it. Immortal Master, he continued, some peaks appear lofty, yet their potential is already spent, and they will never advance further. Others are mere hills now, but hold boundless potential. Who's to say they won't become pillars holding up the heavens in years to come? Take this Shaowei mountain beneath our feet. It was once utterly insignificant, yet after just a few decades, it now overlooks all other peaks. Of course, most are like the countless mountains beneath the sea of clouds, destined from start to finish to remain as supporting roles, silently gazing up at those above the clouds. If mountains are like this, how much more so humans? Today, you have the fortune of entering the body purification spirit pool and washing away the miasma within your bodies. Whether you choose the path of cultivation, aspire to the great Tao or eternal life, or pursue other achievements, it all comes down to your own destiny. Seeing the dazed and confused expressions of the youths, Immortal Master, he sighed. Regardless of what comes after, today you must give your all. That is all I will say. Now go. Immortal Master, where exactly is the body purification spirit pool? One eager youth couldn't help asking excitedly. Though he hadn't fully grasped the meaning behind the Immortal Master's words, he understood that they were finally entering the spirit pool. Right there. Immortal Master, he said indifferently. Everyone followed his gaze. The spot he pointed to was beyond the mountain's edge, over the precipice of a bottomless cliff. Immortal Master, you must be joking, a youth blurted out in shock. Immortal Master, his expression darkened. With a cold snort, the boy's head flew high into the air as his body crumpled to the ground. Throughout the process, the Immortal Master barely moved. Blood sprayed, splattering those nearby. The sudden violence stunned the youths. Some trembled as their faces turned deathly pale, clamping hands over their mouths to stifle screams. Others collapsed, their legs giving way. Still others dropped to their knees, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Let this be another lesson. On the path of cultivation, discernment is vital. Know who can be bullied, who must not be offended, what can be said, and what cannot. Weigh your actions carefully. Don't come crying to me when your Tao disperses and your life ends, blaming me for not warning you today. The Immortal Master's formerly kind demeanor vanished, replaced by icy indifference as he scanned the terrified youths. Li Fan watched the spectacle, observing the varied reactions. He knew that this lesson from Immortal Master, he would leave a deep impression on them. It was not just the youths, even Li Fan felt he had gained something from the Immortal Master's words. He bowed deeply to Immortal Master, speaking sincerely. Thank you for the lesson. Then he turned and walked toward the mountain's edge. Before him lay a bottomless cliff. A single misstep would mean certain death. Yet Li Fan didn't hesitate. His expression remained unchanged as he took that first step forward. He did not fall. The endless sea of clouds ahead seemed to stir with consciousness, churning and gathering beneath Li Fan's feet to hold him steady. His other foot followed. Once firmly planted, Li Fan was swept forward by rolling white clouds and carried deep into the sea of clouds. As Immortal Master, he watched his receding figure. He couldn't help muttering, what exceptional temperament, a pity that he's already so old. What a waste. The youths watched as Li Fan soared away on the clouds. Only then did the truth dawn on them. Immortal Master, his words had contained neither deception nor exaggeration. A wave of shame washed over them. Those who enter the spirit pool first will receive a greater share of the spiritual liquid. Go on, don't wait, immortal master, he said, his expression softening as he addressed the group. A frantic scramble ensued as the youths rushed toward the sea of clouds. Enveloped by the thick, swirling sea of clouds, Li Fan felt utterly disoriented. White clouds continued to gather around him, growing denser and denser. In moments, they condensed into a white spiritual liquid that encased him completely. Submerged within it, Li Fan felt no sense of suffocation. Instead, an incredible warmth and comfort embraced him. Like a fetus within its mother's womb, Li Fan's mind and spirit gradually relaxed completely. A gentle, gurgling energy flowed over every inch of his skin, seeping through his pores and into his body. His entire being, body and soul, felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, a sensation so pleasurable he nearly moaned aloud. But soon, the warmth intensified into a searing heat. The searing heat became a scalding burn. The scalding burn transformed into the agony of being roasted by raging flames. Caught completely off guard, Li Fan let out a wretched scream. In that instant, he had lost all control over his own body. All he felt was a molten, lava-like heat rampaging through his veins, savagely tearing and drilling into every single nerve. This pain was beyond human endurance. Instinct screamed at Li Fan to activate Return to Truth, but he gritted his teeth and resisted the urge. 300 years of bitter pursuit. Wasn't it all for this very moment? No matter what, I will not give up. I will cultivate immortality. I will achieve eternal life. Li Fan's consciousness began to fracture under the extreme torment, yet a stubborn, unyielding obsession held him together, preventing the total collapse of his mind. The scorching current cycled through his body in an endless, vicious loop. With each cycle, the destruction and the pain deepened. Soon, the agony reached a level that could hardly be described in words. The pain was a blade that flayed his soul 10,000 times, then 10,000 times more. It was endless, ceaseless torment. No matter how formidable Li Fan's will, faced with pain of this magnitude, his resistance began to crumble. Slowly, Li Fan's awareness grew hazy and distant. His consciousness started to dissipate. Even at this critical juncture, his deep-seated obsession made him hold on and refuse to activate Return to Truth. His mind became a near-blank slate. Cultivation, immortality, purging miasma, spirit pool, Lioli Island, curios of heaven and earth, Return to Truth. All these thoughts slowly faded away as Li Fan's consciousness grew still. Instinct took over where self-awareness faded. The Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra, which Li Fan had practiced day and night without rest since arriving on Lioli Island, began to operate on its own accord. As the sutra operated, Li Fan's consciousness seemed to have found something to anchor itself onto. It began to coalesce once more, growing stronger. Though he remained in a state devoid of conscious thought, his mind grew steady and firm. It was like a reef by the shore, standing unyielding against the wind and waves. 3 days passed in a blur. Of the 13 who had entered the body purification spirit pool, 11 had already emerged. Only 4 of those 11 had successfully purged the immortal mortal miasma within them. The remaining 7 had failed to endure the excruciating pain. Apart from one unlucky soul who had died, the final one who had yet to emerge was naturally Li Fan. Sensing that faint, almost imperceptible aura within the spirit pool array, He Jianghao grew increasingly astonished. As the cultivator presiding over the spirit pool array, he knew all too well the sheer agony involved in purging the immortal mortal miasma from a mortal's body. The immortal mortal miasma lay deeply buried within a mortal's bloodline, coexisting with their flesh and blood from the moment the fetus was formed. As the mortal grew, the miasma became ever more inseparable from their body. This body purification spirit pool array was created by one of the leaders of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Heavenly Venerable Dongji. It worked by utterly destroying the body to force out the miasma, then using regenerative power to rebuild the flesh. This cycle repeated until all the miasma within the body was purged. The older one was, the more entwined the miasma became with one's flesh and blood. Consequently, more cycles of destruction and reconstruction were required to purge the immortal mortal miasma. The pain endured in this process was unimaginable. He Jianghao had presided over the spirit pool array on Liuli Island for over 50 years. The oldest person he had seen persevere and complete the purification process was 31 years old. For someone of Li Fan's age, He Jianghao had believed there was simply no hope of success. Yet, Li Fan's performance far exceeded his expectations. The sheer firmness of this man's will is downright terrifying. If he succeeds in purifying his body, reaching foundation establishment will surely be no difficult task for him. He might even form a golden core. He Jianghao's eyes gleamed. Perhaps I can forge a favorable connection early on. With that in mind, He Jianghao escorted the others out of the array, waiting alone for Li Fan inside. Another 3 days passed. Seeing that Li Fan still had not emerged, He Jianghao was struck speechless with shock. If not for being able to sense Li Fan's stable vital aura within the array, he would have gone in long ago. But there was nothing to be done. The body purification array couldn't be interrupted arbitrarily. He could only continue to wait. Another 3 days went by. He Jianghao's expression turned somewhat grim. Someone who could persist within the body purification spirit pool array for so long was surely a monster. At this point, the materials required to maintain the array's operation were running low. If the materials ran out, the operation would be forcibly halted, leading to unforeseeable consequences. All the previous efforts of those still in the spirit pool might be wasted. Logically speaking, if the array stopped operating now, it would just be Li Fan's bad luck, with no blame falling on He Jianghao. But thinking of Li Fan's terrifying, iron will, a series of expressions crossed He Jianghao's face. Never mind, let's just bet on this kid achieving greatness in the future. With that, He Jianghao formed a series of hand seals. One item after another flew out from his storage ring, vanishing into the depths of the sea of clouds. Good thing I always keep an extra set of these materials in secret. He Jianghao mused inwardly, heart aching as he looked at his now half-emptied storage ring. After another 2 days had passed, the churning sea of clouds finally began to calm. White clouds danced and clustered together, carrying Li Fan back to the mountain peak. He Jianghao swept his divine sense over Li Fan. Finding no trace of the miasma within his body, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, young friend. Your shackles are now gone, and the path to immortality lies before you. He Jianghao said warmly. Li Fan was still acclimating to his newly transformed body, feeling better than ever. However, he found Immortal Master He's sudden change in attitude rather peculiar. Though he had purged the immortal miasma from his system, he hadn't officially begun cultivating and was still just immortal. Why was the Immortal Master being so courteous? Noticing Li Fan's puzzled expression, Immortal Master He understood the unspoken question and explained that Li Fan had remained in the body purification spirit pool for a full 11 days. What? I was in there for that long. Li Fan was genuinely startled. Indeed, young friend. You may not know this, but the array materials were nearly exhausted. I went to great personal expense to replenish them for your sake. Immortal Master He seized the opportunity to highlight his contribution. But Li Fan's mind was reeling for another reason, not Immortal Master He's so-called selfless sacrifice, but the sight of a new technique on Return to Truth's panel. The Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra he had always practiced had somehow turned into the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra. After expelling the miasma from his body, Return to Truth's status panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 42/120. Psychological age, 505/2053. Virtualization charging progress, 121%. Charging progress of next anchor point, 51%. Anchor points in use, 1. Bound items, 1000 mechanisms, Jade Cosmo Scripture, Tien Boat, Halt Steel Fragment, damaged. Techniques, Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra. His maximum biological age had broken through the 100-year threshold and was still showing a temporary upward trend. What surprised Li Fan even more was that his psychological age limit had nearly doubled, reaching over 2,000 years. The body purification spirit pool alone couldn't possibly have produced such an effect. Was it because of this Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra that had appeared out of nowhere? As for why the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra had become the Heart Refinement Sutra, Li Fan himself was utterly confused. Inside the purification pool, the unbearable agony had caused him to nearly lose consciousness entirely. He had no idea what had happened afterward. But now wasn't the time to examine it closely. Steadying his mind, Li Fan cupped his hands respectfully toward He Jianghao and said, "I dare not forget the kindness you have shown me, immortal master. I, Li Fan, will repay you generously in the future." He Jianghao had been waiting for these very words. His tone grew even more amiable. "What are you saying, young friend? The path of immortality is arduous. I merely helped where I could." He produced a book and handed it to Li Fan. "After expelling miasma, the next step is to sense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and draw it into your body. If you can coalesce the first strand of spiritual qi within yourself, it means you have entered the qi refinement realm and can officially be called a cultivator. This 5 spirits qi sensing method is a summary of your predecessor's experiences in sensing spiritual qi. Study it well." He then took out a square spirit talisman and solemnly passed it to Li Fan. "This is a mundane leaving talisman. Before you have successfully drawn qi into your body, you must carry it with you at all times." After watching Li Fan safely store both items, He Jianghao explained further. "Although you have expelled the miasma from your body, it is not a permanent solution. You still live in the mortal world and interact with mortals daily. Over time, you will inevitably be contaminated again. This mundane leaving talisman can help shield you from the intrusion of miasma, but its effects will only last about 5 years. However, with your talent, reaching the qi refinement stage within 5 years should not be difficult," He Jianghao said with a smile. "Once you break through to the qi refinement realm, you can come look for me on the island. I will then take you to our Myriad Immortals Alliance's headquarters in the Tsongyun Sea, Myriad Immortals Island. There, you will be able to select appropriate techniques to continue your cultivation." He Jianghao detailed various precautions during the process of drawing qi into the body, and Li Fan committed each one firmly to memory. After all relevant matters were concluded, Li Fan tactfully took his leave. "I hope this investment yields returns," He Jianghao murmured to himself, watching Li Fan's retreating figure. Then, he surveyed the mountain beneath his feet and shook his head. Its potential is exhausted. Time to find a new mountain. With that, he soared above the sea of clouds and gathered the rolling mist into his sleeve with a wave. Gazing down at the mountain range below, He Jianghao began pondering over which peak would grow the tallest over the next century. He Jianghao cultivated a technique known as the mountain-sitting art. The mountain-sitting art's greatest feature was that practitioners could reap rewards by simply sitting atop a mountain. He would select a mountain peak, sit on it, operate the technique, and spend several years harmonizing his own aura with that of the mountain. Thereafter, for every inch the mountain grew in height, his own cultivation would receive feedback and improve correspondingly. Conversely, if his judgment was flawed and the mountain's height did not increase afterward, it would mean he had wasted over a decade of cultivation for nothing. Beyond benefiting from a mountain's growth, he could also gain advantages from aiding others. For instance, by helping Li Fan, He Jianghao would mysteriously receive feedback if Li Fan were to break through to the qi refinement realm in the future, thereby improving his own cultivation. It wasn't about siphoning or stealing the other's cultivation. It was more akin to the ancient saying, "When a man attains the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven." A mountain's growth would carry the trees upon it to greater heights. A giant's growth would naturally lift what was held within its sleeve. Of course, compared to mountains, the conditions for aiding people were less stringent. He didn't need to bind himself to a single individual. He could cast a wide net. But correspondingly, the amount of effort he initially invested would determine the magnitude of his future harvest. Therefore, whenever He Jianghao encountered a promising junior, he never hesitated to lend them a hand. After exiting the central array of Lioli Island, Li Fan returned quietly to the quietude manor without alerting anyone. He could truly feel a difference in his body after expelling the miasma. It was as if he were now a decade younger. His vision and hearing had sharpened considerably, and he could even faintly sense the pure, ubiquitous energy flowing throughout the world. Is this spiritual qi? Joy blossomed in Li Fan's heart. Once he guided this qi into his body, he would officially become a qi refinement cultivator. Li Fan wished he could begin cultivating immediately. But before that, he needed to examine the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra that had inexplicably appeared. He searched his mind, but found no new method of operation. Thus, Li Fan began cultivating it using the same method as the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra. The moment he started, he noticed the difference between the Heart Refinement Sutra and the Heart Clarification Sutra. Previously, when practicing the Heart Clarification Sutra, it often took him more than an hour to calm his mind and clear away all distracting thoughts. But with the Heart Refinement Sutra, Li Fan felt his heart turn as clear and still as a mirror within moments. It was as though a massive millstone had appeared in his mind, incessantly absorbing distracting thoughts and grinding them into nourishment that strengthened his spirit. After 3 years of practicing the Heart Clarification Sutra, Li Fan hadn't noticed any benefits aside from the acceleration of return to truth's charging process. But with the Heart Refinement Sutra, he could clearly feel his spirit strengthening with every passing moment. The increase was minuscule, almost negligible, but it was undeniably there. A surge of astonishment and delight washed over Li Fan, followed by countless questions. Why had the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra, a common technique to dispel miasma that was found everywhere in the cultivation world, transformed into this miraculously profound Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra within him? Immortal techniques could only be cultivated exclusively, so did this Heart Refinement Sutra even count as a cultivation technique? Based on his current understanding of the cultivation world, Li Fan could find no answers. But he had a faint suspicion that an enormous secret lay hidden behind this phenomenon. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would have to investigate it discreetly. He stood on the precipice of becoming a true cultivator, just one step away from crossing the threshold. And now he had even obtained a miraculous technique like the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra. Li Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of soaring elation. Not long later, a letter arrived. The news it contained shattered his burgeoning pride into dust. Xiao Heng had successfully guided Qi into his body and had already departed from Myriad Immortals Island. I have no real interest in immortal cultivation. The memory of Xiao Heng's tone as he said those words was still vivid in Li Fan's mind. How long had it been since then? How had he managed to purge the miasma from his body and break through to the Qi refinement realm so quickly? For a moment, Li Fan was filled with shock and disbelief. He reread Xiao Heng's letter several times, then went out to make inquiries. Eventually, he had no choice but to reluctantly concede that it was the truth. It turned out that although Li Fan had confidently assured him that the rumors of smuggled mortals were targeted at the Tianbao Pavilion, Xiao Heng still felt uneasy when he reached home, tossing sleeplessly through the night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw terrifying visions of an immortal master descending from the heavens and slaughtering everyone from the Li world. For several days, Xiao Heng lived in this state of constant fear. After much anguish and reflection, he finally made a decision. To sleep peacefully and, more importantly, to become a cultivator so he would no longer have to live in constant anxiety, he began earnestly practicing the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra. Unexpectedly, once Xiao Heng focused his mind, his progress was astonishingly rapid. With the aid of medicine, it took him less than a month to completely purge the miasma from his body on his own. After that, he felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth behave like a living thing, playfully swirling and lingering around him. He was utterly captivated by this phenomenon, and his mind was completely immersed. In what felt like a state of deep, restful sleep, he successfully drew qi into his body. At first, he wasn't entirely sure he had truly become one of the legendary immortal masters. But when he attempted to be intimate with a maid in his household, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, and he instinctively killed her with a single palm strike. Immortals and mortals were eternally divided. At that moment, Xiao Heng finally confirmed that he was indeed a cultivator. Although he had reached the Qi refinement realm, Xiao Heng was still completely at a loss about what to do next. So he sought an audience with the immortal master stationed at Liuli Island. Unfortunately, at that time, He Zhenghao was occupied with maintaining the body purification spirit pool array and could not leave. Xiao Heng had no choice but to return home and wait patiently. It was only after Li Fan emerged from the spirit pool and He Zhenghao finally had time to spare that Xiao Heng managed to meet him. After hearing Xiao Heng's account and carefully examining him, He Zhenghao confirmed that Xiao Heng was telling the truth. At first, he was overjoyed. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh, and regret filled his face. After a moment, he collected himself and eagerly prepared to take Xiaoheng to Myriad Immortal's island. Xiaoheng requested permission to bid farewell to his friends, which he Jianghao naturally granted. After that, Xiaoheng said his goodbyes to everyone from the Li world and departed gracefully. As for Li Fan, Xiaoheng had originally intended to visit him in person. But he knew Li Fan was deeply committed to cultivation and had taken over 3 years to purify his body. Not long ago, Xiaoheng had explicitly stated to Li Fan that he had no interest in immortality. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a qi refinement cultivator. Xiaoheng truly didn't know how to face Li Fan. Worried that his success might upset him, he decided to leave a letter instead, entrusting someone to deliver it. Xiaoheng expressed profound gratitude for Li Fan's repeated assistance, promising to wait for him on Myriad Immortal's island and repay his kindness in the future. Big brother, I owe everything I've achieved to your protection. I've heard the news that you've successfully purged your miasma. I trust it won't be long before you break through to qi refinement. I'll go on ahead and wait for your arrival on Myriad Immortal's island. When we meet again, if there's anything you need from me, I won't dare refuse, even if it costs me my life. With deepest respect, I bow to you once more. Heng. Li Fan set down Xiaoheng's letter and slowly exhaled. So this was what a true heaven-defying genius was like? Without any guidance, he had fumbled his way into the qi refinement realm by pure accident. He could even sense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth greeting him with affection. Though Li Fan had long known that the level of talent among cultivators varied wildly, and he was well aware of his own modest aptitude, the realization that such a prodigy had been so close at hand was a tough pill to swallow. It seemed Xiaoheng's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. If he had suddenly appeared before Li Fan, who had just succeeded in expelling his miasma, Li Fan's mental state might indeed have been thrown off balance. Li Fan gave a bitter smile. But it would have been just that, a moment of imbalance. Li Fan knew with absolute clarity that he had never been relying on his natural talent. His real foundation was the countless opportunities to start over, granted to him by Return to Truth. With Return to Truth in hand, he had the confidence to surpass any genius, no matter how brilliant. The process just took longer and required lifetime after a lifetime of planning. The Heart Refinement Sutra operated, and Li Fan's turbulent thoughts gradually stilled. He opened the 5 spirits qi sensing method he Jianghao had given him and began to read it carefully. According to the book, in ancient times, the concept of spirit roots existed. Back then, only mortals who possessed spirit roots could practice cultivation. There were the common spirit roots of 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as variant attributes like thunder, wind, and darkness. Those with a single spirit root cultivated very quickly in the early stages. By specializing in a technique corresponding to their attribute, they could easily achieve mastery. Those with multiple spirit roots cultivated more slowly, as they had to balance their progress in all attributes. Most of them spent great effort on cultivation with little to show for it. Yet, if a peerless genius who could master all attributes of their multiple roots emerged, their strength would often far surpass a single-root cultivator of the same realm. But these were all tales of a bygone era. The ancient cultivation world emphasized harmony between heaven and man. Spirit roots were a gift from the heavens. Only those fortunate few favored by heaven could perceive the laws of the world, earn the qualification to seek the Tao, and ascend to immortality. But the number of ordinary mortals was vast, and those with spirit roots were but a small minority. The overwhelming majority could only gaze upon the path of cultivation from afar, unable to ever reach it. How unjust was that? Fortunately, in those ancient times, an immortal venerable came to preach the Tao. The 5 spirits qi sensing method recounted how the immortal venerable manifested his Dharma body, projected onto heaven and earth, to reveal a way forward for the mortals who had long sought eternal life in vain. The immortal venerable declared, "Why must I beg heaven if I wish to become immortal? If heaven will not give, I shall take it myself. Submit to heaven and remain mortal. Defy heaven and become immortal." A mere mortal, audaciously seeking eternal life, need not seek harmony between heaven and man. They need only wrest it from heaven itself. Thus, the immortal venerable laid out his doctrine with absolute clarity, explaining his path to the masses. This was the cultivation path followed by the present-day cultivation world. The path of immortality was thus: draw upon the spirit of heaven and earth to harness its chi. Borrow the curios of heaven and earth to build a Tao foundation. Peer into the laws of heaven and earth to refine a golden core. Seize the essence of heaven and earth to form a nascent soul. Extract the marrow of heaven and earth to obtain its spirit. Sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to unify one's body with the Tao. Defy the principles of heaven and earth to attain eternal life. Thud. The five spirits' chi-sensing method fell to the floor. Li Fan's hands trembled as he picked it up, unable to conceal the shock reverberating through his soul. The cultivation methodology of this world was completely different from what he had imagined. One might even say it was somewhat horrifying. No wonder he'd felt something strange about this world's cultivators ever since encountering them. The heavenly Tao of this world seemed to harbor a deep malice toward those who practiced immortal techniques. Whether it was the law that forbade multiple cultivators from practicing the same immortal technique, or the bizarre phenomenon where a cultivator's death lit up the sky for thousands of li like some kind of broadcast, or even the eerie immortal mortal miasma within ordinary mortals, a substance extremely harmful to cultivators, all of it pointed toward one conclusion. Now, after stepping into the world of cultivation himself, Li Fan finally understood the truth. Defy the principles of heaven and earth to attain eternal life, Li Fan murmured softly, releasing a long, heavy breath. The more Li Fan read the five spirits' chi-sensing methods descriptions of the immortal path, the more deeply unsettling he found them. The stages before Golden Core seemed relatively normal, drawing upon the spirit of heaven and earth, borrowing the curios of heaven and earth, peering into the laws of heaven and earth. But after the nascent soul stage, the tone gradually shifted toward madness. Seizing the essence of heaven and earth, extracting the marrow of heaven and earth, sacrificing the soul of heaven and earth, all the way to the final stage, defying the principles of heaven and earth. Merely reading these lines was enough to make one's heart pound with dread. The heavenly Tao stood above all, nurturing and giving life to all things. For cultivators to practice in this manner was no different from turning against heaven itself, an ultimate act of treachery. What did this represent? Were cultivators truly unaware of the consequences? Yet this method of cultivation offered progress far too rapid to ignore. The text recorded that after the immortal venerable spread the teachings of this path, great numbers of ordinary mortals, who previously had no hope of cultivation, suddenly rose to prominence within decades. Cultivators at the Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and even Spirit Transformation realms emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The cultivation world at that time flourished so brightly that Golden Core cultivators became as common as dirt, and Nascent Soul experts were barely more remarkable than stray dogs. Faced with ordinary mortals effortlessly surpassing their own hard-won cultivation, how many of those who adhered to the ancient methodology could stay true to their path and resist trying the immortal venerable's method? And so, the ancient methodology gradually declined, replaced little by the new methodology. 1,000 years after the new methodology spread, the cultivation world reached the peak of its prosperity. But alas, the principles of heaven were clear and manifest. What flourishes to extremes must eventually decay. Countless cultivators greedily plundered the resources of the world like wolves and tigers, without the slightest restraint. Not even the increasingly frequent heavenly tribulations could suppress the exploding numbers of cultivators. And so, the day that the heavenly Tao struck back finally arrived. The Great Reformation began, and a great calamity descended. From that day forward, the thriving cultivation world was struck by a devastating blow. Each immortal technique could only be practiced exclusively by a single cultivator. Cultivators fought endlessly amongst themselves, slaughtering each other for the slightest chance of survival. For a long time, the cultivation world seemed withered and desolate. It took thousands of years for it to recover. The cultivators of the present age had grown accustomed to the hostility of heaven and earth. Learning from past lessons, they established a new order of cultivation atop the ruins left behind by the Great Calamity. After this introduction to the origins of the modern cultivation world, the book moved on to the practice method of the five spirits qi sensing method. If an ordinary person could not easily draw qi into their body even after dispelling their miasma, they could nurture their own five spirits and forcibly absorb spiritual qi from the world. After refining the qi, they could then break through to the qi refinement realm. These five spirits referred to the five innate human emotions: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and self-absorption. These five emotions lay hidden within the human heart, inexhaustible and self-renewing. The five spirits qi sensing method showed the way to use these five spirits as fuel to cultivate a heaven-earth root within the dantian. This root connected a cultivator's dantian to heaven and earth. Once formed, the cultivator could use it to draw spiritual qi forcibly from the world and make it their own. Compared to the ancient methods, which depended entirely on natural talent, the five spirits qi sensing method emphasized stability. Those with exceptional talent could develop their heaven-earth root in a single day and night, setting foot on the path of cultivation. But even those utterly lacking cultivation talent could, through daily effort, form their own root within 10 years at most. Having learned this method of drawing qi into his body, Li Fan began secluding himself at home, cultivating the five spirits qi sensing method day after day. Li Fan had already steeled himself for the possibility that his path to immortality would be far from smooth. Yet, even after 3 full years of daily effort, Li Fan still hadn't succeeded in drawing in qi. Li Fan was well aware of his own cultivation talent, average, not a genius, but certainly not poor either. Something else was clearly behind his current predicament. The Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra is truly a mixed blessing, Li Fan thought with some resignation. The five spirits qi sensing method used 5 specific emotions as fuel to catalyze the formation of the heaven-earth root. However, due to Li Fan's practice of the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra, these 5 emotions only accumulated in minuscule amounts. Even when he wasn't actively operating the Heart Refinement Sutra, it functioned almost instinctively, spontaneously grinding down any negative thoughts in his mind. It was like trying to run while carrying a heavy weight, resulting in his agonizingly slow progress. Li Fan had also tried to draw qi into his body without relying on the heaven-earth root, but he clearly lacked the natural talent of someone like Xiao Heng. The ambient spiritual qi outside his body seemed utterly indifferent to him, paying him no heed. With no one to guide him, Li Fan had no idea how long it would take to draw in qi if he relied solely on trial and error. Therefore, Li Fan decided to stick to the 5 spirits qi sensing method to break through to the qi refinement realm. It was slow, but stable. And time was the one thing Li Fan did not lack. At the beginning of these 3 years, He Jianghao had occasionally sent people to inquire about Li Fan's progress. But after Li Fan showed no advancement for a long time, the visits gradually ceased. As for the Tianbao Pavilion, thanks to the presence of Li Fan and Xiao Heng, their operations on the surrounding islands had actually improved even though they had lost the backing of the Wanhua Trade Association. No one wanted to offend a trading company potentially backed by an immortal master, so they avoided conflict with the Tianbao Pavilion whenever possible. Consequently, over these 3 years, the Tianbao Pavilion had aggressively expanded its market share. It now emitted a vibrant atmosphere of flourishing prosperity. Yin Yuzhen's confidence grew immensely, and she was eager to make a move. Thus, she began sharpening her tools and preparing to return to Yelon Island to reclaim control of the Tianbao Pavilion's headquarters. Li Fan only paid occasional attention to these external matters. The vast majority of his energy was focused on nurturing his heaven-earth root. Unfortunately, this was a matter that simply couldn't be rushed. Li Fan estimated that, barring any accidents, it would still take him about 2 more years to succeed. Having been cooped up at home for so long, Li Fan eventually grew restless and decided to go out for a walk. Without alerting anyone, he changed his clothes, put on a felt hat, and went to the market on Lioli Island. Compared to 3 years ago, the place seemed completely unchanged. The sounds of haggling, vendors hawking their wares, and playful banter rose and fell in a constant cacophony. Here, Li Fan felt a long-absent sense of human vibrancy. Thoughts sprouted in his mind like parched seedlings finally receiving rain, emerging in great numbers. In that single moment, progress on his heaven-earth route advanced more than it had in 3 days of secluded, arduous cultivation at home. Li Fan suddenly understood something. For most cultivators, seclusion and dedicated cultivation were necessary because ordinary people naturally had no shortage of the 5 emotions used as fuel. But Li Fan's situation was special. The Heart Refinement Sutra constantly operated in his mind, transforming these scattered thoughts into nourishment that strengthened him. The 5 spirits qi sensing method was clearly inferior to the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra. It didn't stand a chance in the competition for fuel and could only scavenge the leftovers. Li Fan couldn't change this reality yet. To accelerate the formation of his heaven-earth root, Li Fan needed to increase the number of distracting thoughts born within his mind each day. Secluded meditation alone wouldn't suffice. He had to immerse himself in the world's affairs. Understanding this truth sparked a surge of excitement within him. Perhaps he wouldn't need another 2 full years to break through to the qi refinement realm after all. Elderly. A vaguely familiar voice called from behind him. Li Fan turned, studying the man's face for a moment before recognition dawned. It was Zhang Haobo, captain of the Tsangyuan. As Zhang Haobo looked at Li Fan, his eyes were filled with both respect and delight. He had heard that this elderly had cleansed himself of the miasma and would soon become an immortal master revered by all. Naturally, seeing him now inspired both joy and fear. So it's you. Li Fan's impression of this man was fairly positive, so he smiled. It's been several years since we last met. How have you been lately? Zhang Haobo didn't dare ignore the question and answered honestly, credit goes to you, elderly. The ships turned handsome profits these past years. Your knack for returning with treasure every voyage has many young folks clamoring to join us. Our treatment and status on the island have risen as well. There's no shortage of envious eyes on us now. Halfway through, Zhang Haobo paused, as if he wanted to say more but was holding back. Feel free to speak, Li Fan encouraged him to continue. But lately, our brothers aboard the Tsangyuan have been talking about pulling out of Lioli Island altogether. I've been giving the idea some thought myself. Oh, Li Fan was somewhat surprised. Where would you go? To be honest, elderly, we haven't decided yet, Zhang Haobo said with a hint of trepidation. Now Li Fan grew curious. If life has been good, why the sudden thought of leaving? Zhang Haobo scratched his head. You'll think me foolish, elderly, but it's just an uneasy feeling. Uneasy feeling? Explain, Li Fan instructed. Zhang Haobo fell silent for a moment, as though gathering his thoughts. After a while, he glanced around and lowered his voice. Truth be told, elderly, these days when we're out on the water, we've been running into all manner of odd happenings. Such as, these last few runs, we've been hauling up thousands of pounds with every pull. Our nets come up bursting at the seams. 9 out of 10 casts are the same, all varieties of fish mixed together. Isn't that a good thing? It's good, sure enough. But I've fished these waters for over 10 years, and I've never seen the like of it. A hint of confusion, and something close to fear, flickered in Zhang Haobo's eyes. It feels as though every fish in the sea is gathering up, all fleeing from something. What else? Li Fan pondered briefly before asking further. We've been on Lioli Island since we were young lads, long enough to know every reef in these waters. But in recent days, more rocks have been showing above the tide than ever before, Zhang Haobo said gravely. You mean, the water level is dropping? Li Fan understood immediately. Water levels rise and fall each year, that much is normal. But this season's change feels off. We're all uneasy about it. Zhang Haobo explained. We sent word to the Lioli administration a month back, but they clearly didn't give it proper weight. Told us it was nothing more than the usual ebb and flow. Zhang Haobo added. There's one more thing that weighs on us even heavier. These past 3 years, we haven't seen a single storm flood, not here off Lioli Island, nor anywhere across the whole Songyun Sea. We've spoken with crews from other islands. Every last one confirms it. Storm floods have been absent from the Songyun Sea for 3 years running. Zhang Haobo added quickly, afraid Li Fan might not believe him. Uncertain what this meant, Li Fan remained silent. The storm floods, they'd never stopped before. Not once in all my life. In wild years we'd see a dozen or more, and in calmer ones, at least 2 or 3. It's been that way for decades. But now, 3 full years without a single one. Some folks on the island are cheering, saying the immortal masters are watching over us. My brothers and I, we don't see it like that. This isn't good fortune. It's too far from the norm. Something big is brewing out there. I can feel it in my bones, Zhang Haobo stated with conviction. Perhaps it just means the weather will be getting a bit hotter in the future, Li Fan mused after a moment's thought, offering words of comfort. The island is protected by a grand array, and immortal master he guards the island. Even if some situation arises, I imagine he will be able to handle it. Your reasoning's sound, elderly. Plenty of our brothers aboard think the same. But I've got this worry gnawing at me. No matter what I tell myself, it won't let go, Zhang Haobo said with a bitter smile. So I've made up my mind. I'm leaving the Songyun Sea altogether. Zhang Haobo's gaze gradually grew resolute. Seeing his determination, Li Fan could only shake his head. Leaving your homeland is no easy matter. You should consider it carefully. Zhang Haobo nodded. Li Fan said no more. After bidding farewell to Zhang Haobo, he wandered the market for half a day before finally returning home. Thinking it over carefully, Zhang Haobo wasn't just worrying needlessly. All signs indeed indicated that something unusual was destined to occur in the Songyun Sea. Perhaps a colossal storm flood was secretly gathering its strength, or maybe a severe drought was quietly taking shape. But in the end, it was of little real consequence. Zhang Haobo was, after all, just a mortal. If a great calamity arrived, he would have no power to protect himself and would be left to the whims of fate. It was normal for him to worry and fear. Li Fan, however, already had one foot across the threshold of becoming a cultivator. As long as he could break through to the Qi refinement realm, he could go to Myriad Immortal's island. Great numbers of cultivators gathered there. Naturally, there was no need to worry about such disasters. From another perspective, if a disaster that even cultivators couldn't handle truly appeared, worrying about it would be useless anyway. Therefore, what Li Fan needed to do now was continue peacefully cultivating the 5 spirits Qi sensing method. Right, he could notify Yunjin and have her start preparing early. This interlude soon passed, and Li Fan continued to cultivate. Another year went by. Zhang Haobo had ultimately chosen to leave the Songyun Sea with some of his brothers from the Zhangyuan half a year ago. The matter had caused quite a stir on the island, and people began to worry. But these past 6 months had been calm and peaceful, without the slightest shadow of a great disaster, so people began to treat the whole affair as a joke. Yunjin had finally accumulated sufficient strength and returned to Yelon Island in high spirits. After some turmoil, she managed to seize back the position of head shopkeeper of the Tianbao Pavilion's headquarters. With the recent stabilization of the situation on Yelon Island, a host of miscellaneous affairs still required her attention. To prevent petty individuals from changing sides and causing a reversal, Yunjin would have to remain on Yelon Island for the next few years and could not return. She only sent a messenger to bring the good news to Li Fan. He Zhenghao no longer sent anyone to check on him either. In He Zhenghao's view, the fact that Li Fan had taken nearly 4 years just to guide qi into his body clearly indicated that his potential was exhausted. He was no longer worth expending dedicated effort to monitor. Xiao Hang, however, occasionally sent letters by a messenger to inquire about Li Fan's well-being. It appeared that Xiao Hang was progressing with shocking speed and had already reached the mid-stage qi refinement realm. The affairs of the world were tumultuous, but Li Fan observed them like a cold, detached passerby. He simply cultivated patiently. On this day, Li Fan's mind stirred. He had accumulated a sufficient amount of the 5 spirits as fuel. The heaven-earth route was finally about to take shape. A faint silhouette appeared within Li Fan's dantian. A moment later, he felt a new, subtle yet profound connection form between himself and the world. Threads of spiritual qi, drawn from heaven and earth, flowed along the heaven-earth route, slowly streaming into Li Fan's dantian before rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. It resembled a water wheel drawing from a river to irrigate parched, fertile fields. In the 7th year since Li Fan entered the cultivation world, he finally stepped into the qi refinement realm. The moment Li Fan stepped into the qi refinement realm, he felt a profound transformation sweep through his being. Spiritual qi churned and circulated within him, silently and subtly mending his once weary, aging body. The fine wrinkles on his face vanished, and his skin smoothed out to a youthful texture. A long-lost vitality surged within him, as if he had returned to his adolescence, brimming with boundless energy. He had been rejuvenated, and his physical constitution was enhanced tremendously. Most importantly, Li Fan could now finally command the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He guided faint streams of qi and shaped them into various forms. However, this was just instinctual manipulation. To wield spiritual qi with true efficiency, he would need proper techniques. After some experimentation, Li Fan dispersed the qi gathered in his hand and focused his attention on Return to Truth's panel. Name: Li Fan. Realm: Early Stage Qi Refinement Realm. Biological age: 47/199. Psychological age: 510/2169. Upon breaking through to the Qi Refinement Realm, Li Fan's biological age had risen to a new limit of 199 years. The Five Spirits Qi Sensing method had mentioned that while a cultivator's lifespan far exceeded that of mortals, it had greatly decreased since the ancient eras. A Qi refinement cultivator's lifespan could not exceed 200 years. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could only extend their life by a little over a century before reaching their inevitable end. Only by forming a golden core and glimpsing the laws of heaven and earth would one's lifespan grow immensely, reaching 500 or 600 years. In stark contrast to his biological age, his psychological age had barely increased. Having already expanded it significantly through his practice of the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra, Li Fan wasn't particularly surprised. Next, Li Fan retrieved the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture from the Tian boat. He had obtained this nascent soul technique from Ko Hong long ago. But without divine sense, he had been unable to examine it, and it had always lingered in his thoughts. Now that he had finally entered the Qi refinement realm, Li Fan was eager to read its contents. Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture, Nascent Soul Realm Technique. Current Practitioners, 0. As he picked up the jade slip, a description of the technique flowed naturally into his mind. Li Fan knew this was another change that had emerged after the Great Reformation, ever since immortal techniques could only be practiced exclusively. He extended his divine sense into the jade slip. Instantly, a torrent of text and images flooded his consciousness. It was his first time reading a jade slip, and the experience was disorienting. It felt as if a massive amount of information was being forcibly crammed into his skull, making his temples throb. Fortunately, his divine sense was stronger than that of an average Qi refinement cultivator. He adapted quickly and soon regained his composure. He calmed his mind and spirit, focusing intently on studying the technique. After a long while, he finally grasped a general understanding of it. The Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture was a technique practiced by the ancient Heavenly Mechanisms sect. In ancient times, the principle of harmony between heaven and man was emphasized. The Heavenly Mechanisms sect believed that all things in heaven and earth, like people, possessed their own consciousness, though it was difficult to perceive through ordinary means. Just as a person emanates killing intent when harboring thoughts of murder, all things in creation occasionally activate subtle energy mechanisms. When heaven activates its killing mechanisms, it brings about the withering of all things, the shifting of stars, and the altering of constellations. When the earth activates its killing mechanisms, it results in the transformation of seas into mulberry fields and the rising of dragons and serpents from the land. By capturing and refining the various energy mechanisms of heaven and earth, one could trace them back to their source, achieving a state of resonance and unity with heaven and earth. The Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture was precisely such a technique, a method for sensing and refining these energy mechanisms for one's own use. Once mastered, this technique not only allowed one to borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to harm enemies, but also enabled the calculation and prediction of future events through the extrapolation of energy mechanisms. This technique was incredibly powerful, but cultivating it was equally perilous. The will of heaven and earth was vast and immense. Even a single strand of its energy mechanisms was 1,000 times greater than that of a cultivator. Recklessly making contact with it could easily result in injury from the energy mechanisms themselves. One might even be assimilated without realizing it, becoming a puppet of heaven's will. Therefore, when the ancient Heavenly Mechanisms sect practiced this technique, they did not choose to refine the energy mechanisms perceived from heaven and earth. Instead, they settled for secondary methods, employing various substitutes. They nurtured their own killing intent and drew upon the vibrant vitality of spring's renewal or sensed energy mechanisms from certain naturally spiritual objects. By gathering countless energy mechanisms to conceal themselves, they achieved the goal of obfuscating the heavens' mechanisms and sensing the will of heaven and earth. In theory, cultivating this method to its highest level allowed one to merge with heaven and earth and become the embodiment of the Tao itself. Unfortunately, it remained only a theory. In practice, even with these clever workarounds, cultivating the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture was exceptionally difficult. The ancient heavenly mechanisms sect had a legacy spanning 10,000 years, with tens of thousands of cultivators practicing the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. Yet their highest achievement was only reaching the nascent soul realm. If that was the case even in those ancient times, it went without saying how much more challenging it would be in the current cultivation world, where malice from heaven and earth was omnipresent. However, Li Fan had the assistance of Return to Truth, so he didn't need to worry too much about the risks associated with cultivating this technique. Li Fan pondered for a moment. Deciding on a primary cultivation technique was not something he needed to rush into. He could first go to Myriad Immortal's island to observe the current state of the cultivation world before making a decision. Thus, Li Fan arrived at the central array of Lioli Island, seeking an audience with He Jianghao. As soon as he reached the outskirts of the array, he found several servants already waiting for him. Led by the servants, Li Fan once again met with He Jianghao. He Jianghao no longer resided on the towering mountain peak from before, but on an utterly ordinary small hill that stood unremarkably amidst the surrounding mountains. When Li Fan saw him, he was currently seated in a small pavilion at the hill's summit. I sensed an unusual fluctuation in the island's spiritual qi earlier and knew you must have made a breakthrough, He Jianghao said, looking at Li Fan with a pleased expression. Although it took a while, you succeeded in the end. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Li Fan said politely. It was nothing, He Jianghao replied with a smile, feeling a slight improvement in his own cultivation. Have you come to me because you wish to go to Myriad Immortal's island? Exactly. I have no more mundane affairs tying me down and am ready to depart at any time, Li Fan nodded. Good. In that case, follow me. In a flash, He Jianghao appeared before Li Fan and grasped his shoulder. Do not resist. Hearing He Jianghao's words, Li Fan relaxed the spiritual qi that had instinctively risen to protect his body. He Jianghao carried Li Fan into the sky, flying upward at tremendous speed. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the sea of clouds and rose above the mountain range. Gather. He Jianghao formed a hand seal with one hand and pointed toward the endless mountains below. Moments later, beams of white light shot forth from countless peaks, converging before He Jianghao. They formed a massive sphere of light before him. Open. He Jianghao thrust his hand upward. The light sphere accelerated violently, shooting straight up along the path he indicated. In an instant, it formed a luminous pillar that pierced through heaven and earth. Then, it struck the sun hanging in the sky. The sun's surface distorted violently, then cracked apart, splitting into two halves. A portal formed between them. Let's go. Bzzzzzzz. A constant, low hum reverberated in his ears. The world spun before his eyes in a dizzying, indistinct blur. It took Li Fan a long time to recover from the strange sensation. It's always like this the first time someone takes a teleportation array. You'll get used to it, He Jianghao explained casually. Li Fan grunted in acknowledgement, taking the opportunity to observe his surroundings. They seemed to be in a massive plaza. At the far end stood an enormous statue of a long-bearded elder wearing a tall headpiece. Beneath this central figure, the plaza itself was filled with thousands of other stone statues of all sizes and varied designs. Without exception, every one of these thousands of statues was looking up, gazing in reverence at the long-bearded elder. The teleportation array Li Fan had just exited from was situated directly in front of one of these smaller statues. This is the Tao Transmission Plaza. It was built to commemorate the Immortal Venerable's original act of imparting the Tao. Every branch of the Myriad Immortals Alliance has one, He Jianghao introduced. Li Fan remembered the scene described in the Five Spirits Qi Sensing method, where the Immortal Venerable manifested his Dharma body to teach all living beings. He stared at the elder's statue for a long moment before nodding silently. Flight is permitted on Myriad Immortals Island, He Jianghao continued, his expression turning serious, but never fly higher than the immortal venerable statue. To do so will provoke an attack from the Myriad Immortals array. It's powerful enough to annihilate a nascent soul cultivator in an instant. A chill ran down Li Fan's spine. He committed that warning to memory. While flying isn't forbidden, I'd advise you not to do it frivolously, He Jianghao added, leading Li Fan away from the array. He kept his voice low as he imparted crucial advice for navigating the island. The cultivators of the entire Songyun Sea gather here, and among them are powerhouses at the Golden Core and even nascent soul realms. If you fly over their heads and offend them, they might just take note of you. Then, if they follow you after you leave the shelter of Myriad Immortals Island and kill you on a whim, you'll have nowhere to seek justice. These matters concerned life and death, so Li Fan carefully memorized each piece of advice. After walking for a while, the two passed through a corridor naturally woven from vines and entered a verdant grove that led to a clearing. A massive, ancient-looking mirror stood here. Cultivators frequently hurried past, stepping through its surface and disappearing to who knew where. Others emerged from the mirror and left without a backward glance. This mirror is our Myriad Immortals Alliance's Tianqian mirror, He Jianghao said. Legend says that before the immortal venerable propagated the Tao, this mirror was just an ordinary object. But when the immortal venerable spread his teachings, the mirror reflected his Dharma body and developed a sliver of its own consciousness. It began to learn and cultivate like a cultivator, slowly evolving from a mundane object into the spirit treasure of heaven and earth it is today. Most of our affairs within the Myriad Immortals Alliance are handled through the Tianjian mirror. I've heard the thing holds a grudge, so be careful. Watch what you say around it, He Jianghao warned Li Fan in a hushed tone. Then, He Jianghao led Li Fan through the mirror's surface. What met his eyes was a solitary space, devoid of any other cultivators. It was as if they were suspended in a void, surrounded on all sides by nothingness. This person is a new cultivator, He Jianghao said, pointing to Li Fan. He has come to Myriad Immortals Island to join our Myriad Immortals Alliance. A voice echoed through the space. Recommendation of one early-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Recorded as a middle 4th grade merit, converted to 50 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 920. He Jianghao's expression remained unchanged. Li Fan seemed lost in thought. As He Jianghao received his contribution points, a hint of delight colored his features. Young friend, since you've arrived here safely, I can set my mind at ease. You may direct any questions you have to the Tianjian mirror. Generally, it will provide you with detailed answers. I still have my island guardian duties to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, He Jianghao departed in a hurry, leaving Li Fan alone within the Tianjian mirror. A speck of light flickered in the surrounding darkness, then vanished. Divine sense fluctuations recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator, please state your name. A somewhat peculiar voice spoke. Li Fan replied. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, you will receive 20 complimentary contribution points. You may use contribution points to redeem spirit stones, techniques, artifacts, and more. You can acquire contribution points by submitting resources, completing tasks, or engaging in trades with others. Similarly, if you encounter problems you cannot solve yourself, you may spend contribution points to post bounties. Your current total contribution points, 20. As a newly joined cultivator of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, you may reside within the Tianjian mirror free of charge for 30 days. After 30 days, you must pay contribution points to continue residing here. The cost of residence is 10 contribution points per 30 days. Of course, you may also choose to spend contribution points to purchase your own cave dwelling on Myriad Immortals Island. The Tianjian mirror took its time explaining to Li Fan the fundamentals of living as a member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. After listening for a long while, Li Fan suddenly asked, if I find myself unable to continue as a member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the 5 Elders Council instead? The Tianjian mirror fell silent mid-sentence, as if suddenly choked off. After a moment, the Tianjian mirror continued, those who have joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance cannot subsequently join the 5 Elders Council. The reverse is also true. Violators will be jointly hunted down by both factions. Now it was Li Fan's turn to fall silent. It seems I haven't actually agreed to join your Myriad Immortals alliance yet, have I? Once you enter the Tianqian mirror and your divine sense is recorded, you are considered to have voluntarily joined the Myriad Immortals alliance. Can I leave the Myriad Immortals alliance and become a rogue cultivator? Li Fan asked again. The Tianqian mirror fell silent once more. After a while, it responded. You may. However, if you choose to leave, all items obtained during your time in the Myriad Immortals Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please choose carefully. Can things like gold and silver be converted to contribution points? They can. Specific conversion rates can be found in the conversion list. Li Fan patiently asked the Tianqian mirror question after question. A long time later, he finally stopped. I have no further questions for now. Very well, cultivator. If you have new questions, you may ask me at any time. You may also use your divine sense to research matters independently. The space grew quiet once more. As Li Fan manipulated the space with his divine sense, it transformed from a dark void into an elegant room. Its decorations were identical to those in Li Fan's chambers within the Grand Preceptor's estate in Great Xian. Li Fan reached out and touched the room's decorations and objects. They felt almost entirely real. The Tianqian mirror truly is an astonishing treasure. Li Fan mused silently. Through their earlier exchange, he'd gained a rough understanding of this Myriad Immortals alliance. With his divine sense, he opened the Technique Redemption catalog. The simplest Qi refinement realm technique cost 1,000 contribution points. He then navigated to the mission task board, filtering for tasks suitable for early-stage Qi refinement cultivators. What met his eyes was a disappointing sight: rewards of a paltry 5 or 10 contribution points. Cultivating immortality, yet toiling like cattle. A strange emotion began to brew within Li Fan's heart. You have a new video message. Please check it promptly. Right at that moment, the voice of the Tianqian mirror rang out once again. Li Fan felt a flicker of surprise. He had just arrived at Myriad Immortals Island, who could already be sending him a message. He selected it, and a somewhat familiar figure materialized before him. It was Xiao Heng. He looked like a completely different person compared to 4 or 5 years ago. Dressed in pristine white robes, his long hair flowed freely about him, and he exuded an air of transcendent grace. Brotherly, you finally arrived, Xiao Heng said with a warm smile. The care you showed me on Liuli Island has always weighed on my mind. All this time, I've carried the shame of leaving the moment I reached the Qi refinement realm, never finding a way to truly repay you. Since coming to Myriad Immortals Island, I've come to understand how difficult it is to obtain cultivation techniques in today's world. This is especially so for newcomers who've just joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It often takes a year or two to accumulate enough contribution points to redeem a Qi refinement realm technique. I was no exception. Fortunately, as your strength grows, so does the number of ways to earn contribution points. The situation gradually improves. Since I began cultivating, I've encountered several rare opportunities. I broke through to the late-stage Qi refinement realm just a year ago, but now I've hit another bottleneck. I plan to journey to the center of the Tsongyun Sea, to the ruins of Cloudwater Palace, to seek a curio of heaven and earth and establish my Dao foundation. Curios are exceedingly rare, and this journey may keep me away for several years. Before departing, I've left a water attribute technique for you. Myriad Immortals Island is situated in the Tsongyun Sea, where water energy is most abundant. Water attribute techniques are not only easier to cultivate here, but also remarkably powerful. Brotherly, remember to cultivate diligently. It's best not to leave the island until you break through to the mid-stage Qi refinement realm. When I return, we must share a drink together. Xiao Heng's image gradually faded, leaving behind a jade slip. Lesser water manipulation art, Qi refinement technique. Current practitioners, 0. As Li Fan studied the technique, he realized it only covered cultivation up to the mid-stage Qi refinement realm, making it incomplete. Even so, redeeming it through the Tianqian mirror would have cost a full 800 contribution points. This kid. A warmth spread through Li Fan's heart. Truth be told, Li Fan hadn't done any great favor for Xiao Heng. He'd merely helped bury Su Chongyu and secured him slightly better lodging on Liuli Island. Besides, Xiaoheng had provided Li Fan with accurate information about the Starseed Drift San in return. Yet Xiaoheng had held on to that small kindness all this time. Even though his cultivation level now far surpassed Li Fan's, he hadn't forgotten about it. It seemed Xiaoheng's character was truly commendable. Of course, part of it might have been because Xiaoheng believed they were both from the Li world. Regardless, Li Fan would remember this. He was not the kind to repay kindness with ingratitude. Along with the lesser water manipulation art, another small jade slip appeared. It was the Taishang primordial true scripture, which Li Fan had heard Ko Hong mention long ago. Cultivating this scripture allowed one to disperse their cultivation at will with minimal loss. It was a technique every cultivator in the current era considered essential. With both the lesser water manipulation art and the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture in hand, supplemented by the Taishang primordial true scripture, Li Fan quickly made a decision. On the surface, he would cultivate the lesser water manipulation art as a red herring, while secretly practicing the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. Of course, it would be best to find a pretext to leave Myriad Immortals Island first, then cultivate the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture only after leaving. Though the Tianqian mirror might not pay attention to an insignificant qi refinement cultivator like Li Fan, it was never wrong to be cautious. Li Fan was new to the cultivation world and still ignorant of many things. He needed to absorb a massive amount of information and fast. Fortunately, the Tianqian mirror offered free access to basic informational texts. For several days, Li Fan stayed within the mirror, devouring the available material with ravenous intensity. The Zhongyan Sea Atlas provided detailed descriptions of island geography, local specialties, and history. Preliminary discourse on cultivation explained crucial considerations for those who entered the qi refinement realm but had yet to formally practice a technique. This included the basic applications of divine sense and the manipulation of spiritual qi. Method, wealth, companions, land introduced the 4 essential elements of cultivation: techniques, resources, Dao companions, and cave dwellings. It emphasized the scarcity and critical importance of techniques in the current cultivation world, specifically warning young cultivators against carelessly revealing which technique they practiced, lest they invite unimaginable calamity. The Secret History of Ancient Cultivation, written from a first-person perspective, chronicled the life of an outer disciple of the ancient Great Dao sect as she underwent various trials, advancing step by step to become an inner disciple, a hereditary disciple, a Dao heir, and finally, the sect leader. The Tianqian Mirror Shopping Guide listed the items a cultivator should prioritize for redemption within the mirror, such as storage rings and protective robes. Li Fan spent 7 or 8 days reading all these free books. The text that caught his eye next: Introduction to Arrays, Primer on Alchemy, Fundamentals of Artifact Forging, Compendium of Treasures in the Cultivation World, all required a significant number of contribution points. Newly arrived and short on funds, Li Fan could only plan to acquire them later. With still some time left in the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan began practicing the lesser water manipulation art. He was already aware that the Tianqian mirror offered a major benefit. One could use contribution points to activate its assisted cultivation mode. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual qi inside the mirror multiplied several times over, nearly rivaling that of a top-tier grotto heaven. Not only that, the spiritual qi could be converted into whatever attribute the cultivator required, ensuring a constant, reliable supply that eliminated any worry of running out during intense training. Furthermore, all cultivators in this mode were given an epiphanic state boost. In this state, one's comprehension was significantly enhanced, making it considerably easier to grasp cultivation techniques. Spending 10 contribution points, Li Fan redeemed 1 day in the assisted cultivation mode. As vast amounts of spiritual qi surged into him, Li Fan began cultivating the lesser water manipulation art. He immediately felt the boost provided by the Tianqian mirror as spiritual qi spontaneously converged toward his body, compressed and accelerated. The abstruse and profound passages of the lesser water manipulation art became instantly understandable, with each concept clicking into place as soon as he read it. His first circulation of spiritual qi along the technique's pathways didn't feel like a first attempt, but as smooth and familiar as if he had performed it 1,000 times. This boosted cultivation state almost fooled Li Fan into believing he was a peerless genius. Cultivation itself became a form of bliss, and Li Fan immersed himself in it, growing utterly captivated. The day passed swiftly. The moment the boost expired, Li Fan was abruptly ejected from that seamless, fluid state of cultivation. When he attempted to operate the technique again, the difference was immediately and painfully apparent. In the assisted cultivation mode, his progress was over 30 times faster. The sheer disparity created such a profound sense of loss that Li Fan nearly succumbed to the urge to redeem another day immediately. But after glancing at his 10 remaining contribution points, he forcefully restrained himself. A treasure like this should be mine, he thought, a sudden, fierce wave of greed rising within him. Unfortunately, Li Fan could only fantasize about it for now. The Tianqian mirror was a foundational treasure of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, utterly beyond the reach of an insignificant qi refinement cultivator like him. Earning contribution points through mission tasks was far more realistic. Suppressing his greed, Li Fan opened the list of available tasks. Then, he filtered for those suitable for early-stage qi refinement cultivators with a low danger level. A quick scan revealed mostly menial chores and errands, their rewards just 1 or 2 contribution points. These tasks vanished almost instantly after appearing, clearly snatched up by others watching just as closely as he was. Removing the low-danger filter unveiled more mission tasks. These often required traveling to various islands within the Songyun Sea to perform specific tasks. Since the work involved dealing primarily with mortals, they didn't require combat and were still relatively safe. The rewards were also better, around 5 to 10 contribution points. However, using the Myriad Immortals Islands teleportation array also cost contribution points, 1 point per trip. That meant a 2-point deduction per round trip, significantly cutting into the mission's actual reward. Earning enough points to reside within the Tianqian mirror, let alone afford its assisted cultivation mode periodically, was no simple feat. While earning points would become easier as his strength grew, the cost of the assisted cultivation mode would also rise with his cultivation level. He would still be running on the same hamster wheel, constantly hustling for contribution points. Add to that the immense cost of redeeming new techniques. Li Fan suddenly understood the true purpose behind the Tianqian mirror's assisted cultivation mode. Any cultivator who had experienced that hyper-efficient way of cultivating would find it incredibly difficult to resist using it again. Furthermore, if one focused solely on earning points to activate the assisted cultivation mode, and then only cultivated in the boosted state, it still resulted in a faster overall cultivation speed than traditional practice. Techniques, resources, assisted cultivation mode. The Myriad Immortals Alliance truly had its cultivators by the throat. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Fan continued searching for a suitable mission task. Earning points was secondary. His main goal was to find a legitimate reason to leave the island and retrieve the Tian boat stored within Return to Truth space. The boat contained a significant amount of gold, silver, and jewels, not to mention a curio of heaven and earth, the Halt steel fragment. They could be exchanged for a substantial number of contribution points. As for why he didn't simply summon it right here on Myriad Immortals Island, he wasn't stupid. Doing that would be like announcing he possessed an esoteric gift. Li Fan was certain every inch of Myriad Immortals Island was under the surveillance of the Tianqian mirror. Drawing its attention would mean trouble. While Return to Truth could transform reality into illusion, that required his conscious control. What if a supreme powerhouse intervened, immobilizing Li Fan's divine sense and preventing him from even thinking? He would be utterly powerless, completely at their mercy. Even the slightest possibility of such an outcome was a risk Li Fan refused to take. Moreover, judging by the capabilities the Tianqian mirror had already displayed, he was certain that cultivators of that terrifying caliber existed in the world. No matter what, caution and prudence were Li Fan's foremost principles. Just then, amidst the long list of tasks, a familiar name caught Li Fan's eye. Lioli Island. A spark of joy ignited within him, and he quickly accepted the mission task. He then carefully examined the task details. It turned out that the Myriad Immortals Alliance's stock of Lioli pearls, a specialty of Lioli Island, had been completely depleted. According to regulations, the next scheduled delivery wasn't for another half a year. They were urgently needed for pill refining, so the medicine hall had posted a commission, recruiting someone to travel to Lioli Island to retrieve a minimum of 20 Lioli pearls. The reward would be determined by the pearls' quality and quantity. Li Fan had heard of these Lioli pearls during his time on Lioli Island and knew they formed occasionally within the bodies of Lioli fish. He just didn't know which specific pill they were used to refine. Nevertheless, this mission was perfectly suited for him. After spending 5 contribution points to purchase the smallest storage ring available as cover, Li Fan didn't delay. He exited the Tianjian Mirror and headed straight for the Dao Transmission Plaza. Retracing his steps, he arrived before the same stone statue from before. Li Fan now knew that each of the 10,000 statues in the Dao Transmission Plaza corresponded to an island within the Tsongyun Sea. The Great Teleportation Array was linked to the island protection arrays of every island. The statue symbolizing Lioli Island was shaped like a leaping Lioli fish. After deducting 1 contribution point, Li Fan activated the teleportation array. This time, the disorienting sensation was indeed much weaker, and he recovered quickly. "May I ask which fellow Taoist?" He Jianghao's voice drifted over faintly. "Huh? Why is it you?" Recognizing the newcomer, He Jianghao sounded somewhat puzzled. Li Fan promptly explained that he had come to retrieve Lioli pearls and told him about the mission tasks he had accepted. "Lioli pearls? I'll have someone take you to retrieve them." He Jianghao nodded after listening. "You've adapted quite quickly, young friend. Already so eager to take on missions." Nothing more than the pressures of life, Li Fan feigned a tone of helplessness. He Jianghao immediately wore an expression of perfect understanding. Following a servant to the Lioli administration, Li Fan met with Manager Qian, who was in charge of finances. Manager Qian respectfully kowtowed, and it was impossible to tell if he recognized Li Fan or not. Li Fan had previously taken command of one of Lioli Island's fishing vessels and had crossed paths with Manager Qian a few times. But even if he did recognize him, Manager Qian would most likely pretend he didn't. In the eyes of mortals, an immortal master was an exalted existence, a being that was not to be offended under any circumstances. Upon receiving the order, Manager Qian swiftly retrieved the island's entire stock of Lioli pearls. Reporting to the immortal master, the island currently has only 23 Lioli pearls left. "This is all we have been able to collect recently. If you require more, I'm afraid you will have to wait a year or so," Manager Qian said, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Oh? Has something happened?" Li Fan asked. "I dare not deceive you, immortal master. According to reports from the island's fishing vessels, encounters with Lioli fish schools are becoming less and less frequent, likely due to overharvesting. We must wait for their numbers to recover naturally before fishing can resume," Manager Qian explained. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded. Yet, Zhang Haobuo's words suddenly surfaced in his mind. "I am aware of the situation," Li Fan said, storing the Lioli pearls in his storage ring. Instead of returning immediately, he first went to the Quietude Manor. Entering his home, Li Fan waited a moment, then released his divine sense. After ensuring that He Jianghao wasn't secretly spying on him, he summoned the Taiyan boat. He then swiftly completed the transfer of the gold, silver, and the halt steel fragment from the Taiyan boat to his storage ring. Once this was done, Li Fan returned to the island protection array. Just as he was about to head back to Myriad Immortal's island, a voice called out from behind him. "Please hold on, young friend." Every hair on Li Fan's body stood on end. He spun around, his gaze sharp and wary as it fell on He Jianghao. He Jianghao was taken aback by Li Fan's reaction. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it and instead smiled warmly. "There's no need to be so nervous. I just wanted to ask if you might be interested in serving as an island guardian. Not Lioli Island, of course, but Taiyan Island, west of here. The current guardian of Taiyan Island is a friend of mine. He's reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and wishes to venture out in search of opportunities. However, his duties bind him to the island, preventing him from leaving without permission. So he asked me if I could recommend someone suitable for the job. And as luck would have it, I happened to meet you," He Jianghao explained. "To guard an island, one must be at the foundation establishment realm at least, right? I've just entered the early stage Qi refinement realm. Can I really serve as a guardian?" Li Fan asked, surprised. Throughout the Tsongyun Sea, Any island with valuable local resources was assigned a cultivator to guard it. Guardianship terms could last anywhere from 10 to 100 years. Since the role required staying on the island with little freedom of movement, the restrictions were significant, but so was the pay. Depending on the island's size and importance, guardians could earn several hundred to over 1,000 contribution points annually. As a result, island guardianship was a highly sought-after position, one that required connections to secure. The most prosperous islands were especially competitive, often having their next guardians arranged well before the current ones stepped down. Of course, it wouldn't be an official guardianship appointment. My friend would issue you a direct commission to stand in for him temporarily. Besides, Tyne Island isn't particularly large. With its island protection array in place, a Chi refinement realm cultivator would be more than capable of overseeing it for a time. You needn't worry, He Jianghao reassured him enthusiastically. And as the one recommending you, I would naturally receive a share of the compensation as well. How long can I be away from the island during the temporary guardianship? Li Fan pressed. The island protection array is typically activated once every 5 days. If you need to leave for any reason, it's best to return within 5 days. You shouldn't be away more than 3 times in a year. Assuming Li Fan was concerned that this task would affect his cultivation, He Jianghao added, after receiving your annual contribution points, you can exchange them at the Tianjian mirror for 5 days in the assisted cultivation mode. Those 5 days are often equivalent to half a year of ordinary practice. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity, Li Fan agreed immediately, then added, however, I'll need to return to Myriad Immortal's island to complete my current mission task first. Of course, please go ahead. I'll accompany you to Tyne Island in a few days, He Jianghao replied with a smile. With that, Li Fan bid farewell to He Jianghao and returned to Myriad Immortal's island. There was no need to visit the medicine hall. He could simply submit the Liuli pearls through the Tianjian mirror. After a moment, the medicine hall confirmed receipt of the 23 Liuli pearls. Since the pearls varied in quality, Li Fan was awarded 21 contribution points as payment. Current total contribution points, 26. Too few. Only enough for 2 days of cultivation. Li Fan shook his head. He took out the gold, silver, and halt steel fragment from his storage ring and requested to convert them to contribution points. A moment later, the Tianjian mirror delivered its assessment. Batch of gold and silver. Convertible to 235 contribution points. Curio of heaven and earth, halt steel fragment. Quality, flawed. Convertible to 1968 contribution points. Li Fan opened the Tianjian mirror's redemption catalog to search for curios of heaven and earth. He discovered that intact curios of heaven and earth cost at least 4,000 contribution points. The Tianjian mirror's buyback price was literally half that. What a ripoff. Sure, it had some flaws, but that didn't justify slashing the price in half. Li Fan's face twitched, but after a moment's thought, he still chose to convert it. The Tianjian mirror didn't offer anonymous transactions. So to trade with other cultivators, one had to reveal their true identity. But as a cultivator who had just stepped into the Chi refinement realm, rashly producing a foundation establishment curio would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. It would very likely bring unnecessary trouble. Trading directly with the Tianjian mirror alleviated that worry. The Myriad Immortals alliance was vast, and the number of cultivators who stumbled upon fortuitous encounters was beyond counting. A Chi refinement cultivator possessing a foundation establishment curio might be rare here in the Tsongyan Sea, but viewed against the entire cultivation world, it wasn't such a big deal. Confirm. The gold, silver, and halt steel fragments slowly vanished, and Li Fan's contribution points reached 2229. Li Fan didn't immediately choose to splurge his newfound wealth. Instead, he first voiced his concerns to the Tianjian mirror. Will there be any disasters occurring soon in the Tsongyan Sea region? Li Fan recounted the various abnormal events Zhang Haobo had described to the Tianjian mirror. The Tianjian mirror fell silent. Only after a long while did it reply. Please do not worry, cultivator. These are normal fluctuations of heaven and earth. Calculations indicate no major disasters will occur within the next 10 years. Since the Tianjian mirror said so, Li Fan set his mind at ease. Afterward, he thought for a moment and searched for information on Liuli pills. Lioli pills were a type of auxiliary pill used by cultivators at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment realms. After consumption, a cultivator's mind would turn clear and pure like glazed glass. 1. They produced an effect similar to an epiphanic state, improving one's comprehension of techniques and increasing one's cultivation speed. Furthermore, its effect could be stacked with the boost from Tianqian Mirror's assisted cultivation mode. Since the vast majority of cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance spent most of their years traveling abroad to accumulate contribution points, their cultivation time was precious. Thus, Lioli pills, which could improve cultivation efficiency, became even more valuable. Lioli pills were highly sought after among Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, with the price of a single pill fluctuating between 5 and 6 contribution points. Li Fan did a quick check. The current price was 6 points per pill. Lioli fish have nearly vanished for unknown reasons, so the price of Lioli pills is bound to soar. Li Fan pondered. He then spent 2,100 contribution points to purchase 350 Lioli pills from the Tianqian Mirror in one go. Only then did he report the near disappearance of the Lioli fish schools around Lioli Island to the Tianqian Mirror. The Tianqian Mirror was silent for a moment, emitting only faint ripples of energy. After a while, Li Fan received a reward of 1 contribution point. This was the Tianqian Mirror confirming the information's validity. Indeed, providing information to the Tianqian Mirror was also a way to earn contribution points. The higher the value of the information, the greater the reward. Logically speaking, the value of the information Li Fan provided was certainly worth more than 1 contribution point. Perhaps the Tianqian Mirror viewed Li Fan's hoarding behavior as somewhat unscrupulous, hence it only granted him a single point. Li Fan didn't mind. His objectives for this maneuver had already been achieved. First, it proved that the Tianqian Mirror was unaware of events that occurred after he left Myriad Immortals Island. In other words, so long as he wasn't on Myriad Immortals Island, there was no need to fear the Tianqian Mirror's prying eyes. Second, it confirmed that the Tianqian Mirror indeed possessed a will of its own. The obvious, deliberate pettiness of awarding him a single contribution point was a clear slight aimed at Li Fan. Third, and most naturally, he could now seize this golden opportunity to turn a tidy profit. The market's reaction was swift. The price of Lioli pills skyrocketed in a short time, soaring from 6 contribution points per pill to 9. 1. Lioli primarily refers to a type of colored, translucent glass or crystal, often with a beautiful, shimmering quality. The prices of goods sold within the Tianqian Mirror were not fixed. They were regulated by the mirror itself, fluctuating in direct proportion to the number of buyers. For instance, when news broke that the supply of Lioli pearls had been disrupted and Lioli pills could no longer be produced for some time, it immediately triggered a wave of frenzied buying. Some buyers genuinely needed the pills to accelerate their cultivation, but many more, like Li Fan, sought to hoard them for speculation and massive profit. Consequently, the price of Lioli pills skyrocketed from 6 contribution points to 9 in a very short period. This sudden price surge caught the attention of those still unaware of the situation. Upon inquiry, they learned of the impending disappearance of Lioli pearls and hurriedly joined the buying craze. The price of Lioli pills soared once more, briefly reaching a staggering 12 points per pill. Seeing that the time was right, Li Fan chose to liquidate his entire stock of Lioli pills, selling them directly back to the Tianqian Mirror. Due to the high demand, the mirror's buyback price wasn't slashed in half like it had been for the Halt Steel fragment. Instead, it offered a high price of 10 points per pill. Not one to be greedy, Li Fan promptly sold all 350 pills in his possession. 3,500 contribution points instantly flowed into his account. Combined with the previous balance of 129 points, Li Fan's total contribution points now stood at a massive 3,629. After Li Fan's sale, the market's fervor gradually began to cool. A price of 12 points clearly exceeded the intrinsic value of a Lioli pill. After all, its effects weren't unique. Numerous other pills offered similar benefits. The Lioli pill's popularity stemmed from its low cost. The temporary price explosion was just a result of the market temporarily losing its rationality due to the shocking news. Once people calmed down, the price of Lioli pills stabilized at a more reasonable level, 8 contribution points per pill. At this point, Li Fan purchased another 100 pills for his own cultivation use. Spending 800 points left him with 2,829 contribution points. Through this series of maneuvers, Li Fan had gained not only an extra 600 contribution points, but also essentially obtained 100 Lioli pills for free. 600 points represented the entire annual surplus of an ordinary, diligent qi refinement cultivator who focused solely on completing tasks, not to mention the 100 Lioli pills, which were as good as hard currency. Indeed, the ones who commit murder and arson end up with golden belts, while those who build bridges and repair roads lie dead and unburied. Li Fan mused to himself. Yet, this philosophical observation did nothing to slow the spending pace of this particular beneficiary. He immediately purchased everything he could lay his hands on, useful or not: Introduction to Arrays, Primer on Alchemy, Fundamentals of Artifact Forging, Compendium of Treasures in the Cultivation World, and more. As for commonly used items for cultivators, like protective robes, qi-concealing talismans, basic composite arrays, and beginner alchemy sets, Li Fan bought them all without a second thought. As his storage ring began to fill up, his contribution points plummeted, dropping to 346. Li Fan felt not one shred of regret. Once his spending spree concluded, he swallowed a Lioli pill, activated the assisted cultivation mode, and began practicing the lesser water manipulation art. An abundance of water attribute spiritual qi surged forth, and Li Fan once again experienced what it meant to cultivate at a genius's pace. The combined effects of the Tianjian Mirror's assisted cultivation mode and the Lioli pill made his progress nothing short of meteoric. In just 2 days, Li Fan broke through to the early-stage qi refinement realm. Then, over the next 3 days, he cultivated the lesser water manipulation art to the peak of the mid-stage qi refinement realm. He faced no bottlenecks and progress was as smooth as water flowing downhill. It was utterly exhilarating, making him crave more. Li Fan became deeply addicted to this mode of cultivation. So, when his progress automatically halted due to the missing late-stage qi refinement realm portion of the lesser water manipulation art, he felt a profound sense of loss and emptiness. Fortunately, the hefty price tag of 600 contribution points for the late-stage section of the technique helped cool his head slightly. Just as he was contemplating whether to sell some Lioli pills to afford the subsequent part of the technique, he received a visitation request from He Jianghao. Li Fan thought for a moment. Then, he retrieved the newly purchased qi-concealing talisman from his storage ring and affixed it to himself before allowing He Jianghao to enter. The moment He Jianghao saw Li Fan, he said with some excitement, "I've already spoken with the guardian of Tian Island. I'll take you to see him now. All you need to do is accept the commission." Then, He Jianghao retrieved a spirit talisman and handed it to Li Fan. "Wear this. Remember not to say much when you meet him later. Leave everything to me." Li Fan took the talisman and glanced at it. Immediately, his face darkened. If he hadn't just bought an identical one not long ago, he wouldn't have recognized what this was. This talisman was called an Aura Exaltation Talisman, and its effect was the opposite of the Qi-Concealing Talisman. While the Qi-Concealing Talisman hid one's cultivation level, the Aura Exaltation Talisman was used to disguise oneself as a cultivator of a specific realm. By giving him this talisman, He Jianghao intended for Li Fan to pretend to be a foundation establishment cultivator. So, all that talk about qi refinement cultivation being sufficient to protect an island had been nonsense to trick him. All along, He Jianghao had planned for Li Fan to pose as a foundation establishment cultivator to accept the commission from the guardian of Tian Island, allowing him to pocket the difference. After all, the cost in contribution points to hire a foundation establishment cultivator versus a qi refinement realm cultivator was like night and day. He Jianghao didn't notice Li Fan's expression. Smiling, he introduced Li Fan to the guardian of Tian Island, Zhou Qingong. Li Fan couldn't very well expose He Jianghao, so he forced a smile and greeted Zhou Qingong. "I shouldn't get deeply involved with this man," Li Fan thought to himself, shooting a sidelong glance at the smiling He Jianghao. Zhou Qingong looked Li Fan over and seemed quite satisfied. He immediately issued a commission to He Jianghao. After accepting the commission, He Jianghao turned and issued another commission to Li Fan. Guard Tian Island in Zhou Qingong's stead while he travels to seek his opportunity. Reward: 800 contribution points per year. Thankfully, He Jianghao hadn't skimmed off an outrageous amount. At this point, Li Fan had no choice but to accept the task. Zhou Qingong handed a jade token to He Jianghao and then left impatiently to seek his breakthrough opportunity. Seeing this, He Jianghao also breathed a sigh of relief. He handed the token to Li Fan and said with considerable gravity, "This is the guardian token of Tian Island. With this, you can control the island protection array. You must keep it safe, young friend. Do not lose it." Li Fan accepted the token, and the two of them stepped through the teleportation array, arriving at Tian Island. The Tian Island's island protection array was nothing like the majestic, thousand-peaked spectacle of Liuli Island. Instead, it took the form of a seemingly prosperous city. What set it apart, however, was its inhabitants. Every single resident was a piece of fruit bearing a disturbingly human-like face. These fruits lived just like real people. Within the confines of this array-manifested city, they worked, lived, wed, and bore children, living out their entire lifespans. This is Tian Island's specialty, the Tian fruit, He Jianghao explained as they strolled through the city, gesturing toward the ceaseless flow of the bustling crowd. When one of these fruit people dies, it signifies that the Tian fruit has fully ripened. Consuming a ripe fruit can extend the lifespan of a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm or lower by 5 years. He Jianghao sighed, a note of regret in his voice. It is only effective the first time a person consumes a Tian fruit.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.